Chapter 951, Demonstration of Authority. Normally, Zhao Hai wouldn't eavesdrop on Binya's group, but at this time, he actually did. After seeing the three being silent, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, how do you see this?" Laura smiled and said, "It's a good thing. We can see that they are more inclined towards Brother Hai. However, they still can't let go of their clans. It seems like they couldn't bear the attitude of their patriarch." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I really didn't expect that those people from the foreign races would actually have a plot for me." Interesting. Lizzie was somewhat indignant as she said, "Big Brother Hai, so what do we do now? We shouldn't help these kinds of people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In any case, we know about their plan, and now that they're aware that we know, they would have no way to change it. From what I can see, there's no need to stop their plan. We can also make use of them and have them help us deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. Our ultimate goal are the combat suits. We need to send them to the space no matter what, and at the very least, they have some sort of relationship to us. The 3 races of the Ark continent have them as ancestors." Lizzie nodded. "Big Brother Hai, you truly have a tender heart. We don't need to think about these people at all. Just go and take control of them. Look at the winged Pegasus. Every time I see them, I couldn't help but get pissed off." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He knew that Lizzie was right. He really was tender-hearted. However, this property of his was relative. Laura smiled and said, "All right Lizzie, stop complaining. If Brother Hai isn't this soft-hearted, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai." "Brother Hai, now that the O'Neill family has started to relocate towards the Taurus continent, should we make a move?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's have them settle down first. In any case, we made Axe aware that the enemy is in the Taurus continent, and that's enough for now." Laura nodded. "Then we'll let them prepare for a while. From what I can see, the winged Pegasus will take a very long time before they move. A few months at least." "We have enough time." Zhao Hai smiled and bit. He didn't say anything. He knew that Laura was also feeling angry inside. The winged Pegasus clan were still disobeying. A turtle would be quicker compared to their current pace. Over the next days, nothing significant happened. The armies of the foreign races and the Leo divines were still fighting in the Leo continent. Both sides had no way to gain the upper hand. Zhao Hai also used these days to travel. The Hell King's ship was fast. Compared to Binya's expectation, they arrived in the foreign race territory a day earlier. They encountered the Ares continent first, the continent of the Beastmen, Binya's home. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the vast continent in the distance. He couldn't help but smile. He wanted to know how the Beastmen would treat him. Binya's group as well as Laura and the others were standing beside Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were curious about the continent while Binya and the others were anxious. They had been away for almost a year. All this time, they were with Zhao Hai and haven't returned. They were unaware of the state of their clans. However, upon thinking about his patriarch's attitude, Binya couldn't help but feel cold. They were getting closer and closer to the continent. Upon reaching a certain distance, the sentries of the continent would surely see them. However, there seemed to be nobody here, not a single guard nor civilian. Binya's face turned ugly as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We've been unfair to Mr. Maybe the guards have been eliminated when the Supreme Elders came. That's why they failed to see us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He already knew that the Beastmen had noticed them. However, they didn't come because they wanted to demonstrate their authority. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship entered the Ares continent, a large group of people suddenly flew up from the ground. Then they formed a circular formation and surrounded the ship. After looking at this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't go forward and instead just stopped the ship. He wanted to see how the Beastmen play this scene out. These Beastmen weren't very different compared to the Ark continent's Beastmen, but they were indeed visibly stronger. Binya and the others weren't fools, so when they saw this situation, they immediately understood what the clan wanted to do. The three's expression changed. They didn't think that the clan would do such a thing. They were playing with Zhao Hai's face. After thinking about this, Binya couldn't help but turn to look at Zhao Hai. He saw a teasing expression in Zhao Hai's eyes. After noticing this, Binya's heart sank. He had seen this expression whenever Zhao Hai saw an enemy opposing him. After seeing this look, the enemy wouldn't have a great time. At the thought of this, Binya immediately turned to the Beastman and said, Everyone, are you here to greet Mr. Zhao Hai? This lowly one is the wolf tribe's Binya. Binya did this in order to provide his people with stairs to step down. This would also give Zhao Hai face while preserving the clan's reputation. Binya thought that his plan was good, but unfortunately, he didn't have a large prestige in the clan. For him to provide Zhao Hai face in behalf of the clan was simply not possible. Because of this, the people still didn't react after hearing him. Instead, they stepped closer to the Hell King's ship. Then one lion beastman stepped forward. This man wore leather armor and had a huge sword in his hand. There was an uncommon might in the lion beastman's eyes as he looked at Binya and the others with disdain. Then when he looked at Zhao Hai, he seemed to have a smirking gaze. The lion beastman stood there and looked at Zhao Hai before saying, "We were ordered by the patriarchs to look for suspicious people. Anyone who wants to enter the Beastman continent needs to be examined." Naturally, the lion meant the Ares continent. Only after the Beastmen occupied this place was it called Beastman continent. Zhao Hai looked at the lion and couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "So the Beastman continent has this rule. I apologize for offending you with my ignorance. Since this is the case, then I will take my leave." After he said that, the beastmen suddenly discovered that the ship had already disappeared from their encirclement. When the Hell King's ship reappeared, it was already outside the continent. When the lion saw Zhao Hai's move, he couldn't help but get stunned. Then he panicked. They thought that Zhao Hai would have reactions to this, such as anger or reluctance. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to just turn and leave. He even managed to escape their encirclement. Because of this, the script that they made had become useless. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was here to help them against their enemies. However, the three patriarchs wanted to occupy a higher position when cooperating with Zhao Hai, so they needed to take him down a notch. However, who would have thought that Zhao Hai would just turn around and leave? He ended up not caring about their affair, leaving the foreign races to deal with the 9 supreme elders all by themselves. To be honest, the 3 foreign races aren't capable of stopping the supreme elders. When Zhao Hai came out of the encirclement, he turned and then flew back. The ship's speed wasn't very fast. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai went out of the encirclement, they immediately laughed. Zhao Hai could just choose to not play along, and the beastman had never thought of it. Binya was looking awkwardly at Laura and the others. He didn't know what to say while his anger started to well up. It was the patriarch who told him to ask Zhao Hai for help, and now that Zhao Hai was here, they instead forced him to leave. This basically threw Binya's face into the water. If not for the hair on Binya's face, Zhao Hai would have seen Binya becoming as red as a tomato. Ryder and Yeto were also feeling very awkward. They knew that this matter wasn't only decided by the Beastman Patriarch. The 3 patriarchs should have reached an agreement to demonstrate their authority. Because of this, Ryder and Yeto felt very bad. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled. "It's fine. You 3 doesn't have to wear that expression. I know that this matter is out of your control. There's no need to be embarrassed. Now I want to see what kind of characters your patriarchs are, to be able to think genius ideas as this. Ha ha ha." Although Zhao Hai was ridiculing their patriarch, Binya and the others weren't offended. They were currently feeling incensed towards their clan, especially towards their patriarchs. Laura and the others stopped laughing. Then Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, do you think the 3 patriarchs would come and invite us back?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I cannot say for certain. It depends on the 9 supreme elders. If they're formidable and couldn't be blocked, then they would ask us back. But if the 9 supreme elders aren't pushing hard, then they might not." Laura replied, "How could the 9 supreme elders not push hard? They're currently holding a lot of hatred in their stomachs, and they want to make the foreign race army retreat from the Leo continent. In this case, they surely wouldn't hold back." Zhao Hai nodded. "I think so too. In fact, the 9 supreme elders are making the right move. If they attack the foreign races, then the 3 supreme elders surely wouldn't be able to stop them. In the end, they could only order their army to retreat, freeing the Leo continent from crisis. And if the foreign races doesn't call their troops back, then they would return to the Leo continent and deal with the invading army. This would also free the Leo continent from its predicament. More importantly, they would be able to cause heavy damages to the foreign races along the way. However, they seem to exclude me from their calculations, which makes me a bit confused." Laura replied, "Perhaps they believe that you are still entangled by the other divines. Since you don't have time, they decided to go with their plan." Zhao Hai nodded. "That is possible. Alright, in any case this is a good opportunity for us to deal with the Supreme Elders. If we miss this, then it might be difficult to do so in the future. Laura agreed. Right. The Supreme Elders are also starting to become smart. They knew that we couldn't deal with all of them at once, so they decided to stay together. It wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them this way. Zhao Hai nodded. I think the Supreme Elders are now trying to preserve their blood. While Zhao Hai and the others were talking, Binya's group were looking anxiously at the Aries continent. They were waiting for people from their family to come and invite Zhao Hai back. However, they could only be disappointed. Their people didn't come out. It seems like Zhao Hai had nothing to do with them anymore when he left. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he waved his hand and had the ship descend. After falling to the sea's surface, it stayed there and floated, just like any other ship. Then Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, we haven't had the time to relax. Since we have a few days to spare, then we might as well. What do you think? Laura smiled. Good. We haven't relaxed for a long time. Younger sister Meg, please make us a couple of dishes. We'll be drinking a few cups with Brother Hai. Meg nodded before she turned around and went to prepare. After seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Binya and the others didn't know whether they should be relieved or be worried. They should be relieved since Zhao Hai didn't go away despite leaving the Aries continent. He's close to the Aries continent, so he would be able to quickly offer help. Binya understood that this was an opportunity provided by Zhao Hai. As for what the foreign races plans to do, he wouldn't care. However, Binya and the others were also worried because of the people in their clan. It has been quite some time before Zhao Hai left the Aries continent. However, up until this time, nobody went to look for them. This doesn't make any sense. Binya was afraid of Zhao Hai being offended, causing the foreign races to suffer a loss. Chapter 952. Feeling. Zhao Hai could also see the expression of Binya's group. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just gave Binya and the others a nod before he sat down on the deck. Before long, Meg brought out various types of dishes and set them out on the table. Zhao Hai took some liquor as the women took a seat. Then Zhao Hai raised his glass towards Binya and said, Binya, you couldn't be blamed for what just happened. This type of thing is not strange for me. In any case, I will not let the Divine Supreme Elders go. You can rest assured. Binya couldn't say anything. He could only bitterly smile. Even if Zhao Hai didn't mention it, he already gave great face towards the foreign races. If it was anybody else who was treated like Zhao Hai, then they would have already been angered. After Zhao Hai drank from his glass, he said, we're not just waiting for the foreign races to come for us. We're also here to prevent the 9 Supreme Elders from leaving. This is the only way to get to the Leo continent. As long as we wait here, then we would surely meet the 9 Supreme Elders. Even if they give up on assaulting the foreign races, we can still stop them here. Binya nodded. Then he held a wine glass up for Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I apologize. I'm also unaware of this matter. I ask Mister to forgive me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's all right. This isn't your idea. People your age cannot come up with these kinds of plans. Come and eat. How has your cultivation been these days? Upon hearing Zhao Hai mention this, the three couldn't help but be shaken. It can be said that they were very happy these recent days. With their constant cultivation, they already reached peak god rank, half step towards the boundary. Just in their clan, only a few people had reached this level. They had received a lot of benefits because of Zhao Hai. At the very least, their speed of practice was much better compared to when they were back in their clans. The three also knew that they couldn't practice as peacefully in their clans as in the Hell King's ship. There were a lot of matters in their families, tasks for people like them to do. Every time they take care of something, they would delay their cultivation. But if they don't do those tasks, then they would be punished. This wasn't the case with Zhao Hai. They had almost nothing to do here. As long as they kept contact with their family and be polite to Zhao Hai, everything was alright. Because of this, they had a lot of time to practice, which was very good for them. After eating, Binya and the others returned to their room. They wanted to communicate with their clan and ask about what just happened. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After eating, he went back to his room as he sat drinking tea and looking at the screen. The screen wasn't showing the situation with the foreign races. Instead, it showed the O'Neill family's base. The base construction of the O'Neill family was very quick. Although they didn't use magic, their specially designed magic armors made things very convenient. The base was enormous and the area around it has been leveled. Except for the advanced base that was built at the center, The area around it also had beginning stages of construction. These were prepared for the future. The O'Neill family's commodities were also beginning to be transported to the Taurus continent. It's good since the spatial rift was located in the Radiant Empire. Surrounding the rift on three sides was water, allowing the O'Neill family to move easily. The O'Neill family's patriarch didn't immediately leave. Instead, he remained in the Rosen Empire. He wanted to wait for the opportune time before moving. After all, moving the family's base was a strategically crucial decision. Laura was sitting beside Zhao Hai. After taking a sip of her tea, she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why are we waiting? Shouldn't we make a move?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We don't need to do anything right now. Let's just wait here and rest for a few days." To be honest, besides this place, nothing else in the Divine Realm interests me. Laura nodded. The other places in the Divine Realm were already insignificant to them. What's left for them to do was to acquire the 11 combat suits as well as Elder Star's star disk. As soon as they get these things, the Divine Realm was no longer worth paying attention to. Lizzie was also looking at the O'Neill family. After some time, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think the O'Neill family has an Ascension magic armor?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Currently, I don't know. But now, the magic armors that they have are only up to God rank. These magic armors are now useless to us. These magic armors are almost the same. Moreover, their materials aren't that special. Acquiring higher ranked magic armors would be much harder." Laura nodded and said, "We already have a lot of formations inside the space. However, we still don't have the means to digest them. We can use these formations on other things, but not on magic armors." Zhao Hai nodded. "After dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders, our next target would be the Atlanta Plains Ascension magic armor." Laura replied, "Right. I also think that we should go to the Atlanta Plain first. If the magic armor is really useful to us, then that would be the best." Zhao Hai nodded. "The reason I don't want to go to the underworld was because I can feel a sense of strangeness there. It's possible that there are even more powerful beings than the Skeleton King. Because of this, I plan to head to the Atlanta Plain first." Megan seemed puzzled as she asked, "Elder Brother Hai, you mean that the Skeleton King isn't a top existence in the underworld? But didn't you say that the Skeleton King could compare to the Supreme Elders? If the underworld had stronger beings, then why would they still be in a lower realm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This I don't know. I just feel like that underworld isn't simple. Because of this, we need to be completely prepared for our safety. I have a feeling that entering the underworld would be much worse than entering the cultivation realm. It might even be more dangerous." When Megan and the other heard this, their expression couldn't help but change. Although Zhao Hai said that it was just a feeling, those who were with him for a long time knew that Zhao Hai's instinct was sometimes very accurate. Laura nodded and said, "All right. After we take care of the matters here, then we'll head to the Atlanta Plain to take a look." "Brother Hai, when do we start leading the O'Neill family to the Winged Pegasus Plain? I'm starting to get annoyed at the Winged Pegasus." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, just leave them for now. There's no need to be annoyed. Just take a rest. We might have a tough battle in the following days." Laura smiled and said, "If it's tough even for you, then there's no need for us to join in. You can just solve it alone. You can take a rest, Brother Hai. You can leave us here to watch." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll go take bath first then rest." After saying that, Zhao Hai went to the hot spring. Completely different from the leisurely Zhao Hai were the foreign races. The 3 patriarchs had came together to discuss their situation. The Beastman patriarch looked at the other 2 and said, "What do you think about this matter? What is the meaning of Zhao Hai's reaction?" The dwarf patriarch said, "I already said before that the plan won't work. Zhao Hai is here to help us, but instead you want to demonstrate your authority. I won't be able to help you if he goes away due to anger." The elven patriarch looked at the dwarf patriarch and said, "All right, there's no use arguing at this point. We need Zhao Hai to help us deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. However, if Zhao Hai doesn't come, will the 9 Supreme Elders still attack us? From what I can see, the biggest enemy of the 9 Supreme Elders aren't us, but Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is now about to destroy the Divines. If the 9 Supreme Elders kept attacking us, then shouldn't Zhao Hai appear?" The dwarf replied, "Let me ask, what have we done to help Zhao Hai? Why would he help us?" "Right, we got in contact with the vassal races and let them rebel. However, We all know that the impact of the rebellion is only very small. Zhao Hai doesn't need our help. He can deal with the divines on his own. In this case, do you think he had feelings towards us? The Beastman Patriarch coldly snorted and said, "All right, we wanted to demonstrate our power but instead lowering our position. Now that this had happened, we should think about how we can make Zhao Hai come back and help us. I think this is a good opportunity for Zhao Hai. He shouldn't let this go." Zhao Hai understands that the 9 Supreme Elders are his biggest enemies. He needs to concede a lot of things in order to face them. Because of this, despite knowing about our plan, he still came to support us. As long as we can please Zhao Hai, he will certainly come back. The Elven Patriarch actually knit her brows and said, "How about we ask Yita and the others about Zhao Hai's reaction? Let's see if we still have an opportunity to bring Zhao Hai back. What do you think?" The Beastman Patriarch nodded and said, "We should ask them." They followed behind Zhao Hai for a long time. Zhao Hai shouldn't place them in an awkward situation. The other two nodded. At this time, the Beastman Patriarch's messenger fish suddenly sounded. Chapter 953. Not planning to go back. The Beastman Patriarch stared for a moment before holding his messenger fish. The messenger fish was connected to Binya. The Beastman Patriarch quickly said, "Binya, what happened?" When Binya heard the Patriarch's voice, his anger couldn't help but flare up again. However, he still replied, "Patriarch, why did you treat Mr. Zhao Hai like that? He is very angry." Upon hearing Binya's inquiry, the Patriarch calmly replied, "Binya, you should know your identity. You are a beastman. You should consider our race first, not outsiders." It was at this point that Binya angrily replied, "Is the Patriarch being responsible for our clan?" Mr. Zhao Hai said that the reason the 9 Supreme Elders attacked us is because we dispatched troops to the Leo continent. They attacked us because they want us to retrieve our troops. If our army doesn't turn back to help us, then the Supreme Elders would return to the Leo continent in order to eliminate the army. Wouldn't that cause huge losses to the clan? Has the Patriarch thought about this? Along the last lines of his statement, Binya was almost roaring. Normally, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. Beastmen were stern people. Daring to talk to the Patriarch like this was a deadly sin. However, since Binya was quite angry, he couldn't help but berate the Patriarch. The Beastman Patriarch and the other two Patriarch couldn't help but stare when Binya roared. Then their expression changed. They knew that if what Binya said was true, then their army in the Leo continent would suffer under the Supreme Elders. But the Beastman Patriarch recovered as he immediately replied, "Binya, don't say useless things. How is Zhao Hai now? He really doesn't want to help us?" When he heard the Patriarch, Binya replied, "He shouldn't for a while, but as long as the Patriarch asks he should go back." However, the Patriarch needs to be fast. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhao Hai is gone, then our loss would be great. When the Patriarch heard this, he said, "Wait a moment." Then he turned to the two Patriarchs and said, "What do you two think about this?" The Dwarf Patriarch said, "What else can we do? We need to ask him back. Pleasing someone as strong as Zhao Hai isn't a disgrace. If Zhao Hai doesn't care about our situation, then the one suffering losses would be us. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Elders have no means to deal with him. Do you think that the foreign races could fight like Zhao Hai? If we push him away, then we would only harm ourselves with no benefits." Although the Elven Patriarch was arrogant, she wasn't a fool, so she nodded and said, "We were indeed excessive this time. We need to ask Zhao Hai to come back. Nothing is more important than the lives of our clansmen, and with Zhao Hai's help, our troops would be able to deal with the Leo continent, providing us with a new good territory. Meanwhile, the vassal races would seep into their own continents. In the end, we would not have any problems keeping our continent." The Beastman Patriarch nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go ask him. In any case, the one who will benefit the most would be us." The Dwarf Patriarch didn't reply. Although he wasn't happy about this, he also knew that it was good for their people. He wouldn't deny anything that could benefit his race. After seeing that nobody wanted to add anything, the Beastman Patriarch nodded and said, "All right, let's go and prepare. We'll ask Binya where they currently are and then we'll go see them." The Dwarf Patriarch and the Elf Patriarch nodded before leaving the Beastman Patriarch's room. After returning to their respective rooms, they immediately took their messenger fish out to ask whether the situation was indeed as Binya said. However, they didn't think that Binya and the others were now acting as one. While Binya was talking to the Beastman Patriarch, Ryder and Yetta were also with him. Because of this, They heard everything that Binya said to the Beastman Patriarch, so they didn't say anything wrong when asked. When the two put their messenger fishes down, they looked at each other and sighed. Binya looked at the two and said, I'm actually surprised. I thought our three races were very close. I didn't expect the alliance to waver over a small thing. Ryder sighed. Then he turned to the two and said, to tell you the truth, after this I won't be heading back to the clan. I'm prepared to follow Mr. along with my family. I feel like following Mr. would make my family more comfortable. At least Mr. doesn't use condescending tones when speaking to us. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be eager in manipulating people for benefit. Ryder's words made Binya and Yeta stunned. The three of them had some prestige in their clans and they were quite famous. They were even called geniuses by some people. However, they were clear that there were more geniuses like them in the clan. The only reason these geniuses weren't famous was because they haven't had any merits to their name yet. This wasn't because they were lazy, nor was it because they couldn't take hardships. In the battle against the divine race, these geniuses died because of the decisions made by their own side. In the beginning, Ryder didn't think that the world would be this dark. However, the deeper he understood the matters of the world, the more he was made aware of the truth. Because of this, he was cautious whenever he handled affairs. He didn't dare to be arrogant nor bear a deep grudge. Otherwise, a day would come when he would suffer the consequences of his decisions. To be honest, to those who were ambitious, they would just treat this danger as a game. If they win, then they would be rewarded. But if they lose, then they would die. However, Ryder wasn't this kind of person. He belonged to the kind of people who want their family to grow and develop. Because of this, he was very uncomfortable when it came to plots. He already had too much of it in his life. But he couldn't fully divorce themselves from this life since he already entered the circle. Only dead people can get away from this. Even if you held great power, as long as you enter this circle, you still couldn't guarantee that you can retire from it. Now, Ryder finally found an opportunity for him to remove himself from such a life, and that was Wuxiao Hai. Wuxiao Hai's strength. He wouldn't be afraid of retaliation from the foreign races. Moreover, they had followed Zhao Hai for some time, so Ryder believed that Zhao Hai already understood them. Because of this, he opened this matter up with Binya and Yeta. Binya looked at Ryder and said, have you really thought this through? If you did, then let's not think about whether your family agrees or not. Instead, think about the other dwarfs. You will be offending them. Ryder nodded. I have thought about it. I will ask Mr. tomorrow and see if he will agree. If he does, then I will find a way to move my family. Binya looked at Ryder and said, alright, I'll ask Mr. as well. Yeta, you're with us, right? Yeta looked at the two and smiled. Of course, you can count me in. Why would I want to be left behind? Let's not wait until tomorrow. Let's go now. Just as her voice fell, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Ha ha ha. There's no need to look for me. I've waited for this day for a long time. The three stared, then they saw Zhao Hai walked into their room. The three stared for a moment before they quickly got up and bowed. Then Binya asked, Mister, why did you come here? Zhao Hai looked at the three and said, I heard your words. What's wrong? Surprised? Don't forget, you're inside my Hell King's ship. Nothing can evade my sight inside the ship. As soon as the three heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but gawk. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. I don't listen to your conversations all the time, but today is an exception. I know that you would talk to your patriarchs. I just want to know the reactions of your clans. To be honest, their conduct disappointed me. However, you three made me glad. Binya couldn't help but get embarrassed. Then he asked, so Mr. agrees with our request? Zhao Hai smiled and said, agree, of course I agree. After the fight, you can go and take your families to the ship. I will arrange a good place for them. You can rest assured. Binya looked at Zhao Hai, but he was still uncertain, so he asked, Mister, if I may ask, did you send the demons and the divines to that place? From what I can assume, you didn't arrange them at the same place as the Ark Continent. So where did they go? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is my biggest secret. Since you asked, I can only tell you that it is an absolutely safe place. If you want to go, then I can take you over there to have a look. However, you need to pledge to your heart's demon that without my permission you cannot tell anyone about this matter. Zhao Hai knew that for Binya and the others, the binding force of a blood oath would be too weak. Fortunately, he was made aware of the heart's demon oath. The restraint of this oath is very strong. As long as one cultivates and pledges to a heart's demon oath, then once they violate their oath, they will be possessed by a devil and die. Chapter 954, Heart's Demon Oath. Naturally, this oath wasn't invincible. The most important condition for this oath was that the person who made this oath should have a lower cultivation compared to the one who issued for it. Once the pledger becomes more powerful, then they can break this pledge at any time. Because of this, the oath wasn't perfect. However, this pledge was extremely useful for Zhao Hai. He has the space, and as long as Binya and the others enter for some time, then they wouldn't betray him. Because of this guarantee, Zhao Hai dared to issue them this pledge. This Heart's Demon pledge wasn't from the divine realm. Instead, it was a cultivation realms method acquired from Lu Wei. This pledge would be used by both the pledger and the person who accepts the pledge. Otherwise, there would be no results. This was also the method used by Lu Wei to control the divines. Other than calling Lu Wei the deity, no other matters about him should spread. Lu Wei used this method on the divines due to the existence of the plane's laws. This made it impossible for the divines to be stronger than Lu Wei as long as they were in a divine realm. This enabled the divines to keep Lu Wei's secrets, including the method of collecting faith power. Among the divines, there were only a few people who knew about Lu Wei's method to collect faith power. But although most of the divines didn't know what Lu Wei was doing in the divine realm, the method of Heart's Demon Oath was passed down. Because of this, a lot of people in the divine realm were aware of it. Naturally, Binya and the others were also aware of this. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to make them undergo this vow. The oath was useful for people with lower cultivation, but it couldn't control a person's loyalty. As long as you do what you vowed to do, then everything else you do was irrelevant. For example, if one makes an oath to keep a secret, then as long as you keep that secret, you can do whatever you want. You can kill the one you made an oath to and it wouldn't break the oath. This was also a way to cancel the oath. It can be said that this was the oath's largest flaw. Binya's group didn't think that Zhao Hai would restrain them using this oath. To be honest, this pledge was just too loose. Zhao Hai looked at Binya's group and smiled. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Binya quickly shook his head and said, no, I'm willing. Mr. Can rest assured. Ryder and Ye also agreed. After the three agreed, they immediately began to murmur a spell. Zhao Hai also began to recite alongside them. The voices of the four people seemed to meld together. Before long, the oath made by Binya's group began to form tangible words as it floated on top of their heads. On the other side, 3 little devils flew out of Zhao Hai's body. These 3 devils were covered with green flames as they went to the words and ate them. After that, the devils merged with Binya, Ryder, and Ye's bodies. That action concluded the oath-taking ceremony. When Laura and the others saw this ceremony, they couldn't help but sink into a daze. But after the oath was cast, they immediately recovered. Zhao Hai looked at Binya's group and said, it's done. You're now part of my Buddha clan. Starting today, just call me young master. Laura, take them to see the space. Don't hide anything from them. Laura nodded before she turned to the trio and said, come with me. The trio nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand to open a spatial rift. Then the group entered. After the group had gone, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he didn't expect Binya and the others to reach a decision at this time. However, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai had already seen their abilities. Even if he hadn't seen everything they can offer, that doesn't matter. As long as they become his people, then everything was fine. Zhao Hai turned around and then entered his room. He believed that the beastmen would come looking for him. Although the beastmen handled the matter strangely, they wouldn't be able to hold off against the 9 supreme elders for long. They weren't fools. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, they should be looking for him for help. At this time, Laura brought Binya and the others to enter the space. Naturally, the first place they went to was the Ark space. And just like Zhao Hai said, Binya and the others were shown the entirety of the space. They were also shown the state of the 3 races, showing them their current living condition. Binya's group looked at the space with stunned faces. They didn't think that there would be such a mysterious place. This was simply a perfect place. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside his room as he observed the state of the O'Neill family. From time to time, he would switch the display to show the Leo continent. He believed that the foreign race army should have been made aware of their current state. Zhao Hai could see the foreign race's decision by looking at their movement. The foreign race army in the Leo continent didn't move. They didn't attack nor retreat. Instead, they guarded the cities that they had captured and just stayed there. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the foreign races would come and see him. If the foreign races didn't plan to see him, then the army should have retreated. Otherwise, once the 9 supreme elders returned, the army would be over. Now that the army didn't move, this was to say that the foreign races had decided to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. With the current strength of the foreign races, there was only one way they could do this, and it was to ask Zhao Hai for help. For people in Zhao Hai level, fighting against them was no longer a matter of quantity. Even if they were besieged by millions and millions of people, they would still be able to kill all of the enemies. However, one shouldn't forget that the foreign races also had 3 Supreme Elders. If they wanted to constrain the Supreme Elders, then as long as they don't care about casualties, then they should be able to do it. However, the elite troops of the foreign races were now attacking the Leo continent. Entangling the Supreme Elders using an ordinary army wouldn't be a good idea. Not to say about their strength being insufficient, their willpower was also weak. Their training wouldn't be up to par to the point of affecting the entire outcome of any battle. Zhao Hai also believed that even if the 3 patriarchs had small brains, they still wouldn't use this method. They would certainly cooperate with him. This was because using human wave tactics would just cause huge casualties without even a certainty that they would be able to block the 9 Supreme Elders. Also, once the 9 Supreme Elders plans to retaliate in full force, the foreign races would surely be living in a nightmare. On the other hand, if they invite Zhao Hai, then with Zhao Hai's strength, they would surely be able to hold the 9 Supreme Elders back with little to no casualty. Only fools wouldn't know which option to choose. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but rub his blood ghost staff. Presently, the staff only had the Scorpio symbol. He was hoping to see 12 symbols in the future. Several hours passed and Laura returned with Binya's group. After seeing the space, Binya and the others have become more respectful towards Zhao Hai. They had seen the Ark space, the Demon space, the Fishman space, the Goblin space, as well as the Divine space. At the same time, Laura also told them the reason why Zhao Hai couldn't accompany them. It was because if Zhao Hai stays too long inside the space, then he would risk ascending once he goes out. Upon hearing this, Binya and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Although the Divines had been spreading rumors about ascension, they haven't seen anyone ascend before. But now, they heard Zhao Hai's possible ascension. Originally, Zhao Hai planned for Binya and the others to stay in the space for some time. However, Binya had to come out this time because he had something to tell Zhao Hai. The Beastman Patriarch just called and asked about their current location. It seems like the Patriarch was preparing to meet Zhao Hai himself. Because of this, Binya didn't have a choice but to come out of the space. After hearing Binya, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Did you tell them where they can meet us?" Binya nodded and said, "I did. But I didn't tell them our current location. I told the Patriarch that the young master is heading towards the Taurus continent. I believe that they will go there in order to find us." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right. How was your visit to the space? When your family comes, I will arrange a good place for them." Binya smiled and said, "Young master, I'd like us to settle in Wild Dragon Island so that we can offer some help. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Then I'll prepare a place for you there. However, although Wild Dragon Island seems relaxed, we don't want to accommodate idlers. You need to find things that you can contribute towards." Binya nodded and said, "Mr. Can rest assured, our families aren't senior officials or nobles. They couldn't sit well if they do nothing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In fact, you should have already seen that the jobs in the space are just a means to spend time. Even if people didn't go to work, they could still eat and be warm. But if you think about it, working will give people a purpose. Otherwise, they would be no different than a pig." Binya and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai asked, "Do you really want to move your family to the space? If so, I can give you 3 command tokens. After you meet your family, you can use these tokens to open a spatial rift to the space. What do you think?" Binya was stunned for a moment. Then he said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, we have one request." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, tell me." Zhao Hai had a faint guess about their request. After Binya and the others saw the situation inside the space, they should have the inkling to have more people move in. After all, the situation inside the space was very good. And just as Zhao Hai thought, Binya said, "Young master, we want our clansmen to enter the space." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't oppose to having more people move to the space. However, this will offend your patriarchs. Under the current circumstances, I don't want to have a conflict with them. At the very least, I don't want any troubles before dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders." The expression of the trio brightened up as they nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Go and take a rest. You'll have to stay on the ship in the next few days." The three nodded before heading back to their rooms. After waiting for the three to leave, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Hai. The three of them are quite strong. They also some ability to lead. They're quite talented, so they should be good after some training." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really don't care about using them. In fact, there are a lot of talented people like them inside the space. I just want them to help me move the foreign races to the space." Laura nodded. There were now a lot of races inside Zhao Hai's space. There are the people from the Ark continent, the fishmen, and the demons. Almost all of these people were now Zhao Hai's followers. They would agree to Zhao Hai's requests, so there weren't that much need for talented leaders. However, when it came to moving the foreign races to the space, only Binya and the others had the ability to do so. Zhao Hai could also use the undead to snatch people, just like what Zhao Hai did with the divines. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to use that method unless otherwise needed. And just as Binya said, the foreign races began to travel towards the Taurus continent. The Hell King's ship had also changed its route and headed there to wait for the patriarchs. It was good that the Taurus continent wasn't far, and with the Hell King's ship's speed, Zhao Hai arrived at the route to the Taurus continent before long. Then he stopped in place as he waited. Zhao Hai wasn't worried much about waiting for the 9 Supreme Elders. After all, the route from the Leo continent and the foreign race territories was already mapped by him. If the Supreme Elders decided to run, Zhao Hai could quickly catch up. Chapter 955. I have a request. Zhao Hai sat calmly on the ship's deck. There was a small table on the side of his reclining chair with a cup of tea on top of it. Zhao Hai also held a book in his hand. One couldn't help but see him as being unfettered and free. His chair was made from his staff. Zhao Hai felt that sitting this way on the ship's deck would make him look comfortable. This was to let the foreign races know that he wasn't worried too much about their matter. Laura and the others weren't outside. Instead, it was Binya's group who stood beside Zhao Hai. The trio were becoming more and more respectful to Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have a thing as magical as the space. To be honest, they couldn't wait to move their family. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly smiled. The book he was reading was just a book about magical formations. There wasn't anything much about it. The reason why Zhao Hai had this book was just to let the patriarch see that he was reading it. Zhao Hai smiled because he knew that patriarchs had arrived. However, Zhao Hai didn't go out and just lie down on his chair, reading his book. It looks like he wasn't able to notice the visitors that arrived. Before long, a group of people appeared in the sky. Being the representative, Binya turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, they're here." Zhao Hai already had talked to them about what to do in advance. Zhao Hai didn't think about retaliating against the foreign races. There was no need to be spiteful. After all, Zhao Hai still needs to cooperate with them. Before he achieved his goals, then Zhao Hai would have to play nice. As for after that, nobody knows. Zhao Hai placed his book on the small table before looking at the flying foreign races. The group was already quite nearby. Zhao Hai waved his hand, making the Hell King's ship fly upwards to meet the guests. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the foreign races. In front of the group was a lion beastman, then a dwarf was to his left while an elf was to the right. The three leaders were also sizing Zhao Hai up. The two sides didn't speak. After some time, the lion bowed slightly towards Zhao Hai. He looked like an iron rod as he bowed. He looked very stiff. Every move was done very laboriously. It can be said that he just made a light leaning motion as he said, "Beastman Patriarch Solomon has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Compared to the lion, the dwarf was much more polite as he bowed and said, "Dwarf Patriarch Lear has met Mr. Zhao Hai." The elven woman also gave a bow and introduced herself. "Elfjord has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." The elf queen's attitude towards Zhao Hai was better than the beastman but worse than the dwarf. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't figure out which side she was on. Zhao Hai can see how intimate these people felt towards him judging by their attitudes. Zhao Hai had a good feeling about the dwarf patriarch. However, separating them at this time would be impossible. Zhao Hai also gave a bow and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the patriarchs. I didn't expect the three patriarchs to pay me a personal visit. I'll have to invite you to share a few cups with me on the ship." After being invited by Zhao Hai to embark, the three people looked at each other before they nodded. Then the trio descended to the Hell King's ship. While on the ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand, producing 3 additional chairs. After the three were asked to sit down, Laura and the others walked out of their room. On each of their hands were dishes and some wine. Upon seeing this display, the three patriarchs knew that Zhao Hai had been prepared. The patriarchs couldn't help but get stunned. Then the three turned towards where Binya and the others were. Binya just shook his head gently before turning to look at Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai saw their movements. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarchs and smiled. "I'll have to apologize to you three. Before, when I came to the foreign race territory, I left because of a little bit of anger. I regretted my action at that time, and now that the patriarchs came to personally visit, I couldn't help but feel ashamed." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Solomon looked more arrogant, Lyre looked quite ashamed, while Yerd seems unresponsive. However, a glint flashed through her eyes. Zhao Hai immediately knew what was going on upon seeing their reaction. Solomon thought that Zhao Hai admitted defeat, while Lyre thought that Zhao Hai was satirizing them. As for Yerd, Zhao Hai didn't know what she was currently thinking about. Solomon, with his proud expression, looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. came in to help us. We shouldn't have taken things too far. It was only because the 9 Supreme Elders had been very ferocious in their attack that we decided to be extra careful. If Mr. misunderstood, then let this Solomon offer his apologies." Although he said this, Solomon's arrogant expression betrayed his apology. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So the patriarch is just being careful. This Zhao Hai can understand. So why did the patriarchs come and see me today?" A flash of anger appeared in Solomon's eyes. He thought that he had already given Zhao Hai face by his apology. Zhao Hai shouldn't be acting ignorant at this time. However, Solomon was also aware that he couldn't offend Zhao Hai at this moment. Therefore, he could only answer, "The three of us came today to invite Mr. to the foreign race territory in order to cooperate with us in dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders. What does Mr. think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I agree. It'll be great if we can deal with the 9 Supreme Elders. But before I go and fight, I have a request that I'd like the three of you to agree first." The trio looked at each other. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to negotiate with them at this time. Solomon was angry, but he still had to suppress his temper. So he said, "Mister, please tell us." Zhao Hai replied, "It's this, since we will deal with the 9 Supreme Elders, then after we're done, their ultimate weapons would lose their masters. I'm not greedy, so the ultimate weapon would go to the ones who kill their master. Do you agree to this?" The three looked at each other before they all nodded. Although they want to obtain the ultimate weapons, they knew that if they didn't accept Zhao Hai's request, then Zhao Hai wouldn't help them. Because of this, they could only agree to Zhao Hai's condition. However, the three didn't know that this wasn't Zhao Hai's request. His request wasn't this simple, so Zhao Hai continued, "I happen to like researching things. This includes the ultimate weapons. If I'm able to get ultimate weapons in this fight, then I'd like to exchange it with your 3 clans so that I can do my research. This also includes the 3 ultimate weapons of your clan as well as the Scorpio ultimate weapon that I have. After I'm finished with my research, I will give all the ultimate weapons to you guys, including my Scorpio ultimate weapon." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as an ultimate weapon appeared on deck. It was the Scorpio combat suit. Although Zhao Hai's conditions were very awkward, Solomon and the others could understand that Zhao Hai wanted the 13 ultimate weapons to be in his hands. This caused the three to get awkward. However, when they thought about Zhao Hai's later conditions, they couldn't help but feel that it was possible. After all, Zhao Hai was giving up the combat suit that he had. Zhao Hai's possession of the Scorpio combat suit was already known by the 3 patriarchs. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't obtain a combat suit in the upcoming battle, his own combat suit as a condition was already enough. Solomon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If Mr. wants to study the ultimate weapons for a few days, then do you need to have all of them in your hands?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Of course not. I can study them one by one. This also depends on the number of ultimate weapons that I have. If I haven't killed a Divine Supreme Elder, then I can research 1 ultimate weapon at a time. If I have 2 ultimate weapons, then I can research 2 at a time. But no matter how many ultimate weapons I have, my research wouldn't take more than 3 days. What do you think?" No matter which angle Solomon and the others looked at it, this was a profitable trade for them. How could they just let go of this opportunity? The 3 looked at each other before Solomon turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I don't need to lie. You can rest assured. In any case, You could always keep at least 3 ultimate weapons in your hand at all times. What do you need to be afraid of? The 3 nodded simultaneously. Solomon looked at the other 2. Then after seeing their agreeing nod, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Then we'll accept Mister's condition." Zhao Hai nodded. "Alright, then since we have reached an agreement, there's no need to discuss anything more. Let's go and deal with the Supreme Elders. Please have your guards enter the ship so that we can get going." The 3 looked at Zhao Hai before turning their heads to their guards. All in all, their guards numbered 30,000 people. How could all of them fit inside the ship? Wouldn't Zhao Hai's ship sink? Zhao Hai saw their doubtful expressions, but he just smiled and said, "Rest assured, my ship can fit all of us. Just order them to head in." The 3 patriarchs nodded before they waved their hands, commanding their guards to embark on the ship. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 patriarchs, the Hell King's ship acted like a bottomless vessel as it continuously took in all of the 30,000 guards. The 3 curiously inspected the situation of their men only to find out that each guard had their own personal room. This caused the 3 patriarchs to be startled. Chapter 956. If you believe in me, then you will have eternal life. While Solomon and the others were looking at the Hell King's ship, the ship had already departed, and when they headed back out into the deck, they were already close to reaching the Ares continent. When Solomon and the others saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. It seems like they had to reevaluate Zhao Hai's strength. They knew that Zhao Hai was strong, but they weren't able to see it firsthand. Zhao Hai being able to rush towards the Ares continent in such a short time was a testament to his own strength. Zhao Hai stopped right outside the Ares continent. He didn't enter but instead looked at Solomon's group and said, "Patriarchs, where are we heading?" Solomon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's turn and head to the Libra continent." After that, Zhao Hai turned the ship towards the Libra continent and then went straight towards it. The speed of the Hell King's ship had now reached its limit. However, the ship was still very calm, as though it was stationary and only had a few light breezes. This made Solomon and the others more and more impressed. As the ship was traveling, Zhao Hai turned his head to the 3 patriarchs and said, "Patriarchs, I'm not too familiar with the foreign races. Can you help me understand?" The 3 patriarchs looked at each other, and then Solomon and Yerd took a step back, leaving Lear in front. It was clear that they wanted Lear to do the explaining. After Lear saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, "It looks like I will be the one explaining to Mr." Solomon nodded before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we want to rest first. Lear should be able to accommodate you. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded before he turned to Binya and said, "Binya, I'll have to ask you to lead Patriarch Solomon and Queen Yerd to their rooms so that they can take a rest." Binya's group nodded before proceeding to lead Solomon and Yerd to their rooms. Yerd managed to notice that their rooms were one of the better rooms inside the ship. However, there seems to be more of these types of rooms present. After waiting for Solomon and the others to head down the ship, Zhao Hai clapped his hands. Laura and the others immediately offered Zhao Hai some wine. This time, the wine was one of the better wines in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai offered Lear a glass before he held his own and said, "Patriarch Lear, among your group who sought me, only you saw me in a positive light. Let this Zhao Hai offer you a glass." As soon as Lear heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but show his embarrassment. He also thought that Solomon was quite excessive this time. However, he still held his glass up and replied, "Actually, Solomon and Yerd doesn't have any bad intentions. They're just used to acting like this because of their position. I hope that Mr. won't be offended." Zhao Hai pretended to be angry as he said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to deal with the 9 Supreme Elders, then I wouldn't have stomached such attitude." "Alright, there's no need to talk about this. With Patriarch Lear's temperament, I'm certain that we would have a good future together." Lear smiled and replied, "Mr. is really lifting me up. It's my pleasure to be Mr.'s friend. If you need the help of the Dwarven race in the future, then please don't hesitate to tell us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, I feel quite strange. Back in the Ark continent, my relationship with the 3 races is quite good. Whether it be the dwarves, beastmen, or elves, all of them are my friends. However, it seems like the beastmen and the elves of the divine realm aren't looking at me favorably." Lear couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was very clear about why Solomon didn't like Zhao Hai. In Solomon's eyes, Zhao Hai was a destroyer of the established order. He managed to throw off the balance of the divine realm, This caused Solomon to be afraid of him. Zhao Hai was just too strong. With his own strength, he managed to almost destroy the entire divine race. The divines were much stronger than the foreign races, and if Zhao Hai decides to turn on the foreign races, then the foreign races would have a hard time stopping him. It was also for this reason that Elfjord was reluctant to get in contact with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lear's expression and smiled. Actually, I couldn't stay in the divine realm for a long time. I don't belong to this place and I have more matters to attend to. The reason I dealt with the divines was because I wanted the Ark Continent to have vengeance. To be honest, my enmity towards the divines have gone too thin. If I wasn't worried about the 9 Supreme Elders eliminating the foreign races, then I might have left the divine realm a long time ago. Lear looked puzzled at Zhao Hai. Why would Mr. say that? The divines have been greatly damaged. Even if the 9 Supreme Elders retreats, they shouldn't be able to deal with us, right? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, no, it's the opposite. If the Supreme Elders manages to retreat, then your days would be bad. Lear was still puzzled, but before he manages to ask, Zhao Hai continued, the reason why you can block the divines was because the divine race aren't a united group. Instead, they divided themselves into 10 different groups. Each had their own elders and plans for going forward. Because of this, they didn't do their best during their attacks towards the foreign races, and when a group of them attack you, their supreme elders were less than what you have. But this time, the 9 supreme elders are concentrated in the Leo continent. This means that a single divine race group now has more supreme elders than you. As the war progresses, the foreign races would slowly be defeated. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lear couldn't help but stare blankly. He wiped a cold sweat. They haven't thought about this point. After being reminded by Zhao Hai, Lear felt that things are far from being great as they imagined. Zhao Hai looked at Lear and continued, to be honest, dealing with the 9 Supreme Elders wouldn't provide any benefits for me. Back in the Taurus continent, the Supreme Elders wanted to threaten me using the Thunder Clan and the others, and at that time, they realized that if they returned to the Leo continent, then they would have a chance to save the divine race. Because of this, they went to attack you so that you would make your troops retreat. In this case, I am not in the equation anymore. They don't care about me. I don't have to deal with them and I can just leave. But do you know why I didn't leave? No matter what, your races provided me with help in dealing with the divine race. You also sent divine artifacts to your people back in the Ark continent, providing them with great kindness. My relationship with the 3 races in the Ark continent is very good. I'm a crown prince of the beastmen, and a foreign elder to the elves and the dwarves. Because of this, I decided to help you one time in dealing with the divine race. Lear listened quietly to Zhao Hai's words and found out that Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. From looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, he seems to be a kind of person who didn't want to rule the divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't destroy the divine race. Zhao Hai could just leave. He didn't need to care about the muddied waters of the divine realm anymore. Zhao Hai looked at Lear and smiled. Patriarch Lear, you're a patriarch, so you should be familiar with this word. Lear became confused at Zhao Hai's query. So upon hearing Zhao Hai, Lear tilted his head and asked, what word? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and answered, ascension. As soon as Lear heard this, he couldn't help but gawk. Then he said, ascension? Does Mr. want to ascend? As a patriarch, he wasn't a stranger to ascension. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to have thoughts about it. Zhao Hai looked at Lear and said, do you think the divine realm can hold me? Lear stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, right, even the 9 supreme elders couldn't stop you. With your current strength, there's no way for the divine realm to accommodate you. The next step for you would be to ascend. Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, I will ascend after taking care of things in the divine realm. Because of this, I won't be here in the future. Later on, the foreign races wouldn't have anything to do with me. Lear smiled bitterly. He felt unworthy because of Solomon. Solomon was worried that Zhao Hai would replace the position that the divine race held. It seems like Zhao Hai wants to ascend. He simply didn't have anything left to do in the divine realm. Upon thinking up to here, Lear couldn't help but sigh. Then he drank from his wine glass before looking at Zhao Hai and asking, Mister, did you subdue the demon race? Zhao Hai nodded and said, correct. The demons, the people in the Ark continent, as well as the goblins have now become my people. They're currently in a very safe place. Maybe I could even take them with me when I ascend. When Lear heard this, he stared for a moment before he said, bring them when you ascend. How is that possible? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what if I had better things like the Hell King's ship? Lear's eyes lit up, then he said, "Is Mr. telling the truth?" Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "If you believe my words, then it's true. If you don't, then it's false. And if you believe in me, then you will have eternal life. Ha 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 ha." After that, Zhao Hai drank his wine before turning to look at the distant horizon. Lear stood up. His eyes seemed to be filled with passion as he said, "Mister, can you take us along?" Zhao Hai chuckled a bit before answering, "This isn't something that you can decide in a short time. In your case, ruminate on this idea for some time. However, I hope you don't tell Patriarch Solomon and Queen Yurd about this." Chapter 957, Violent Debate. When Lear heard this, he couldn't help but feel regretful. He also knew that things like these weren't something that he could decide alone. At this time, 5 people came out. Solomon had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let this Solomon congratulate you. I didn't think that Mister would want to ascend. I'm really envious." As soon as Lear heard Solomon, he couldn't help but get startled. Then he turned to look at Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai's ascension was only something that the two of them knew. Now it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai gave Lear a smile, making the latter relax. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Solomon and said, "The Patriarch's congratulations are a bit early. I'm not even sure if I can ascend." Solomon smiled and said, "Not early. Not early. The divine realm cannot hold someone like Mr. for too long. Mr. should inform us when you ascend. We need to attend the ceremony. If this Solomon can see someone ascend, then I wouldn't have lived this life in vain." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, if I am about to ascend, then I will inform the Patriarch." Rest assured. When Lear heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Solomon, he couldn't help but think. Then he turned to look at Binya, who stood behind Solomon and Yurd. He now understood that Solomon had called Binya over to his room and asked about Zhao Hai's situation. It should have been Binya who told Solomon about Zhao Hai's ascension. Because of this, Solomon's attitude towards Zhao Hai had changed. However, by listening to Solomon's words, it seems like Binya didn't tell him that Zhao Hai can take people along with him when he ascends. This might be because Binya and the others were unaware of this fact. If Binya didn't know, then there was nothing strange about the current situation. But if they knew but didn't say it, then that could only mean one thing: they had already become Zhao Hai's people. At the thought of this, Lear couldn't help but take another sip of his wine. After placing his wine glass down, he felt shock. He understood that Binya's group had already sided with Zhao Hai. When Lear placed his glass down, he understood the truth. Zhao Hai only gave him a glass to drink, yet Lear already felt close to him. He even felt dissatisfied towards Solomon and Yurd. Binya and the others had been with Zhao Hai for so long, so how could they not be swayed by Zhao Hai's influence? Additionally, with the bait of being taken along when Zhao Hai ascends, it was natural for Binya and the others to submit to Zhao Hai. After figuring this out, Lear couldn't help but take another glance at Zhao Hai, who was currently talking with Solomon. Lear suddenly found Zhao Hai to be terrifying. He seemed to have calculated every step of the way, and even if one knew his purpose, there was still no way to stop him. Zhao Hai would use a person's interest in order to pull them into his circle. As long as he wants something, then he would make sure that everyone would have a share. In this case, even if one knew his plans, they would still find themselves helping him. Was he an ally, or an enemy? What was he? As he thought about the state of the 9 Supreme Elders, Lear couldn't help but shudder. As the Dwarf Patriarch, he had a certain understanding about the Supreme Elders. Upon seeing the appearance of the 9 Supreme Elders, Lear was shocked. If Elder Star and the others didn't use their ultimate weapons, then Lear wouldn't have believed that they were the divine race's supreme elders. And to think that this suffering was caused by Zhao Hai alone. When he thought about this, Lear quickly decided to not be Zhao Hai's enemy. Lear couldn't help but look at Solomon's relaxed expression as he chatted with Zhao Hai. Lear sighed in his heart. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't befriend Solomon and Yurd. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also giving Lear a test. If Lear could keep Zhao Hai's secret, then Zhao Hai might treat him as a friend. If Lear couldn't, then he won't be getting on Zhao Hai's good side. Lear let out a long breath. He held his wine glass towards Zhao Hai and laughed. "Mister, your liquor is really great. I don't know if Mister would agree to giving me some. If I cannot drink this liquor later on, then I'm afraid I would have trouble sleeping." Although this seems to be a simple request for liquor and nothing else, there was a hint of friendliness in those words. If he didn't regard Zhao Hai as a friend, Then how could he ask for Zhao Hai's wine? Who would want to drink a stranger's liquor? Lear talked to Zhao Hai in this manner because he believed that Zhao Hai could understand. Zhao Hai was a smart man, and just as Lear thought, Zhao Hai's smile became wider. He turned to Lear and laughed. If the patriarch likes my wine, then I will definitely give you some. This is not a big deal. Solomon and Yerd didn't suspect anything. They were aware that dwarves were famed for their love of liquor. Additionally, Lear had always been acting positively towards Zhao Hai, so asking for liquor was not strange. At this time, a continent appeared on the horizon. The continent gave one a heavy earthly feeling. Lear stood up and pointed to the continent and then said, "Mister, that is the Libra continent where the dwarves live. It is the place with the richest deposit of minerals in the divine realm. The reason why the 9 supreme elders attacked us was because almost all of the weapons used by the beastmen and the elves were made by us. As long as they deal with us, then they would find it easier to deal with the other 2 races." Solomon and Yerd didn't find fault in Lear's words. This was because Lear was right. The 3 foreign races were interdependent on each other. The elves mainly supplied food, the dwarves supply the weapons, and the beastmen provide mounts and armor. This way, the 3 races were closely related. However, the dwarves were a bit more important. This was because both the dwarves and the beastmen were already mostly self-sufficient on food. As for armors, god-rank experts rarely find any uses for them. On the other hand, weapons were indispensable for any expert. Good weapons would allow someone to fight stronger enemies. Because of this, the divines always attacked the dwarves first. But since the other 2 races were quite close, they were able to support the dwarves. This allowed the dwarves to stay safe for a long time. Zhao Hai nodded. Dwarven weapons are indeed very good. Back in the Ark continent, I had a lot of interactions with the dwarves. At that time, the 3 foreign races were being ostracized by the Radiant Church. There basically isn't any easy way to come in contact with them. In the end, I was able to make good business. I would trade for the beastmen race's milk wine with dwarven weapons. I also use elven artware to trade for goods with the humans. Then I use what I earn to buy living commodities for the beastmen and the dwarves. Hee. Upon hearing this, Lear and the other gawked. They didn't have much information about Zhao Hai's life back in the Ark continent. Now that Zhao Hai revealed his experiences, they couldn't help but feel that Zhao Hai was a merchant. The trio looked at Zhao Hai with confused expressions. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The patriarchs aren't thinking incorrectly. I am indeed a human merchant, a very good one. Not only did I do business with the humans, I also traded with the beastmen, the dwarves, the elves, the fishmen, basically almost everyone in the Ark continent. Of course there are exceptions. I didn't trade with the Radiant Church. Since I am a dark mage, they would immediately want to burn me on sight. I also didn't trade with the dragons since they are the dogs of the divine race. And finally, I didn't trade with the magic beasts. They really didn't have anything that I want." Lear and the others just smiled. They were now more curious about Zhao Hai's life back in the Ark continent. How could a merchant have such a status? How did he manage to acquire his current strength? As they were thinking, the ship had entered the Libra continent. Zhao Hai calmly looked around the place. However, it seems like there were no fighting going on. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn to Lear and asked, "Where are the 9 supreme elders? Aren't they here?" Lear smiled bitterly and answered, "They're here. But us dwarves live just like our people back in the Ark continent, in caves. After the 9 supreme elders came here, they already destroyed several of our settlements. Because they were caves, we couldn't see any signs here in the surface." After that, Solomon interjected, "They never did this before. The divine supreme elders are very arrogant. In the past, they greatly disdained going underground. However, they broke the norm this time. They engaged in guerrilla warfare with us inside the caves. Because of this, most of the fights happen underground." Zhao Hai nodded. "They have no other way. This time, they only came with 9 people. They don't want to waste too much energy, so the best way they can go forward is to just kill people." The group nodded. The means of combat used by the 9 supreme elders had greatly changed. It seems like they really suffered a huge loss under Zhao Hai. At this time, a mountain in the distance suddenly exploded. Then several humanoid forms came out. Zhao Hai saw this and immediately said, "It's the supreme elders." "Patriarchs, I will have to evict you from the ship. I won't have time to take care of you when the fight starts." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Solomon's group immediately got ejected from the ship. as did Binya's group and the 30,000 guards. Nobody knew how they managed to get out of the ship. While they were dumbfounded, Zhao Hai already threw himself towards the battlefield. Naturally, the two sides who were fighting had noticed Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai, the three foreign race supreme elders couldn't help but smile. They were being besieged by Elder Star and the others. Now that Zhao Hai was here, he might be able to save them. At the same time, when Elder Star and the others saw Zhao Hai, their expressions also turned happy. Then their faces turned serious before reforming in preparation for fighting Zhao Hai. However, the three foreign race supreme elders actually separated from the fight. They turned away from Elder Star and the others, but they didn't go near Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but criticize them. The three supreme elders were too stupid. In face of an enemy, they actually acted like this. Were they making it clear that they weren't in the same side as him? This point could be used against them. And just as Zhao Hai thought, when Elder Star saw the reaction of the foreign supreme elders, his eyes flashed. Then he turned calm, but he had a hint of joy in his expression. Zhao Hai slowed his ship down as he stopped about 100 meters away from Elder Star's group. Meanwhile, the three supreme elders placed themselves on the left side of the divines. This caused the parties to form a triangle. Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai with eyes full of hatred as he said, "Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would actually appear here. For a black-hearted person like you actually came to help the foreign races. I couldn't help but be surprised. You just watched as the entire Thunder Clan got exterminated. So why did you come here to help the foreign races?" Elder Star's words were nothing less than poisonous. This was simply telling the foreign races that Zhao Hai was a cruel person. He just stayed still as the Thunder Clan was exterminated by Elder Star's group. He didn't offer any help. Now that Zhao Hai came here to assist, he surely has some sinister plot going on. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Star and smiled. "You know that I can't beat you, so why would I run into your trap back then? Do you think I'm stupid?" But now, the situation is different. Along with the three foreign supreme elders, I have confidence in keeping you here. In a few days, you would be the remaining divines in the divine realm. After that, the divine realm would belong to the foreign races. A sharp tongue. This was a true sharp tongue. Elder Star used words in order to put a wedge on Zhao Hai's relationship with the foreign races. At the same time, Zhao Hai also used words in order to convince the foreign races to deal with Elder Star's group. Only then could the foreign races gain complete freedom in the divine realm. Elder Star's mouth turned into a sneer as he said, "Is it? If you deal with us, then wouldn't the divine realm belong to you?" Elder Star wasn't easy to deal with. He launched another verbal blow. Chapter 958, Fierce Battle. Zhao Hai could understand Elder Star's purpose. Elder Star wanted to remind the foreign races that if Zhao Hai could deal with the divines, then he could also deal with the foreign races. Checks and balances was a method used by leaders. Almost everyone used it. If a leader couldn't use checks and balances, then it would be impossible for him to be a great leader. 1. Elder Star was the Central Continent's supreme elder, so he was very familiar with this system. Naturally, he also knew how to use it. Sure enough, after Elder Star said this, the three foreign race supreme elders didn't look great as they turned to Zhao Hai. It's very obvious that they realized Elder Star's thought a long time ago. Otherwise, they would have went to Zhao Hai after seeing him. Instead, they chose to maintain a safe distance away. After seeing the reaction of the foreign race elders, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he turned to look at Elder Star and said, "Elder Star doesn't have to worry about this. I already discussed this matter with the foreign race patriarchs. After I deal with your group, I will then leave the divine realm." The patriarchs also knew the reason why I have to leave. Zhao Hai's words towards Elder Star made the three supreme elders feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the three supreme elders and said, "If you lose the opportunity to deal with them, then you will never have the upper hand. I will leave the divine realm in the future, and when the time comes, only the three of you will be left to deal with the 9 supreme elders." When the three supreme elders heard Zhao Hai, their complexion couldn't help but change. To be honest, Zhao Hai's words hit them in their greatest weak spot. Zhao Hai's threat was just a possibility. It was still left to be proven. After all, Zhao Hai was their ally at this time. If Zhao Hai left, then the entire divine realm would be left to the foreign races and the remnant group of the divine race. However, the divines were the enemies of the foreign races. They were hostile towards each other for tens of thousands of years. Their hatred had already penetrated their bones. If the foreign races didn't use this opportunity, then the foreign races would have to be left to deal with the divines all on their own when Zhao Hai leaves. When Elder Star heard this, he knew that his side of the debate was not doing well. His eyes narrowed as he gave his command, "Let's begin." Along with his voice, he also activated his star disk. The star disk moved in Elder Star's hand. It rotated quickly as it launched lights in all directions. After that, Zhao Hai felt a change in the surroundings. Then he was met with a starry sky. Zhao Hai didn't panic as he observed the situation around him. The distant sky had constellations floating around. What made Zhao Hai strange was the fact that the star disk seemed to have much more constellations than he expected. After looking at these extra constellations, Zhao Hai understood that they belonged to the foreign races. It was the Aries constellation, Libra constellation, and the Virgo constellation. Zhao Hai didn't know if it was his imagination or not, but the three constellations seemed to be quite gray. The three combat suits also seemed to be struggling. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder Star, I didn't expect you to use this move. However, this didn't work the last time. Did you forget? I have broken this before." After Zhao Hai said that, he moved his hand as the Tao Lotus went to the sun where the star disk was. With Zhao Hai's power as well as the Tao Lotus strength, a loud bang was heard before the illusion in the sky disappeared. But although the illusion had disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered the situation was still not very good. The three supreme elders of the foreign races seemed to be under Elder Star's control. They were standing there, motionless, but their bodies seemed to be gently shaking. Zhao Hai knew that the three supreme elders were fighting against Elder Star's control. They were currently in the process of breaking loose. But before that, Zhao Hai had to face the 9 supreme elders alone. Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Zhao Hai, coming here is your biggest mistake. Now that the 3 of them are restrained by me, you will have to face us all alone. Let's see what you can do now." Zhao Hai just gave a faint smile as he said, "What, do you think I'm afraid of you?" After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a red scorpion went out of his staff. The scorpion shook its body before it threw itself towards the supreme elders. The supreme elders' expressions changed. Naturally, they could recognize that this was the Scorpio clan's ultimate weapon. They didn't dare to underestimate it, so Gold then went forward in order to fight the scorpion. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention towards Gold Ben. Instead, he had the Hell King's ship fly towards Elder Star. However, the other supreme elders besides Elder Star went forward to stop him. At this time, Zhao Hai sent Laura and the others to the space. Then he reduced the ship's size and handed its control over to Care. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai wielded his staff as he went to attack the Leo Supreme Elder. The staff in his hand turned into a sledgehammer before it slammed towards the Leo Supreme Elder. The Pisces Supreme Elder, Mingda, as well as the Cancer Supreme Elder, Jiu, came to assist. As the group clashed, a dogfight immediately occurred. However, since Zhao Hai wasn't able to use his full strength, he was pushed to the defensive side. But he wasn't in any real danger. Meanwhile, Elder Star closed his eyes. His head was sweating. He was trying his hardest to suppress the 3 supreme elders as long as possible. The 3 supreme elders have forgotten that Elder Star's star disk was able to suppress them. The reason why Elder Star didn't use this earlier was because using the star disk in this manner wasn't an easy task. It would require immense energy from Elder Star. It would also have some side effects. The 13 ultimate weapons were a set. If they were used to face an enemy, then they were naturally very powerful. However, if you have them fight each other, then it would cost a lot. It was just like having a person fight his right hand using his left. The one who would be injured would be the man himself. Solomon and the others observed the fight in the distance. They couldn't help but feel that the battle was too terrifying. Although the fighting was in the sky, hills around the Supreme Elders and Zhao Hai were being destroyed while mountains were swaying violently. At the same time, ripples in the firmament could be clearly seen. Solomon and the others felt that the skies were being twisted. At this moment, Gold Ben was fighting with the Red Scorpion. The Hell King's ship was also able to tie 4 Supreme Elders down, and Zhao Hai was fighting 3 Supreme Elders. Zhao Hai's opponents were exerting their full force. They knew that as long as they eliminate Zhao Hai, the Hell King's ship would turn useless. However, Zhao Hai wasn't easily dealt with. Although Jiu's group had the upper hand, Zhao Hai was still able to counterattack. At the very least, self-preservation was possible for Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai's body had turned into its crystal form. His magic staff was ever-changing. In any moment, it would turn into a weapon, and the next moment it would become two weapons. Even after being besieged by three people, Zhao Hai was still far from defeat. Jiyu and the others couldn't help but worry. They knew that it was impossible to hold off the three Supreme Elders for a long time. If they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai soon, then when the three Supreme Elders gets loose, the state of the battle would be flipped over. Jiyu and the others didn't know how fierce Zhao Hai was. Now, they finally understood that they had underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was just too strong. Time passed by and Jiyu's group were getting more and more worried. Elder Star was also sweating more and more. At the same time, the three Supreme Elders were shaking more violently. It was at this moment that Zhao Hai felt something strange. Although he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't worried. He wasn't even injured. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still able to observe the current state of the battlefield. Although the Hell King's ship had tied 4 Supreme Elders, these Supreme Elders weren't really incapable of leaving the battle. As long as 3 of them stopped the ship, the other one could just leave for a moment and deal with the 3 Supreme Elders. This would eliminate Elder Star's troubles. However, why haven't they done this? Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of something that he'd like to try. He immediately contacted Care using his mind. When Care heard Zhao Hai, she immediately complied. While Jiyu and the others were heavily engaged with Zhao Hai, a group of undead suddenly appeared near Elder Star. Upon seeing this, Jiyu and the others weren't afraid. Instead they looked at Zhao Hai with ridicule. They thought that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with Elder Star using these undead. However, what the undead did next startled them. The undead didn't deal with Elder Star. Instead, they turned around and threw themselves towards the 3 Supreme Elders. Upon seeing this, the complexion on Jiyu and the others' faces changed. However, they knew that they wouldn't be able to stop the undead. The undead established their domain and attacked the foreign race Supreme Elders. When Solomon and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be confused. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai would attack their Supreme Elders at this time. But much to their surprise, when the undead attacked the foreign race Supreme Elders, a loud bang was heard. The bodies of the foreign race Supreme Elders shook as they opened their eyes slowly. Meanwhile, Elder Star's body shook before he vomited blood. This made Solomon and the others even more shocked. They couldn't understand what just happened. At this moment, Zhao Hai laughed wildly. 1. The system of checks and balances in government was developed to ensure that no one branch of government would become too powerful. Chapter 959, Elaborate Sneak Attack. Zhao Hai laughed as he looked at Jiyu. I never understood why you didn't attack the foreign race Supreme Elders despite being able to suppress them. If Elder Star can suppress them for a long time, then the 3 Supreme Elders wouldn't have survived up to this time. As it turns out, attacking them would actually break the suppression. Ha 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 ha. 3 Elders, come help me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the 3 foreign race Supreme Elders couldn't help but laugh as well. The Beastman Supreme Elder smiled and said, Mr. Zhao Hai is really extraordinary. You were still able to see through this despite being besieged at all sides. Great. You too, let's go. After he said that, he rushed towards Elder Star. Meanwhile the 2 other Supreme Elders flew towards Gold Ben, evidently planning to deal with him first. After seeing the situation, Gold Ben couldn't help but fluster. His figure moved as he went towards the group fighting the Hell King's ship. Using their collective strength, they were hoping to destroy the ship, the Scorpion, as well as the 2 foreign race Supreme Elders. At this time, Elder Star also moved and decided to join the battle. Naturally, the Beastman Supreme Elder adjusted his course in order to clash with Elder Star. When Zhao Hai saw this, his complexion slightly changed. He could understand what the 3 Supreme Elders wanted to do. It might seem like they weren't doing anything wrong and that they just decided to focus the enemies in one point. However, Zhao Hai knew that there was something hidden underneath, and this thing was the foreign elders' plan to use the 9 Supreme Elders to cause damage to Zhao Hai. This way, when they win against the Divines, Zhao Hai wouldn't become another threat. But even if the 3 Supreme Elders had this plan in mind, Zhao Hai had already been alert from the very beginning. He wouldn't place himself in danger, so instead of having the Scorpion join the large battle, he had it regroup with himself. With the Scorpion assisting him, the pressure on Zhao Hai became lighter. When the pressure on his lightened up, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he strengthened his power. And with the weapons in his hands always changing forms, Jiyu's group began to be pushed back. When Elder Star's group saw this situation, their expression couldn't help but change. However, they had no cards left to play. According to the situation, Elder Star and the others should have been on the defensive. After all, The Hell King's ship could already block 4. With the addition of the 3 Supreme Elders, the number advantage should have been flipped. However, this wasn't the case. Because of Elder Star's participation, the strength of the Divine Supreme Elders have been strengthened. If not for the Hell King's ship, the 3 foreign race Supreme Elders should have already been in a dangerous position. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he strengthened his offensive and placed more pressure on Jiyu's group. Jiyu's group began to be overwhelmed by Zhao Hai. This caused Jiyu to become more and more angry. They desperately attacked, but their disadvantage couldn't be compensated by just mere effort. They were in a complete disadvantage. Every 10 attacks made by Zhao Hai, they could only make 2. When Jiyu's group began to be completely overwhelmed, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Zhao Hai reappeared behind the Pisces Supreme Elder. Hai's staff transformed into a huge sledgehammer before hitting the Elder's back. Mingdasir was currently fighting against the giant scorpion. Although the scorpion's attack wasn't weak, it wasn't a threat towards him. Moreover, he also knew that Zhao Hai was being entangled by Jiyu, so he was safe for the moment. Because of this, he relaxed his body for a bit. But who would have thought that Zhao Hai would suddenly appear behind him? Mingdasir suddenly felt an immense force strike his back. Although his muscles vibrated in order to mitigate the damage, he could still feel the damage done. The hammer cracked his bones. After that, Mingdasir felt his internal organs being assaulted. He never expected that Zhao Hai's attack would reach this magnitude. Mingdasir's internal organs were smashed. Then as he spurted out blood, the scorpion's tail suddenly came and pierced his throat. After hitting Mingdasir with his hammer, Zhao Hai immediately vanished. Then he reappeared near Jiyu. Zhao Hai's move surprised everyone. They didn't expect that while being in the middle of a fight, Zhao Hai still managed to sneak attack Mingdasir. While everyone was stunned, Zhao Hai had already succeeded. Mingdasir died in the hands of Zhao Hai. It was also at this time that the scorpion returned to Zhao Hai's side. Jiyu roared in anger as he went all out against Zhao Hai. Jiyu was using his own life force to attack. Zhao Hai could only parry. He didn't have the chance to hit back for some time. At this moment, the scorpion went to attack once again. Meanwhile, Mingdasir's body disappeared into a spatial rift. The scorpion's next target was the Liu clan's Supreme Elder. Jiyu kept desperately attacking Zhao Hai. Anyone would know that this wouldn't be kept for long. However, not everyone noticed that Jiyu was slowly pushing Zhao Hai towards the Hell King's ship. As Zhao Hai got closer and closer to the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly stopped midair. He didn't retreat and instead turned his magic staff into a rapier as he sent a strike towards Jiyu's throat. But at the same time, Jiyu also sent a punch towards Zhao Hai's chest. This exchange looked life-threatening. If Zhao Hai continued his rapier's attack, then he would be hit in his chest. In this case, Zhao Hai should be taking his rapier back. However, he didn't do it. Zhao Hai's rapier proceeded to strike, not caring even a bit about Jiyu's punch. Jiyu's eyes couldn't help but show panic. His current actions were actually a gamble. He bet that with Zhao Hai at the winning side, then he wouldn't go all out. Because of this, he pretended to be desperate. However, it seems like he bet wrongly. The reason why Jiyu was acting desperately was because he wanted Zhao Hai to be pushed towards Elder Star's group. This way, everyone could group up to kill Zhao Hai. The timing of Zhao Hai's attack was very good. It was too late for Jiyu to withdraw right now. Jiyu could only watch as his throat was pierced by Zhao Hai. When he saw this, Jiyu couldn't help but go truly all out. Although he couldn't change the course of his fist, he still did his best to dodge Zhao Hai's rapier. However, Jiyu forgot that Zhao Hai's weapons can transform. Just as Jiyu dodged the rapier suddenly turned into a shovel, transforming the strike into a slash. Although Jiyu can manage to dodge the strike, he couldn't evade the slash. Jiyu's head met the shovel and was cut down. And since everything happened too fast, Jiyu's fist still managed to hit Zhao Hai's shoulder. However, the force was just too small. But even if the punch was weak, Zhao Hai was still pushed towards Elder Star and the others. Elder Star and the others already noted Jiyu's situation. After seeing Jiyu push Zhao Hai towards them, they immediately knew what Jiyu was planning. Because of this, Elder Star and the others were already prepared to deal with Zhao Hai. However, who would have thought that Zhao Hai had already calculated Jiyu's plan? Although he noticed Jiyu pushing him towards Elder Star, he still pretended to be unaware. In fact, he was just waiting for an opportunity. Zhao Hai's shovel hit Jiyu in the head, and at the same time, Zhao Hai was also pushed towards Elder Star's group. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the divines turned red. Then Goldbin and two other supreme elders immediately moved and attacked the back of Zhao Hai. But at this moment, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly vanished. This time, Zhao Hai reappeared behind the Leo Supreme Elder who was currently fighting against the scorpion. Zhao Hai turned his staff into a rapier once more and attacked the Leo Supreme Elder's head. With his previous momentum still preserved and the fact that Zhao Hai appeared close by, the rapier didn't take too long before it punctured through the Leo Supreme Elder's brain. At the same time, the scorpion used this opportunity to sever the Leo Supreme Elder's head using its pincers. Then Zhao Hai's figure drew back along with the scorpion. After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Leo Supreme Elder's body and combat suit vanished in midair. Zhao Hai also did the same to Jiyu's corpse. Meanwhile, the scorpion went forward in order to join the battle on Elder Star's side. Elder Star and the others stared. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to kill three of them in a short time. This caused their eyes to turn even more red. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them an opportunity to stare. His figure moved as he joined the large fight. This caused Elder Star's side to be completely pushed back. There simply wasn't an opportunity for them to flip the situation over. A sense of despair flashed through Elder Star's eyes. Then he stopped in midair before turning his head to Zhao Hai and spoke. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop. I have some words to say." Zhao Hai stopped along with the Hell King's ship and the scorpion. Upon seeing the situation, the three foreign race Supreme Elders stopped as well along with the rest of the Divine Supreme Elders. All of them were looking at Elder Star, waiting for his words to be spoken. Chapter 960. The biggest benefit is yours. Elder Star looked at Zhao Hai as he smiled bitterly and said, "Zhao Hai, I have to recognize that the biggest mistake the Divines has made was to become your enemy. You are indeed very strong." Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. He smiled towards Elder Star and replied, "I'll have to thank the Elder for the recognition. However, I still won't let you off." Elder Star forced a smile and said, "I'm not counting on you letting us go. However, I hope that you can agree to a request. As long as you comply, all of us will kill ourselves in front of you. None of us will rebel." Zhao Hai looked into Elder Star and said, "Then please tell me your request." Elder Star replied, "In this situation, we already don't plan on going out alive. However, if you don't agree, we will go all out. I believe that one or two of us would be able to escape. Those who would escape wouldn't seek revenge against you. Instead, they will kill everyone in the divine realm, no matter civilian or experts. When that time comes, it would be a headache for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It truly will." "Tell me your request." Elder Star took a deep breath and said, "I hope that you can assure us that the divines would survive. Leave a few divines alive. Don't kill them all." Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He didn't expect this to be Elder Star's request. He thought about it and said, "All right, I agree. Although this Zhao Hai is ruthless towards his enemies, I can still keep my words. To be honest, there's no point in lying to a few dead people." Elder Star nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. I hope you can keep your promise." After that, Elder Star vomited blood before any signs of life vanished from his eyes. When the other Divine Supreme Elders saw Elder Star's action, they didn't hesitate and did the same. Every one of them vomited blood before falling down from the sky. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took the corpses of the Supreme Elders to the Hell King's ship's deck. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "No matter what, you are heroes of your race." After that, Zhao Hai made the Hell King's ship fly towards where Solomon and the others were. At this time, the foreign race's Supreme Elders were Aladri beside their race's patriarchs. Zhao Hai glanced at the group before turning his head to Solomon. "Patriarch Solomon, as you have seen, I will be taking the ultimate weapons with me. 3 days later, I will give them all to you. When the time comes, I hope that you can give me the ultimate weapons of your races." Solomon knew that the elimination of the divine race's Supreme Elders was all because of Zhao Hai, so he nodded and said, "All right, we will certainly comply." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the Hell King's ship vanished in midair. A while after Zhao Hai vanished, the three foreign race Supreme Elders turned to Solomon and asked, "Solomon, what is this all about? Why would you hand the ultimate weapons of the three races over?" Solomon proceeded to explain the prearranged condition. Naturally, he emphasized the fact that Zhao Hai would give them all 13 ultimate weapons in the end. The three Supreme Elders gawked, but they didn't oppose to Solomon's acceptance of Zhao Hai's condition. Accepting Zhao Hai's request would give them 13 ultimate weapons. On the other hand, if they don't accept, then they would develop a hatred towards Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai decides to deal with them, then they would certainly find it hard to resist. At this time, Zhao Hai sent the combat suits to the space. Along with the props, Zhao Hai also acquired 8 more combat suit seeds. Then suddenly, the star disk made Zhao Hai stunned. This was because the star disk's prompt was different compared to the combat suits. The prompt for the star disk went like this: Special group plate detected. This formation disk can be used alongside the 7-star heaven lock disk. Formation is incomplete. Upon completing the formation, the host would find a pleasant surprise. Hoping for the host to complete the formation as soon as possible, unexpectedly, the star disk didn't produce a seed. Zhao Hai was stuck with what to do. When the time comes, if he couldn't hand the star disk over, wouldn't Solomon and the others become angry? However, Zhao Hai changed his thoughts about this matter. Even if he didn't hand the star disk to Solomon and the others, what can they do about it? Can they beat Zhao Hai with their current strength? At the thought of this, Zhao Hai relaxed. However, he didn't immediately combine the star disk with the 7-star heaven lock. At the same time, Zhao Hai also commanded Kair to plant the 8 combat suit seeds. These seeds would take less than 3 days to mature. However, Zhao Hai still allocated 3 days in the agreement in order to provide himself with some allowance. On the other hand, the original combat suits had integrated themselves into the Blood Ghost staff. Now, the staff has 8 additional constellations. At the same time, 8 huge beasts were added to Zhao Hai's staff. These beasts were quite special. All of them had the appearance of a scorpion but with little differences here and there. Their abilities weren't the same as well. What made Zhao Hai puzzled was the fact that all of them turned into scorpions. Shouldn't they transform into the form of their constellations? After asking the space, Zhao Hai understood that the 12 beasts could change form at will. But since the most powerful form for them at this time was a scorpion, all of them adapted to this image. If Zhao Hai wanted, they could transform into any constellation he wants to. Zhao Hai immediately had them change their form. Before long, they all became their own figures. Zhao Hai asked the space about why the scorpion had the most powerful form. The response made Zhao Hai unsure whether he should laugh or cry. It went like this: when Zhao Hai took in the Capricorn combat suit, the space could have turned its form into a goat. But since a goat was a herbivorous creature and wasn't suitable for slaughter, the space went according the laws of the 12 combat suits and turned the Capricorn combat suit into a scorpion. This was because scorpions not only have 2 pincers, they also have an attacking tail. At the same time, they could also use their mouths and even their feet to attack the enemy. Lastly, of all the animals, the scorpion's carapace provided it with a good defense. Because of this, the space went for the battle-ready scorpion form. Naturally, scorpions weren't this flexible. It would be impossible for their tails to be like whips. However, the space still deemed its form appropriate, so the space turned all of the combat suits into scorpions. Zhao Hai hadn't thought about this before, so he only reacted upon seeing them now. However, this was still good news for Zhao Hai. With all these combat suits, Zhao Hai would have more means to attack, and with the combat suits' diverse forms, they would have more methods of attack. With all of these in hand, of course Zhao Hai would be glad. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. 3 days later, Zhao Hai appeared in the skies of the Libra continent. Solomon and the others were already waiting there for him. Zhao Hai waved his hand as 9 ultimate weapons appeared in front of Solomon and the others. Naturally, these combat suits were made from the seeds in the space. The original combat suits had integrated themselves to Zhao Hai's staff. However, this didn't mean that the seed combat suits were much worse compared to the original. These suits might not be stronger than the original, but they were now free from the star disk's control. Also, the problems of energy consumption and other shortcomings of the original combat suits had been fixed. Of course, only the original combat suits could combine with the Blood Ghost staff and transform into different forms at will. However, the foreign races didn't need to know about this. Zhao Hai handed the 9 combat suits to Solomon before he said, "Patriarch Solomon, I'm afraid I would have to be unfair to you." The complexion on the faces of Solomon and the others changed. Every one of them began to feel anxious. They think that Zhao Hai wanted to snatch the combat suits of their supreme elders. Upon seeing their expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Patriarch Solomon, there's no need to be anxious. I'm not here to steal the ultimate weapons, but I do have something to tell you. I finished researching these ultimate weapons. However, a mishap occurred when I began to study the Star Disk. I didn't expect the Star Disk to combine with my Hell King's ship. You should know that I snatched my ship from the Divine Race's deity. My understanding of the ship is extremely limited. I didn't think that the Star Disk would fuse with the ship. So now, I cannot take the Star Disk out. I hope that the patriarchs could forgive me. After hearing this, Solomon and the others relaxed. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai didn't give them the Star Disk and a couple of ultimate weapons, they could still accept it. After all, they were profiting big in this exchange. Solomon looked at the others and saw their expressions loosen. Solomon became relieved as he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, there's no need to apologize. Since this is the case, then Mister can have the Star Discs. Elders, please give Mister your ultimate weapons." The three Supreme Elders didn't say anything as they took their combat suits off and handed them over to Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave the 9 combat suits to the Supreme Elders. Zhao Hai didn't take the 3 combat suits immediately. Instead, he looked at the 3 elders and said, "Elders, I made some modifications on the 9 combat suits. I hope that you can try them on and tell me what you think. If you like it, then I will be taking these 3 ultimate weapons. If you don't, then I will just leave them behind." When the 3 elders heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. But after a moment, they chose a combat suit and proceeded to wear it. They had used combat suits for a long time. Although they had traded their combat suits, they didn't feel anything strange. Combat suits don't recognize masters. Because of this, the elders just equipped the ultimate weapons. Upon wearing the combat suits, the elders immediately felt the differences. In the past, whenever they wear their ultimate weapons, even if it increases their strength, they could still feel a constricting feeling. This made it impossible for them to use the combat suits for a long period of time. But now, these combat suits didn't have this feeling. Instead, they were very comfortable. Moreover, the power that they can exert right now was not much less compared to before. The 3 elders felt that this might be an illusion, so they tried other combat suits and even compared notes. In the end, the result was the same. This made the elders feel relieved. Also, as the 3 looked at the combat suits, they discovered that they were shiny as though they were new. There wasn't even a small dent seen. It was surprising. One must know that ultimate weapons were around for who knows how many years. The ultimate weapons would surely be damaged along the way. However, these combat suits were flawless. It seems like Zhao Hai fixed them. The 3 elders looked at each other and saw the surprise on each other's eyes. Then the 3 bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, there's no need to worry about it. They're very comfortable to wear and it seems like Mr. even repaired them. We need to thank Mr. for this." Solomon and the others were looking anxiously at the 3 elders. After hearing the elders, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Then they looked at Zhao Hai differently while also feeling some guilt. Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "It's good that the elders liked them. To be honest, my research on these combat suits didn't take too much time. However, it took a lot of effort to repair them. Fortunately, nothing went wrong in the repair. This shall be my gift to the foreign races. Everyone, I'll be taking these 3 suits. After 3 days, I will come back here and return them to you. You can rest assured." After he said that, Zhao Hai brought his Hell King's ship and vanished from the Libra continent. When Zhao Hai reappeared on the Taurus continent, Laura and the others came out. Plastered on their faces were huge smiles. Upon looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get puzzled as he asked, "What happened? Why are you all smiling?" Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, your methods are too great. Although biggest benefit is yours, it was still them who had to give thanks. You haven't noticed, but even Solomon and the others were looking gratefully towards you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this isn't considered as me taking advantage of them. Although they can use the original ultimate weapons, it would still be a waste. Those ultimate weapons are much more useful in my possession. In their hands, the ultimate weapons would just be like sledgehammers being wielded by 3-year-olds. At that age, the most they could use are wooden swords. The combat suits produced by the space is more suited for them." Not only was the burden removed, their effective strength was also further improved. Laura smiled and said, "In any case, you gained advantages this time. Brother Hai, didn't the space say that a reward would be given when the collection is complete? Quick, let's see what that reward is." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'm quite curious as well. This isn't the first time that the space produced mysterious things, but every time we gained a lot. This time, I wonder what benefits we could get." Then after saying that, Zhao Hai sent the combat suits to the space. Chapter 961, Huge Level Ups. As soon as the 3 remaining combat suits were sent to the space, a prompt was immediately heard: 12 constellations combat suits Libra, Aries, and Virgo detected. The 12 constellations combat suits are now complete. Zhao Hai also took out the star disk and threw it into the space. Another prompt came: special use map formation discovered. Formation disk is known as star disk. Formation can be used along with weapons and other materials in order to make it more powerful. Host can combine the star disk to the 7-star Heavenlock and the Hell King's ship. This will allow the Hell King's ship to use the strength of the stars as well as break every formation that is related to constellations. Host can now also unite the Tao Lotus with the Hell King's ship, further strengthening the ship. This will allow the ship to use the strength of the myriad worlds and break all kinds of formations. Finally, the host can combine the Hell King's ship with the Blood Ghost Staff. The Hell King's ship wouldn't only exist as a plate, its form can also be changed at will. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhao Hai felt great happiness. He didn't expect that things would be this good. However, this great event was still far from ending. The space continued to speak. Since the star disk contains the power of the stars, the space has gained stars. Everywhere in the space now has stars in the sky, complementing the space. Space levels up to 100 and has met the requirements for becoming a low-grade cultivation space. Host can now purchase 50 ordinary backgrounds and 10 low-grade cultivation backgrounds. Universal Scanner and Universal Processing Machine has reached intermediate standard, allowing for the analysis and manufacturing of low-level cultivation items. Host can now assign a region to be an accelerated place. Presently, Host can accelerate a region's time by 10 times. Note: it can also make plants mature quickly, but they would have more years to their record. The special region is good for growing natural treasures. Host may also use the region to cultivate. 10 years of cultivation inside the region would be the same as 1 year of cultivation outside. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. He didn't think that the space would become this powerful. It rose to level 100 and became a low-grade cultivation space. For Zhao Hai, this was an absolutely good thing. This was especially true for the time acceleration function. It had great uses for him. At this moment, there were plenty of things inside the space that can develop to become heavenly treasures. Unfortunately, these things needed a lot of years in order to grow. Now that the ability to dilate time had come, the time needed to cultivate these things had reduced by a lot. However, that still wasn't the end. After the previous prompt ended, another one came. Since the star disk is an item with stellar energy, special high-level cultivation method has been provided. Myriad stellar transformation secret art acquired. Cultivation method is divided into 3 aspects: attack, defense, and auxiliary methods. Once host combines the Tao Lotus with the star disk, the Myriad Stellar Transformations art will evolve into Myriad Stellar Transformations Yin-Yang art. Asking host for permission in order to fuse the Tao Lotus and the star disk, Zhao Hai laughed even louder. He was too happy. This special reward came unexpected. For Zhao Hai, being able to acquire a cultivation method was too important. Zhao Hai quickly agreed. Combine everything. Care. Go and see if the scanner and the processing machine requires money to upgrade. If not, then immediately buy as many backgrounds as you can. Kair immediately complied. Then at this time, Zhao Hai's staff vanished. Zhao Hai could also feel the force from the Tao Lotus inside his body. It now has the energy from the space. A great amount of energy was integrated into the Tao Lotus. Upon internal examination, Zhao Hai found that the Tao Lotus had become different compared to before. In the past, the Tao Lotus only had the 8 trigrams, looking very mysterious. Now, the 8 trigrams below the Tao Lotus became a yin-yang pond, rotating non-stop. Along with the pond's rotation, the power of the heaven and earth seemed to be sucked into Zhao Hai's body. In the skies above the Tao Lotus was a black void littered with stars. Starlight would occasionally fall from the void and into the Tao Lotus. When this happened, the Tao Lotus petals seemed to sway gently. Zhao Hai felt that his spirit form became more tangible as it began show signs of breathing. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt his mental power being strengthened. The gold core in his Danshan had become bigger as well. It emitted golden light, baptizing Zhao Hai's body. At this time, there was no part in Zhao Hai's body that felt uncomfortable. Zhao Hai closed his eyes, enjoying the baptism. Then at this time, another prompt came in. Spiritual artifacts detected in the space. Level of spiritual artifacts is too low, promoting their level. Spirit of the book, spear, sword, hammer, staff, bow, and whip has been promoted. Because of the existence of the artifact spirit, item can now command themselves to battle, but they would still listen to the host's commands. 1. Zhao Hai was shocked once again. He didn't think that there would be more surprises. At this time, the Hell King's ship vanished and flew into the space. Meanwhile, the staff came back. Zhao Hai held his staff and took a look at it. On the staff were the symbols of the 12 constellations. The head of the staff wasn't the original skull. Instead, it has turned into a lotus. This lotus had 7 pistils, and at the tip of each pistil was a small star. These pistils were swaying gently. Upon further inspection, one could see that the pistils were arranged into the shape of the Big Dipper and not in a circular manner. Stellar shimmers can also be seen from the staff, making it look very beautiful. Zhao Hai happily looked at his staff before waving it around, making the Hell King's ship appear. The ship had become beautiful as well. There was still the image of hell on its hull, but both sides had discs totaling to 12. Each disc had its own constellation as all of them spun around. Below the ship, instead of seawater, a giant lotus can be seen. From what can be seen, it seems like the ship was nestled on top of a lotus. There were also occasional sprays of bluish water containing starlight. The entire ship looked like a masterpiece made in heaven. When Laura and the others saw the Hell King's ship, their eyes couldn't help but shine. They didn't expect the ship to become even more beautiful. Zhao Hai waved his staff again, and this time the discs on the side of the ship flew out. After a flash, the 12 constellations assumed their form. They went according to their own zodiac, but they can change their form at will. Zhao Hai nodded before boarding this ship along with Laura and the others. The combat suits returned to being discs and went back to the side of the ship. There weren't any huge changes on the ship, but now, the wind chimes of the ship had been replaced by lotuses. Zhao Hai stood on the deck of the ship and made a command using his mind. After that, Laura and the others discovered that the ship reverted to its appearance before the upgrade. This caused some of them to be confused. After that, Zhao Hai made another command and turned the ship into a huge lotus. The ship was now gone. When he saw this, Zhao Hai nodded. The Hell King's ship now had the staff's ability to assume any form. When Laura and the others saw this, they quickly understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Then they proceeded to inspect the lotus. The lotus still had 18 layers. At this time, the group was standing on the uppermost layer. Splashing below the lotus was the bluish water, and on each of the lotus layer, a mural of hell can be seen on the lotus petals. Also on each tip of the lotus petals were small wind chimes. Zhao Hai gave a satisfied nod before turning to the women and said, "In the future, we'll be using this form of the Hell King's ship. What do you think?" Laura nodded as she smiled and said, "All right, that is a great idea. It's more attractive this way." Lizzie and the others nodded as well. They were now looking all around to inspect their new vehicle. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go head inside. I want to see what this myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art is." Laura and the others nodded before entering a room along with Zhao Hai. The insides of the room didn't have any changes besides being much larger compared to before. After seeing what is inside, Zhao Hai and the others proceeded to enter the villa. After that, Zhao Hai called out, "Kair, let me have a look at the cultivation method." Kair nodded. Then after that, a book appeared before Zhao Hai. This book floated in the air before a small spirit came out of the cover. The figure bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen young Master Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately recovered. He looked at the small figure with curiosity as he asked, "Are you that improved book? You are the artifact bestowed by the divines to the Radiant Church. Now that you have leveled up, you need a new name. How about this? From now on you will be known as Compendium of Treasured Scriptures." The spirit bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I thank the young master for bestowing me a name." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Do you have the cultivation record? Let me have a look." The compendium nodded before the book opened up. After that, huge writings appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai carefully looked through these writings. The letters were well written and organized. The characters weren't overly small. They were sized enough to be comfortable. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Then he proceeded to read the cultivation method, the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang secret art. As he read on, Zhao Hai kept trying to figure out the root of the method. After reading through the first part, Zhao Hai discovered an issue. According to the method, given Zhao Hai's present strength, he could only practice the first part. Just the first part of this cultivation method was this formidable. It caused Zhao Hai to be startled. 1. 3 of them are from the 3 races: spear, hammer, bow, the other 3 from the radiant church book, staff, sword, and then the last one Zhao Hai got from the Beastman Prairie Whip. Chapter 962. No repulsion? Zhao Hai wanted to turn the page, but he discovered that the pages seemed to be stuck. He immediately turned to look at the spirit and said, Compendium, why wouldn't it turn? The compendium immediately answered, replying to the young master, this cultivation method is very special. With the young master's current strength, you can only read the first part. If the young master wants to forcefully read the second part, then it's possible that you would suffer a backlash on your body. This one suggests to refrain from reading the second part for now. Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, alright, I'll be fine with reading the first part. After he said that, Zhao Hai went his room to look into the mysteries of the cultivation method. The more he pondered, the more he felt the endless uses of the method. At the same time, he also realized how complex it was. After some time, Zhao Hai began to practice. The contents of the first part were already understood by him. However, it was still very difficult to practice. The method was too complicated. The method was more complex than the other cultivation methods, and this was only the first part. Who knows how difficult the whole method would be? Originally, Zhao Hai felt that he was already very strong, but when he started cultivating using the method, he understood that his strength still fell short. The energy inside Zhao Hai's body was originally azure-colored, but after using the cultivation method, Zhao Hai found that his energy had become bright silver. Moreover, his energy began to shine, just like starlight. Not only did Zhao Hai's energy transform, it became compressed as well. Zhao Hai's previous energy was an azure-colored mist. It now had become a silvery liquid. This caused his energy to be 10 times compared to before. As Zhao Hai's energy transformed, Zhao Hai discovered that the plane's repulsion had weakened. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. He can confirm that he became 10 times stronger. So why did the repulsion reduce? As Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the blood in his body began to boil. This startled Zhao Hai. Then he immediately went to look into the state of his body. His energy has been fully transformed. He didn't know how long, but his transformation was completed. Moreover, the myriad stellar transformation yin-yang method's first part had established a good route through Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before opening his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. This was because the room had gone dark. Zhao Hai turned his head to look out the window, but he discovered that it was closed. It was at this time that a surprised voice was heard. Brother Hai, you're awake. Zhao Hai turned his head to see Barry. Zhao Hai stared. He looked confused at Barry as he said, Barry, when did you come back? What about your people? Barry smiled and said, Brother Hai, I've been back for 2 days now. I've already arranged things for my clan. There's no need for me to return this time. When he heard Barry, Zhao Hai picked up some information. You've been back for 2 days. Why didn't I know about this? Also, how is the outside doing? Barry chuckled before she hugged Zhao Hai. Of course you wouldn't know. You've been cultivating for 3 days. I don't think there's anything significant happening outside. It's currently night, but the stars are very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that this might be because of the space's recent upgrade. He didn't think too much into it as he turned to Barry and said, What's wrong? Were you worried about me? Barry nodded. We're quite worried, but we also knew that you wouldn't have any problems. Sister Laura and the others already went to take a rest. Yesterday, Megan was the one who guarded you. Today's my turn. Zhao Hai nodded. I'm fine. There's nothing's wrong. How is the space? Barry smiled and said, It's doing well. Kair already divided the accelerated region among the various backgrounds. The processing machine and the scanner have also been upgraded. 50 ordinary backgrounds have been bought, but the low-grade cultivation backgrounds haven't. We're waiting for you to make a decision. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to look outside and said, Let's go. Join me outside. Barry nodded before going with Zhao Hai outside. After exiting, Zhao Hai breathed in. He discovered that after the space's upgrade, the environment had become much better compared to before. Then he looked at the sky and saw a falling star. It looked incomparably beautiful. Zhao Hai turned to Barry and smiled. I didn't think that my energy would be reduced by a lot after using the new cultivation method. However, the quality has greatly increased. Because of this, the plane isn't repelling me. It seems like I can stay here for a while longer. Barry became glad after hearing this. She quickly replied, "Really? That's fantastic. Then we need to collect more things to upgrade the space." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Yes, we'll collect more things for the space." "Right. How is the O'Neill family doing nowadays?" Barry smiled and said, "They're doing quite well. Although their base haven't been completed, their relocation is pretty much done." Sister Lizzie and Sister Megan began directing them to the Winged Pegasus clan over the 2 days you were gone. "Brother Hai, you're very tolerant towards the Winged Pegasus. It's about time to teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Now isn't the time. If we made a move towards the Winged Pegasus clan this early, then the Thunder clan and the barbarians might feel dissatisfied. Let's use the O'Neill family to teach them a lesson." Barry pouted as she said, "They're not thinking well. If they were demons, then the great demon king would have already sent an order to destroy them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say to the succubus. To the demons, the weak should surrender to the strong. It was a natural process. If you don't surrender, then you can just wait before you get destroyed. This was the rule of the demon realm, but this rule wasn't suitable to every other place. After seeing Zhao Hai staying silent, Barry said, "Brother Hai, at this point, more and more soldiers from the Devil Legion are equipping themselves with combat suits. Their fighting strength has been promoted by a lot. Before I came back here, I went to see His Majesty the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King told me that if you don't let the Devil Legion fight, then they might as well go to the Hell Space to exercise." Zhao Hai thought about this and said, "Going to the Hell Space wouldn't have any use to them anymore. Go tell the Great Demon King tomorrow that I'll have them participate in a fight. In any case, we will clash with the O'Neill family soon. Let's have the Devil Legion come out and use them as exercise." Barry nodded. "We have already prepared the combat suits for the foreign races. We can return them tomorrow. After that, what do we do?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll take the Leo Divines into the space. Then we'll have the O'Neill family deal with the Winged Pegasus clan. Once we get the Winged Pegasus to the space, we'll direct the O'Neill family to the foreign races. I want to see which is stronger, the O'Neill family's magic armors, or the foreign races' combat suits. And if the foreign races are stronger, I want to see how the O'Neill family plans to deal with them. Meanwhile, we'll use that time to sneak into the Atlanta plain." Barry's eyes shone when she heard this. Then she said, "That's great. I've been curious about the Atlanta plain. I want to see how they go about their life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Him going to the Atlanta plain was mainly because of the Ascension magic armor, so that he could ascend. The two spent a little while outside the villa before they went inside to rest. The next morning, when Laura and the others woke up and saw Zhao Hai, they became glad. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. "All right, let's eat. After the meal, you'll go to the space and study the myriad stellar transformation yin-yang art. This cultivation method is very good." The women nodded. Then after eating the food that Meg made, the group entered the space to study the cultivation method. However, Zhao Hai believed that they would take a much longer time compared to him. After Laura and the others entered the space, Zhao Hai turned the Hell King's ship's appearance from the Lotus to the one it had before. Then he proceeded to head towards the Libra continent. When Solomon and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately went forward to greet him. After inviting them into the ship, Zhao Hai turned to look at the group and said, "Everybody, I've fixed the ultimate weapons. You can now take them back." After Solomon and the others expressed their gratitude, Solomon said, "Does Mr. have somewhere to go next? If not, then can we invite you to stay with us? We will definitely treat Mr. well." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. However, I have something else to do. I won't be able to stay here for long. However, I have something I need your help with." Solomon quickly replied, "Mister, please tell us. As long as it's possible, we will certainly do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Before Elder Star and the others took their own lives, I accepted their condition. Because of this, I'd want to personally deal with the Leo Divines. What do you all think?" Solomon hesitated for a moment and said, "Will Mr. deal with all of them? If Mr. wants us to let them go, then it'll be troublesome. We cannot just let go of our years of resentment." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, from now on, the divine race would disappear from the divine realm. This place belongs to you now." When Solomon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Mister, didn't you make a promise to Elder Star and the others? If you don't want to violate the oath, then you can just let us handle it." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "I will go there myself. I will let them survive, but not too many. I'll give them a spark of survival, but they won't be in the divine realm anymore. Chapter 963, The Situation of the People in the Space. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Solomon thought about Zhao Hai's ship that can hold a lot of people. Solomon seemed to have reached an understanding as he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll be depending on Mr. You can go to the Leo continent at any time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly before bowing to everyone and said, "Thank you very much. I will begin immediately. I'll have to ask Patriarch Solomon to send word to your troops." Solomon was also aware of Zhao Hai's mysterious ability to appear and disappear, so he just nodded. After Solomon and the others got down from Zhao Hai's ship, Zhao Hai proceeded to vanish from the Libra continent and reappear in the Leo continent. Upon appearing in the Leo continent, Zhao Hai immediately attacked the Leo divines. The situation with the Leo divines wasn't doing very well. While fighting against the foreign races, the losses they had suffered wasn't small. Although they managed to hold the foreign races back, the price they paid was very huge. They could only hope that their Supreme Elder would come back. However, their Supreme Elder didn't return. Instead, Zhao Hai came. This caused huge damage to their morale. Zhao Hai didn't hold back against the Leo divines. Because of this, everyone who attacked were killed off. Those who behaved were sent to the space. Zhao Hai had done such things multiple times. The undead were also used to this. Since the undead had some sort of intelligence, they no longer needed Zhao Hai's command during the battle. The foreign race army had already received their patriarch's order, so they didn't participate in the attack. However, they were still able to see how easily Zhao Hai managed to deal with the Leo divines. When they saw this, their backs couldn't help but turn cold. This was the first time they saw this kind of attack. Zhao Hai's undead had shocked them greatly. The one that surprised them the most was the incomprehensible number of undead that Zhao Hai had. When Zhao Hai appeared, it seems like the entire sky of the Leo continent was covered in undead. It was an extremely terrifying sight. The more curious foreign race members were able to witness the fate of a small town with 100,000 people. Zhao Hai's undead army only took half an hour to get rid of the town. The town was left with no living entity, people or magic beasts. All of them vanished from sight. Every time Zhao Hai emptied a city, the foreign race army would go and occupy it. However, the foreign races discovered that their speed was still not enough to catch up with Zhao Hai. Another thing that surprised them was the fact that the undead seemed to have unlimited energy. Even after attacking for an entire day, the undead still kept going on. A day passed. The foreign races could no longer see Zhao Hai. 2 days. The foreign races had seized half of the Leo continent, yet Zhao Hai still wasn't in sight. It seems like Zhao Hai had ended the war. On the 3rd day, the foreign race army had occupied the entirety of the Leo continent. However, they still couldn't see Zhao Hai. It looks like Zhao Hai had already left. The foreign race soldiers were surprised. They immediately reported Zhao Hai's disappearance to Solomon and the others. When Solomon's group heard this, they became shocked. Now they were curious about Zhao Hai's true strength. A single person was able to deal with a divine race continent in just 3 days. Even thinking about this made their backs turn cold. So where was Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai was currently inside the space. He was no longer being repelled by the plane at this moment. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the quantity of his energy has become 1/10 of what it was before. However, this didn't make his attacks weaker. This was because the energy inside his body was also 10 times more potent compared to the past. In other words, Zhao Hai's energy stayed the same despite being reduced. It would take some time before the plane's suppression would return. The stellar transformations art was truly formidable to be able to achieve this. Zhao Hai can clearly see that the art was much better compared to the one he practiced before. Progression on any cultivation method involves the amount of energy inside one's body. It was just like filling a barrel with water. Half of a barrel was still not enough to fully utilize one's strength. If the cultivation method that Zhao Hai used before was like putting water inside a barrel, then the cultivation method he used now was like filling a barrel with mercury. This made the barrel much heavier than before. Because of this, with his barrel still not full, Zhao Hai was able to enter the space. Zhao Hai was currently heading towards the villa. There he saw Laura and the others cultivating. Just like Zhao Hai thought, the cultivation of the others were slower than his own. Since their bodies weren't as good as Zhao Hai, it would take them longer than 3 days to refine their energy. Although their speed was slow, Zhao Hai didn't think of it as an issue. In the meantime, Zhao Hai observed the O'Neill family's base in the Taurus continent. The O'Neill family had yet to fully construct their base. After all, their base was enormous. While construction was happening, their scouts were beginning to look through the surrounding areas. However, they still haven't found the spatial rifts of the three clans. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about making a move. After that, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the divine space. In the beginning, the divines had ravaged their surroundings, but now, they had started to behave. When they entered the space, the divines slowly began to understand that the divine race was over. The divines would now live in this place from now on. It was only after realizing this point that the divines began to see how good the environment was. Compared to the divine realm, they wouldn't need to worry about food in this place. Moreover, there were churches in various places that allowed them to exchange goods. Life was very convenient. Additionally, there were no slaves in this place, nor were there people who collected taxes. In this war, the nobles of the divines race had lost their dominance among the other divines. Because of this, the divines were truly free. Also, the divines had discovered that one couldn't do crimes in this place. You cannot steal nor hurt another person, or else you would be punished. The divines had seen it with their own eyes. There was one divine who bullied a family with only an old man, a woman, and a child. The next day, that man vanished. Then after a month, the man appeared once more, but this time, the man wasn't looking so good. He became thin and pale. When the people asked him where he was, the man was immediately frightened. Then he said that he didn't want to recall where he came from. Then later on, a person who stole someone's belongings vanished for 7 days. When he reappeared, his expression was the same as the previous person. When he was asked, he said that he was locked in a completely dark room. Nobody talked to him nor was there any other noise. Although food was provided to him, he stayed in place for 7 whole days. The person said that being locked in that place for 7 days was the most terrifying thing he encountered in his past 7 years. He wasn't willing to return to that place. There were a lot of similar events like this inside the space. Once a person commits a crime, they would be sent to the dark room. Some of the more serious offenders, like murderers, were killed on the spot. But besides them, everyone got punished. They didn't know who took them. They just felt that they were transferred to the room after they did their crime. Then after being sent to the room, a voice would tell them about their crime and their punishment. After that, silence was the only thing that remained. The dark room wasn't big but it wasn't small either. It was about 5 by 5 meters big. By word of mouth, the matter regarding the dark room spread throughout the divine space. This caused the divines to be terrified. Some people even said that they'd rather die than be sent to that room again. However, this thing would never be accomplished. Once you enter the dark room, you completely lose your freedom. If you decided to kill yourself, then a strange force would take control of your body, making you lose all your strength. Because of this, committing suicide was impossible. After several people were sent to the dark room, the divine space began to calm down. It almost turned into a high moral society where law and order prevailed. What the divines did now was to work every day and gain things to be exchanged for items that they need like daily necessities, books, and other items aside from weapons. The divines who entered the space first began to get used to their current life. Some even thought that they were living a better lifestyle. However, this didn't mean that they had forgotten about their hatred towards Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't appear inside the divine space. He just paid attention to them and see how they were living their life. After seeing that the divines were doing well, Zhao Hai turned to look at the other spaces. They were doing very well, especially those in the arc space. Some novels began to be made and even some short movies which Zhao Hai was eager to see. When the people from the arc continent saw Zhao Hai's projections, they became curious about its origin. Those who liked to research immediately started this endeavor. In the end, they were finally able to see the advantages of magic formations. It was able to record light and project them to another place. Those who were keen of mind began to make stories and then show the recorded images to other people. This caused the emergence of short movies. Its initial development was just like the movies back in the Earth. They were first made without sound and colors. But even if this was the case, it made life in the arc space even more colorful. Before long, magic formation research became a hot topic among the populace. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. The researchers in Wild Dragon Island can only do so much. Now, with the entire continent helping in the research, the development of technology would surely be astonishing. Compared to the arc space, the demon space went another direction. The demons didn't research magic formations. Instead, they began to look into different kinds of plants. This might have stemmed from the lack of fauna back in the demon realm. Due to its scarcity, The demons began to be keen in looking into plants. Zhao Hai hasn't seen the demon space for quite some time, and now, its state had given him a surprise. He didn't expect the demon space to become a plant kingdom. Every demon family had plants of different kinds planted all around their dwelling. Zhao Hai can see that they didn't cultivate those plants for consumption. It was just because the demons liked them. With such plants proliferating in their surrounding area, the demons managed to develop a new occupation. Potions Master. There was no such occupation in the demon realm before because almost all of the plants there was poisonous and highly toxic. Nobody in their right mind would carelessly touch any kind of plant. However, everything was different inside the space. Plants were plenty here. Moreover, most of them weren't harmful. Because of this, the demons started to study plants and some even decided to taste everything they came across. Zhao Hai was similarly glad to see this situation. They can research as much as they want, and because of this, Zhao Hai decided to establish a reward system. No matter which area of research, magic formations, plants, or any useful thing, as long as they discover something new, they will be rewarded. Naturally, the rewards differed between each contribution. Zhao Hai's decision roused the enthusiasm of the groups inside the space. This was especially true for the goblins. Their race was born to study magic formations. Ever since they learned how to read as well as recognize basic magic formations, almost all goblins dabbled in the study of magic formations. After looking at their frantic expressions, Zhao Hai became happy. He also gave more abundant rewards for the goblins. The goblins didn't really care about food, drinks, nor the place they lived in. They just loved to look at magic formations, so they sunk their heads into their research. Compared to the other groups, the Thunder Clan, Barbarians, and the Winged Pegasus were not doing as well. This was because they had just entered the space and had not yet fully settled themselves. This was especially true for the Winged Pegasus, since they were not willing to enter the space. Their situation was becoming more chaotic. Zhao Hai didn't care about their situation nor did he head there to help. He didn't want to be seen as the type who wanted to interfere with other people's matters. After all, the situation of the three clans was quite special. 3 days after Zhao Hai dealt with the Liu clan, Laura and the others completed their study on the new cultivation method. Naturally, their route, energy, and physical ability still fell short compared to Zhao Hai. Chapter 964, Atlanta Plain. After Laura finished cultivating the myriad stellar transformations art, she proceeded to hand the method over to Karen. However, Karen didn't like studying the method. He said that it's very annoying. Zhao Hai didn't force Karen to study. To be honest, Zhao Hai discovered that the stellar art was suited for attacks. Karen didn't like fighting and just liked to do research. After that, Laura just handed the method over to Green. She didn't give Grandpa Green any pointers. He could understand it on his own. Upon seeing that Laura and the others were done practicing, Zhao Hai immediately called them over to the living room. After asking them about their experiences, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's great that you're done practicing. In the past few days, I've been busy observing the various groups inside the space. Now that the time is right, we should prepare our next plan." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you preparing to deal with the Winged Pegasus clan? I think we should start to make a move. If we don't teach those guys a lesson, then they will continue to be a pain in the head." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm also losing my patience towards the Winged Pegasus. However, I made a promise to Shan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let them go free all this time. Let's just start sending undead to the O'Neill family's scouts and slowly lead them towards the Winged Pegasus plane." Lizzie looked at the screen and said, "Brother Hai, did you make a move? How did the O'Neill family react?" Zhao Hai slightly frowned. "If I could describe their reaction, then I can only say that it's strange. They seem to be very sensitive. As long as they see an undead, they will immediately pursue them." When Lizzie heard this, she frowned and said, "It's not the style of the O'Neill family to throw caution out the window." "What happened?" Zhao Hai also frowned. "Right, the O'Neill family isn't acting normal. However, this doesn't have anything to do with us at this time. Let's just lead them to the Winged Pegasus. Let's see what they do then." The group nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to look at everyone and said, "I want to take a look at the Atlanta plain. What do you think?" When Lizzie and the others heard this, their expression couldn't help but change. Then Lizzie asked, "Brother Hai, do you really want to go to the Atlanta plain? When do we leave?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll go now. Don't forget, I gave Axe a token. We now have mapped a portion of the Atlanta plain. We can go there directly and learn about their situation. Laura looked at Zhao Hai. Her expression looked quite strange as she asked, Brother Hai, you're not planning on ascending in the Atlanta plain, are you? When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before he shook his head and said, impossible. The situation between the Atlanta plain and the Ark continent is different. I just want to head there to find clues about the Ascension magic armor. I also want to confirm if the plane is under Lu Wei's control or not, and if not, then I want to find out who the plane manager is. I also want to see their relationship with their lower planes. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but nod. To be honest, they also wanted to find out. After all, this matter involved the state of their future. After seeing that the others didn't speak, Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, we can also play around in the Atlanta plain. The plain has a lot of people in it. As long as we forged some IDs, we can explore wherever we want. The eyes of Laura and the others lit up when they heard this. Although the space's environment was good, they still couldn't help but feel bored inside. Moreover, there was nothing special inside the place where the divines were transferred into. Going to a new place right now would be great. After seeing their reactions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if you agree, then let's go and take a look. What do you think? Laura and the others nodded. When he saw their nod, Zhao Hai smiled and then changed the monitor's image into the Atlanta plain. Different from the Ark continent or the Divine Realm where there were no magic armors, the Atlanta plain was teeming with all kinds of mechanized suits. The uses of magic armors were numerous. These magic armors weren't only used for battles or construction, they were also used to things like farm work. The usability of magic armors was immense. To be honest, when he saw the Atlanta plain, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about Earth. In Atlanta plain's magic armor continent, there were things running on the ground like cars. Naturally, these cars used the same energy converters as the magic armors. However, the energy inside energy converters weren't from magic beasts. Instead, the energy used by the cars was stored up electric power. Right, it was electricity. After paying attention to the Atlanta plain's situation, Zhao Hai discovered that people were utilizing the power of electricity. Moreover, it seems like they had been using it for a long time. The structure of their power grid was the same as the one back on Earth. However, the power generated by their power plants weren't obtained from burning things like charcoal. Instead, their power was gained through hydroelectric plants and wind farms. With the addition of magic formations, their power was like the one used in the space, but their power was more advanced than the one that Karen set up. After seeing this, Zhao Hai was very shocked. It was at this point that he can finally confirm his suspicion. The Atlanta plain wasn't under Lu Wei's rule. Zhao Hai noticed that although planes like the Ark continent, Demon Realm, and the Divine Realm use magic formations, the level of their formations was very low. With these formations, it would be impossible to develop a decent system, or even a techno-magic society. Moreover, Lu Wei was preventing people on these planes from researching magic formations. Didn't he order the destruction of the goblin race? What surprised Zhao Hai the most was his result after carefully comparing the magic formations with magic array inside the 7-star Heaven Lock. Although it can be said that the array inside the 7-star Heaven Lock was more complex compared to magic formations, Zhao Hai discovered that they were two fundamentally different systems. Even if the magic formations becomes more complex, it was still different compared to the one inside the 7-star Heaven Lock. In the beginning, Zhao Hai thought that magic formations and the 7-star Heaven Lock was just separated by profundity. With enough research, Zhao Hai's magic formations would reach the 7-star Heaven Lock's level. However, it seems like Zhao Hai was thinking wrongly. Magic formations and the 7-star Heaven Lock were different. They were like two parallel lines, bound to never intersect. Upon careful research, Zhao Hai saw that the two systems were a product of two different evolutions. This greatly surprised Zhao Hai, and this also confirms his thought that the Atlanta plain wasn't managed by Lu Wei. Laura and the others gawked at the scene in the monitor. They didn't think that the Atlanta plain would have this appearance. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "It seems like the Atlanta plain isn't going to be simple. Laura, pay attention to the clothes that they wear. We'll need to make clothes that are appropriate before we take a stroll." Laura and the others nodded before they carefully stared at the monitor. In the meantime, Zhao Hai looked into his warehouse to see if there was anything he needed. Besides a set of tattered clothing, Zhao Hai managed to see something useful. There was an ID card that the O'Neill family's pilot owned. Zhao Hai looked into the ID card. The contents of the ID card were the same as the ones back on Earth. It was quite detailed. There was the picture of the owner, his height, weight, age, place of birth. There was even a magic crystal function on the top part of the card. Zhao Hai called the undead O'Neill family pilot who owned this card. Every ID card in the Atlanta plane seemed to have magic crystal implants. They had the same function as a bank card. It records how much money you have. In the Magic Armor continent, despite having plenty of clans, there was only one bank. This bank was jointly controlled by several great families. Its purpose was to facilitate the trading and livelihood of the people in the continent. Upon hearing the function of the ID card, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. This ID card did indeed make life more convenient in the Atlanta plane. Zhao Hai looked at the Magic Armor pilot and said, as long as a person from the Atlanta plane has these ID cards, then they would be fine. Do you have any other currency? The Magic Armor pilot nodded and said, we do. There are 3 kinds: gold coins, silver coins and copper coins. Gold coins are equal to 10 silver coins and also 100 copper coins. Ordinary people use these to make purchases. The money on the ID cards are used by those industries right under the banks. Usually, people would take their money out of the bank first before spending it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand, returning the Magic Armor pilot to the hell space. After that, he took the ID card and placed it in the scanner. After the entire procedure finished, a prompt came in from the scanner. Unique ID card from a techno-magic civilization detected. The card has special methods inside, asking host for permission to copy. If host wants to copy the ID card, then host can head to the universal processing machine. Copied cards would have a certain amount of money saved inside. The host can deposit money in these cards using gold coins from the space. Chapter 965, Bank Experience. When Zhao Hai heard the scanner's prompt, he couldn't help but curse. This scanner was truly a miserly fellow. In the beginning, it would ask Zhao Hai for money in order to analyze things. And now, it can't even do a simple thing like artificially giving him money in the ID card. It actually wanted Zhao Hai to spend his gold from the space. However, Zhao Hai also knew that there was no way for the scanner to change. He immediately went to the processing machine in order to make ID cards for himself as well as for Laura and the others. He also planned to place 100,000 gold coins on each card. Zhao Hai didn't know the purchasing power of gold coins in the Atlanta plane. Therefore, he decided to have 100,000 gold coins as a buffer. Before Zhao Hai took the ID cards from the processing machine, Laura and the others went out of the villa. Upon seeing them arrive, Zhao Hai knew what they wanted to do. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Did you manage to get their style of clothing?" Laura nodded. "There isn't anything special. They're not that eye-catching either. Look." Then after that, the women proceeded to draw the clothes for the processing machine to make. After waiting for the clothes to finish, Laura and the others immediately put them on. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't need to have clothes prepared for him. His own clothing can transform itself. As long as Zhao Hai willed it, he could dress like anything he wanted. When the women finished putting their clothing on, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go and see what the Atlanta plane is like." Laura and the others nodded before all of them returned to the living room. After that, Zhao Hai looked for a place where nobody can see them. Then the group appeared there. Upon arriving in the Atlanta plane, the group immediately looked all around them. The place was good and the environment wasn't bad. This caused Zhao Hai to be startled. He thought that since the Atlanta plane was so developed, then their technology would have a great impact to the environment. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. The people from the Atlanta plane protected their environment well. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because when people reach levels like him, then they would be extremely sensitive to their environment. It wouldn't take Zhao Hai long to know whether the place was polluted or not. While Laura and the others were curiously looking around, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's get going. Don't forget, we need to speak the Atlanta plane's language." Laura and the others nodded. Then they carried on to talk using the Atlanta plane's language. They had already studied the Atlanta plane's language for some time, so they were quite familiar with it already. The group appeared inside a small city under the O'Neill family's control. As long as they make a few turns, then they would be going along the city's main street. After seeing that there weren't any banks, Zhao Hai went to a pedestrian and gave him a salute before asking, "Mister, can I ask where the bank in this city is? I'm from outside this area and I want to take some money." The man turned his head to Zhao Hai and saw an ordinary-looking man. There was nothing special on him, but there was a cloudy temperament around him, making people look at him favorably. So the man immediately replied, "The bank is very close. You go straight this road and then turn right. In about 5 minutes it should be on site." After that, Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his gratitude to the person before leading Laura and the others to proceed. The group inspected everything around them. They could see that this was a very busy street. Both sides of the road were filled with tradesmen. It was very noisy. While Laura and the others were looking all around, people were curiously looking at them. Some were in surprise. Zhao Hai's group was filled with beautiful women, so it was natural that they would be able to turn heads. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just smiled as he received the envious looks of the people around him. The Atlanta Plains people weren't a monogamous society. Here, as long as you're rich, you can marry as many wives as you want. Because of this, Zhao Hai's ID card was able to record his relationship with his wives. This was also one of the characteristics of the Atlanta Plains ID card. When you marry, the name of your spouse would be reflected on the ID card. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group was finally able to see the bank. The bank looked very well decorated. Zhao Hai looked at the name of the bank, Magic Armor Bank. Zhao Hai nodded before leading Laura and the others towards the bank. The bank was quite stylish. The entire hall was about 5 meters high. Its interior decorations were resplendent and rich. Inside the bank, there were rows of counters with people lining up. On the left side of the hall was a place for sitting down. Near the right side of the hall was a room. On the side of the door, the characters for VIP Lounge was written. There was an expensive-looking soldier stationed outside the room along with 2 pretty female staff. Zhao Hai went directly towards the VIP Lounge. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the 2 female staff bowed and said, "Welcome, mister. May we please see your ID card?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly before handing his ID over. The female staff gave Zhao Hai's ID a look before handing it back to Zhao Hai and saying, "We'll have to be unfair to mister. We cannot allow you in since you're not the VIP." The people inside the hall noticed Zhao Hai entering the bank along with his beautiful wives. Moreover, he even walked directly towards the VIP Lounge. Upon hearing the female staff, some of them laughed. So he just wanted to put up an act to enter the VIP Lounge. "You don't even have 1 million gold coins deposited, yet you think you're a VIP? Look at this fool. Are these women also deceived by him?" Right. These beautiful women were fooled by this man. "Elder brother, perhaps you're richer than him." Upon hearing these remarks, the faces of Laura and the others couldn't help but turn red. If not for Zhao Hai waving his hand to them, they would have began berating these people back. Zhao Hai wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at the female staff and said, "Sister, I'm aware of the rules. I came here to upgrade mine and my wife's ID cards to VIP. Can the VIP Lounge handle this?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the people in the hall gawked. Then some of them went to look outside the bank to see whether Zhao Hai had piles of gold following behind him. Otherwise, how could he upgrade a group's cards to VIP? But after looking outside, there were no cars parked that were filled with gold coins. The people in the hall had mixed reactions. Some of them had ridiculing smiles on their faces while some remained silent. There were spatial tools in the Atlanta Plain, but these items were uncommon. They were generally under the hands of people with status. If Zhao Hai didn't have cars filled with gold coins, then he wouldn't be able to upgrade his group's status to VIP. But on the contrary, if Zhao Hai was still able to upgrade his status to VIP, then this meant his identity wasn't simple. When the female staff heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she said, "Mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led Laura and the others to enter the VIP Lounge. When Zhao Hai's group entered the VIP with the female staff, the people inside the hall couldn't help but pay attention to the VIP Lounge door. They wanted to see the result. If Zhao Hai was successful in upgrading his ID card, then the people in the bank would be respectful towards him. If he wasn't, then the staff wouldn't be polite. They would certainly throw him out. One must know that the influence behind the Magic Armor Bank wasn't weak. If Zhao Hai deceived them, then they surely wouldn't be polite. Upon entering the door, Zhao Hai immediately felt the difference. The environment inside the VIP lounge was much better compared to outside. There was gentle music playing in the background. Moreover, the chairs inside weren't hardwood chairs, they were sofas. Under the guidance of the female staff, Zhao Hai's group sat on the sofa. Then the female staff offered them beverages to drink. After providing Zhao Hai's group with refreshments, the female staff bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please wait here in the meantime while I go and call our manager." Zhao Hai nodded. He thought that the Atlanta plane was becoming more and more like Earth. This gave him mixed feelings. Before Zhao Hai even finished his drink, a middle-aged man came over. The man was wearing very formal business attire. Although it wasn't very gorgeous, his clothing made him look respectable and professional. The man walked to Zhao Hai and bowed. "Mr. Zhao Hai, welcome to Magic Hammer Bank. I'm the bank's manager. Might I ask how much money Mr. intends to deposit?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've made some big business this time." However, the opposite party didn't send the money through the bank. Instead, he gave me gold bricks. "Can those bricks be used as deposit in this bank?" As soon as the manager heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Naturally, Mr. Can rest assured. Gold bricks can be deposited to this bank. We shall help Mr. convert them to gold coins. There wouldn't be any mistakes." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Where do you want me to place the gold bricks?" The manager bowed and said, "I'll have to ask Mr. to come with me. The mistresses can just stay here and relax." Zhao Hai nodded before standing up and saying, "Let's go." The manager made an inviting gesture. Before going, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Everyone, give me your ID cards. I will deposit money to your accounts as well." Laura and the others complied and gave Zhao Hai their cards. After receiving the cards, Zhao Hai proceeded to follow the manager. The manager led Zhao Hai in a respectful manner. He was now convinced that Zhao Hai wasn't a simple character. Chapter 966, Unusual Mood. The manager guided Zhao Hai to a room further in the bank. There weren't anything else inside this room other than a magic formation. Then the manager turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please place the gold bricks inside this magic formation." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand, making a big pile of gold appear inside the formation. From what it looks like, it seems to be valued at least 10 million. When the gold bricks appeared inside the formation immediately lit up with a golden radiance. After that, on the walls opposite to Zhao Hai, rows of digits appeared. Zhao Hai initially didn't understand what these digits meant. However, after the manager looked at the digits, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, all of your gold bricks value at 12.5 million gold coins. Does Mister want to verify this?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need. It's accurate. Please save 1 million gold coins on each of my wife's ID cards. Place the remaining coins on mine." After that, Zhao Hai handed the cards over to the bank manager. The manager respectfully received the cards before he said, "Mr. can wait for me outside. After I take care of this, I will personally deliver them to Mr." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left the room. At this time, Laura and the others were chatting and drinking. When Zhao Hai arrived, the women turned to look at him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It'll take a while before it's done. After that, we'll buy several good cars, then we'll play in the city." Laura and the others nodded. At this time, the female staff who led them in breathed out a sigh of relief. She wasn't relieved for Zhao Hai. She was relieved for herself. She rejoiced that she wasn't being disrespectful towards Zhao Hai earlier. She was glad that Zhao Hai was a genuine customer. If people like the female staff were disrespectful towards a distinguished guest, then they would immediately lose their job. Perhaps they might even suffer further consequences. Losing a job as the bank staff would be a huge blow. One should know that bank workers were one of the most well-paid people in the Atlanta plain. After Zhao Hai sat down and took a drink, he turned to the others and said, "Didn't you want to have good cars? We'll buy more cars this time." Laura and the others smiled. The female staff couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai's women in envy. The female staff didn't ridicule Zhao Hai's way of spoiling his women. If such a person was willing to spoil her that much, then even the female staff would be happy. Before long, the bank manager returned with Zhao Hai's IDs. After handing the ID cards over to Zhao Hai, the manager said, "Mister, the ID cards have been updated. If Mr. has anything else he needs, then we would gladly handle them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Prepare 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, and 10,000 copper coins for me. I won't be able to buy anything without pocket money. The manager immediately replied, I ask Mr. to wait for a moment. I will immediately prepare the coins. After that, he bowed to Zhao Hai before leaving. Before long, 3 bags were handed over to Zhao Hai. After receiving his coins, Zhao Hai stood up. The manager followed Zhao Hai as the group left the VIP lounge. Those who haven't left the hall looked at Zhao Hai's group. A lot of people knew the manager, so upon seeing Zhao Hai, they knew that Zhao Hai succeeded in upgrading his card. The people couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with envy. Zhao Hai swept his gaze through the people in the hall before faintly smiling. After following Zhao Hai out of the bank, the manager proceeded to return to his post. After Zhao Hai's group left the bank, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why did you save so much money in your card? We don't need to buy anything, and the things here aren't cheap at all. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Who said we won't buy anything? We have money, so why won't we spend it? After all, the money we spend is mine. Upon hearing this, Laura and the others stared. Then they quickly understood what Zhao Hai meant. They looked at each other and smiled. Zhao Hai intends to throw money away. This wasn't the first time that he'd done this. It was quite normal. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother Hai, what do you want to buy? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I want to buy a lot of things. For example, books about magic formations and magic armors themselves, and also some cars. It'll be good if we could buy energy source machines as well. As long as I like it, then I will buy it. Megan understood Zhao Hai's sentiment. To be honest, after seeing the things inside the Atlanta plane, they couldn't help but feel envious. They also wanted to have some of the things here. At the same time, Zhao Hai would also like to provide the people inside the space with the goods from the Atlanta plane. After seeing the others' reactions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a huge smile on his face. Let's go and find a hotel first, then let's think about what to do next. As he said that, Zhao Hai stepped into the road and waved. Laura and the others didn't understand Zhao Hai's action, but unexpectedly, an orange vehicle stopped in front of Zhao Hai. It wasn't a very huge car. It had a sign taxi on its side. There were 3 rows of seats inside the car. It looked very well maintained. Zhao Hai opened the door for Laura and the others. After they got in, Zhao Hai sat next to the driver and said, Take us to the best hotel in town. As soon as the taxi driver heard this, he couldn't help but gawk. Then his expression turned ecstatic as he quickly replied, All right, Mr. Can sit tight. After that, the taxi drove forward. After a few turns, they stopped in front of a big hotel. When the taxi stopped, a staff from the hotel immediately came over. Then he opened the door for Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai nonchalantly tossed a gold coin over to the taxi driver. The taxi driver repeatedly thanked Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't care much about it as he walked towards the hotel. The hotel staff quickly caught up with Zhao Hai and opened the hotel's door for him. Before entering the hotel, Zhao Hai tossed another gold coin towards the hotel staff. Zhao Hai didn't know how popular tipping culture was in the Atlanta plane. However, rather than being judged by not tipping, he might as well give everyone tips. When the hotel staff received the gold coin, he immediately expressed his gratitude towards Zhao Hai. It's evident that tipping was a custom in this place, but a gold coin was also too much. As soon as Zhao Hai's group entered the hotel, a female concierge immediately met him. She bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Welcome. Does Mr. have a reservation? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't. We just arrived at this place today, so we haven't had the chance. The female staff nodded and said, Mr. Come with me. Then she led Zhao Hai to the reception area. The female reception staff behind the counter bowed and said, Mr. Welcome to our hotel. Do you want to take a room or do you want to dine at our restaurant? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Give me your best room, somewhere that I can live together with my wives. The female staff smiled and said, All right, Mr. Can rest assured. Our best accommodation has 10 rooms inside, a dining room, living room, conference room, a swimming pool, a bar, and a fitness room. It can definitely match Mr.'s requests. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, give me that room. The female staff nodded. Then she said, I'll have to ask Mr.'s ID card. Then Zhao Hai handed his ID card over. The female staff registered Zhao Hai's ID card before giving Zhao Hai the room key. After Zhao Hai received the key, the group was led by the staff towards the elevator. When everyone had entered, the staff pressed the button for the top floor. Zhao Hai looked at the elevator button. The top floor turned out to be 55. It was quite high. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were looking at the elevator with curiosity. Upon entering their accommodation, the staff proceeded to introduce each room and facility. Then after receiving the tip from Zhao Hai, the staff left with a happy face. Laura and the others looked at their room with curiosity. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just went to the balcony and looked at the cityscape. The city had the flavor of a huge metropolis. Moreover, there were a lot of high-rise buildings that were constructed and being constructed. From the hotel's balcony, one would feel like he was standing on top of the mountain, overlooking everything underneath. At this time, after looking at the rooms, Laura and the others went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Hai, this place is very good. Everything is beautiful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you really like it, we can stay inside a science and technology background for a few days. They also have rooms like these." Laura and the others happily nodded. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't say anything else. Metropolis cities just like this one were only attractive because of the people living in them. If you have a city like this but have no people, you would soon feel like you're living inside a ghost town. After looking at the rooms, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Let's go and eat something. Then we'll head out and buy things." Laura and the others nodded. Then they proceeded to follow Zhao Hai. Upon arriving at the elevator, Zhao Hai looked at the elevator staff and said, "Take us to the restaurant." The staff nodded before pressing the button with the number 30 in it. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the elevator, the waiter of the restaurant immediately came over and settled them down on a table. Zhao Hai causally ordered some dishes before the waiter retreated. One must say that the restaurant food of the hotel were very good. After having eaten their meal, Zhao Hai's group went to the hotel's lobby. Just as the group arrived at the lobby, a man dressed in decent formal clothes came over and said, "Mr. Hello, I am the hotel's lobby manager. Does Mr. have any requests for the hotel?" Zhao Hai smiled towards the hotel manager and said, "Hi, me and my wives would like to buy some cars. Can you help us with this matter?" The lobby manager immediately replied, "Mr. Can rest assured, we know exactly where you want to be." After that, the person next to the manager took Zhao Hai outside of the hotel. Outside, there was a limousine already waiting for them. The hotel manager personally opened the door for Zhao Hai before asking Zhao Hai to go in. Zhao Hai's group entered the limousine and saw that it was a really good car. The interior of the car was quite spacious. It could accommodate about a dozen people inside. There was also a refrigerator as well as an audio device. Laura and the others were curiously inspecting the car. After some time, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I thought that we already had good carriages back in the Ark continent, but compared to this, they still fall short." Zhao Hai smiled faintly without saying anything. To be honest, among everyone here, his mood was the most complex. Although it can be said that he enjoyed his time after transmigrating, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange after arriving at the Atlanta Plain. Even if there were no connections between the Atlanta Plain and Earth, they were still quite similar. Zhao Hai thought about his time in the Atlanta Plain and compared it with his time on Earth. Back on Earth, Zhao Hai didn't enjoy much of his life. He was an otaku with no merit to his name. He had seen limousines on the television and has hoped to ride it one day. So while Zhao Hai was sitting inside the car, his heart couldn't help but feel incomparably strange. While Laura and the others explored the limousine, Zhao Hai just sat and looked out the window. His thoughts returned back to his time on Earth. The Atlanta Plain made him recall his previous life, both the good and the bad. It was at this time where Zhao Hai realized that there were some things that you would appreciate only when you lose it. Whether it be good or bad things, one would still think fondly upon it. Although there were a lot of negatives in his life on Earth, although there were no major events, it was still his original life. Laura and the others discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't too enthusiastic. They stopped chatting as they sat beside Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Why do you look unhappy?" Zhao Hai looked at their eyes and smiled. "It's nothing, but I just thought of thanking the heavens that I run into all of you. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that happened to me." Laura and the others smiled. They knew that something must be in Zhao Hai's mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this out of the blue. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what happened?" Chapter 967, Recreational Vehicle. Upon seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel guilty. At the same time, he put away the extra thoughts in his mind. He understood that every move that he made wouldn't only concern himself, He also had Laura and the others to think about. No matter how much he missed his life back on Earth, he couldn't go back. At this moment, he wasn't Zhao Hai of Earth, he was Zhao Hai Buddha, the patriarch of the Buddha clan and the husband of the ladies sitting by his side. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai immediately cleared his mind. He looked at Laura and the others and said, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about the time I was sent to the Black Wasteland. At that time, I didn't even dream of being in place like this." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the other sighed in relief. Then Laura smiled and said, "Doesn't this show Brother Hai's abilities? You relied on your efforts and bit by bit you were able to reach your current state." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just me. I relied on the space. Perhaps without the space, the present Zhao Hai wouldn't exist. It's possible that the Buddha clan would already sunk into the annals of history." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled. "Brother Hai, I don't believe other people could achieve this much even if they had the space. Not everyone can utilize the space to its maximum potential like you. You have been very low-key all this time. Don't forget, the space wasn't this powerful in the beginning. If other people had the space, then they wouldn't have been as patient as you. Brother Hai, the space is just a tool. Its abilities are limited, and the one who determines its fate is always its user." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. There's no need to comfort me. In any case, I'm already happy to have the space." "Right. What kind of car do you want to buy?" "Actually, we can't use the cars for long. After we achieved our goal in the Atlanta plain, we would be going back. When that time comes, we won't be able to use them anymore." As soon as Laura and the others heard this, they immediately went to discuss. After seeing their chirping, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. At this time, their vehicle stopped. After that, their driver opened the door for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai went out of the car, the driver bowed and said, "Mister, this the biggest vehicle store in the city. There are a lot of cars available here. Mister can choose whatever car you like." Zhao Hai nodded and thanked the driver. After that, he took 5 gold coins and handed it over. After the driver expressed his gratitude, he proceeded to return to his car. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the huge car dealership. The store was very huge and stylish. What differs this store compared to others was the fact that there were no advertisements outside the store. The only thing that can be seen in front of the store was an ancient-looking car. The succinct design of the store gave of it the aura of a noble that was wearing commoner clothes. Even if the noble was wearing simple clothing, his temperament could still be seen. Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise the store. Good, good. Just by its appearance, one could see that it's very good. Go, see if there are any cars you want. Laura and the others proceeded to cheer and enter the huge store. Zhao Hai just smiled faintly. However, he didn't run over and just calmly entered the store. Just as he entered, Zhao Hai was immediately met with a store staff. The woman was wearing a dress. Although the dress made her look very bright, it wasn't to the point being excessive. Her dress just made her exude a smart and capable appearance. The female staff bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, welcome to our establishment. I am store staff number 215. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, it seems like you have quite the collection here." The staff nodded and said, "Yes, mister, please I'll be leading you in." "What do you want to buy?" "We have ordinary cars, commercial cars, sports cars, and recreational vehicles." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I want to take a look at your recreational vehicles first. I want something that can travel anywhere." The staff immediately said, "All right, please follow me." After that, she led Zhao Hai to a place inside the store. Zhao Hai looked at the store and saw Laura and the others looking at various sports cars. One has to recognize how cool and dazzling sports cars could be. They were very appealing to the eyes. After Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately went to him as Laura said, "Brother Hai, we like these ones. Can we buy them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you want to buy it, then go ahead. I still need to look at their recreational vehicles." Laura replied, "Recreational vehicles? All right, then let's see them first." After that, they followed Zhao Hai as they were led by the store staff. The store staff was a bit shaken. Laura and the others were rare beauties, and it seems like these ladies were Zhao Hai's wives. This caused her to be surprised. This was because Zhao Hai looked too ordinary. The female staff didn't believe that Laura and the others were with Zhao Hai because of money. Although the women were indeed beautiful, they couldn't just fake their noble temperament. Even if the female staff's dress made her look capable, her temperament still fell short compared to Zhao Hai's wives. Although the female staff was curious about Zhao Hai, She didn't ask nor should she care. Being too curious would just bring her trouble. Before long, under the guidance of the store staff, Zhao Hai arrived at where the recreational vehicle was. Zhao Hai looked at it and discovered that the RVs of the Atlanta plane were much larger compared to those back on Earth. Their RV here wasn't smaller than a carriage. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Laura and the others were also surprised upon seeing the RV. They didn't think that they would see a car that was as large as this. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai finally understood why the roads of the Atlanta plane were wider than the ones on Earth. It seems like it was caused by the Atlanta plane's much higher technological level. The female staff arrived right by the silvery bright RV and said, "Mister, please take a look. This car is produced by the O'Neill family. This recreational vehicle is divided into 3 floors, each floor having 125 square meters of floor space each. On the first floor, there is a miniature parking lot about 1 meter high. This parking lot would automatically descend to the ground when needed. Once you park your car, it will return to its original position inside the vehicle. All in all, the parking lot could accommodate 8 cars. Each section of parking could be separated. You can descend to any parking section from the second floor and then proceed to drive. It's very convenient." Situated on the second floor are the living room, bathroom, a fitness room, a miniature swimming pool, and other facilities. The furniture inside are all complete. All seats are made with high-grade Magic Beast leather. They're very comfortable to sit on. Bedroom are placed on the 3rd floor. All in all, there are 6 bedrooms each with their own bathroom. These are the 3 floors of a conventional RV. At its roof is a small courtyard where you can host small parties while on the road. Windows on both sides of the car can also be opened and act as small sheds to protect against the sun. You can park your car and then proceed to enjoy a picnic. The materials used to construct these RVs are all high-quality copper alloys. Not only is the vehicle strong against shaking, it is also quite light for its size. There are a lot of magic formations on the vehicle, and it even uses engines made for war tanks. Because of its strong horsepower, the car could still go fast despite its large build. The tires of the vehicle are made of special elastomers. Even nails would be broken when they're being run through. The suspension mechanism is also made according to standards used for war tanks. There wouldn't be any issues even if you go through a rugged mountain path. While the staff was explaining the function of the vehicle, they also played the functions of the car. Laura and the others were shocked to see the RV. Now they finally understood why it was named like that. It was basically a small mobile house. The carriages of the Ark continent could only be called primitive compared to this. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't as startled. Although it was bigger and more advanced than the RVs back on Earth, their fundamental function wasn't any different. After the staff was done with the introduction, Zhao Hai looked at her and said, "Are there other cars like this one?" The store staff quickly replied, "It's the only one, mister. This RV is the most advanced vehicle of its type. Others simply couldn't compare to it. Moreover, this car is being promoted by the O'Neill family. They're limited in supply." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "How much is it?" When the staff heard this, she couldn't help but stare. Then she quickly understood that Zhao Hai was interested in the vehicle, so she immediately answered, "The vehicle is priced fairly. As long as you pay 500,000 gold coins, our company would take care of everything including licensing as well as any other modifications you have for the vehicle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, prepare one of these for me." Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Didn't you like those sports cars? Go take a look so we can have them installed in the parking spaces." When the store staff heard this, she immediately lit up with happiness as she said, "All right, mister. We'll take care of it. I'm sure the madams would be satisfied with our collection of vehicles." Chapter 968, Meeting Warriors at Night. When Zhao Hai left the shop, he was already inside his recreational vehicle. Zhao Hai already learned how to drive back on Earth, and driving in the Atlanta plane was much easier. This was because, 1. The roads here were very wide. 2. Because the cars were equipped with automatic transmission. And 3rd, because almost all cars had an anti-collision formation installed. As long as one uses this formation, one wouldn't need to worry about accidents. Of course, one can choose to turn this formation off. Naturally, Zhao Hai had this formation installed in his RV. Moreover, he had modifications made on the RV in order to make it more comfortable, and with 8 sports cars in the parking compartments, Zhao Hai spent more than 1 million gold coins in total. This purchase also made Zhao Hai realize the buying power of gold coins in the Atlanta plain. Gold coins seemed to be worth a lot. Zhao Hai drove back towards the hotel and checked out of their room before proceeding to drive off the city. He already bought a car and deposited a huge amount of money in the bank. This might cause unnecessary attention to be placed on their group. Since Zhao Hai didn't want any complications to occur, he decided to head off to other places. When they went out of the city, Zhao Hai released the O'Neill family pilot and then had him drive the RV. Zhao Hai already bought a map before leaving, and their next destination was the neighboring city. Zhao Hai and the others didn't immediately enter the space after leaving the city. They still wanted to understand the Atlanta plain better. The roads of the Atlanta plain were very well maintained and were very wide. Each road could allow 4 vehicles like their RV to go side by side. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't understand why the roads outside the city were this wide, but later on, he got the reason from the magic armor pilot. The roads were wide so that war tanks would be able to easily make use of it. Although Zhao Hai's RV was very big, it still wasn't as wide as a war tank. The roads could allow 2 war tanks to go side by side at most. 3 would be pushing it. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the scenery they passed by and saw that it was very good. Both sides of the roads were protected forests. Later on, they came to understand that the environment inside the Atlanta plain was very nice. There were forests and meadows everywhere. It was quite rich in nature. Before long, the days passed by and darkness came. Zhao Hai had the RV stop as they prepared for the night. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the space to rest. Instead, Laura and the others wanted to use the RV to experience what it's like to stay inside a vehicle. Naturally, Zhao Hai agreed. Meg made their dinner in the RV's kitchen. After finishing their meal, they went to the rooftop to look at the stars before going to their rooms to sleep. There was no need to mention how comfortable the rooms inside the RV were. Zhao Hai was sleeping with Meg tonight. The two didn't do anything and just slept side by side. When midnight came, Zhao Hai was suddenly woken up. This was because he felt some people in the proximity approaching them in a fast speed. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he got up and moved Laura and the others to the space. He also entered the space and looked at the monitor. Zhao Hai saw how fast these people were approaching. Moreover, these people weren't using magic armors. Their movement was like what warriors back in the Ark continent did. Zhao Hai noted at this point that the O'Neill family, as well as the rest of Magic Armor continent, didn't allow warriors nor mages in their territory. They had a hostile relationship with warriors and mages. If these 2 people were spotted in the Magic Armor continent, then they wouldn't have a good time. Not long after Zhao Hai entered the space, several warriors appeared right outside the parked RV. When the warriors saw the vehicle, they immediately surrounded it. They carefully looked at the car before one of them sighed and said, "This is quite a good vehicle. Leader, what do we do?" These warriors were wearing black clothing and had their swords strapped to their backs. Black cloths were covering their faces with only their eyes showing. Another warrior in their group answered, "Don't cause any incidents. Don't forget our goal. Let's go." The warriors nodded. After sparing one last envious glance at the RV, the warriors proceeded to leave. Zhao Hai counted the warriors. Altogether, there were 10 of them. They were very fast. They should have about the same strength as the Ark Continent's 7 or 8 ranked warriors. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. With the strength that these people possessed, it was impossible for them to exist here in the Magic Armor continent. What did they come here for? Fortunately, the group of warriors went along the road, so Zhao Hai was able to pay attention to their actions. Before long, the group entered the city that Zhao Hai came from. In the Magic Armor continent, cities didn't have any walls. This allowed the warriors to enter the settlement very easily. After entering the city, the group immediately proceeded to go about undetected before entering a house. The residents of the house seemed to be expecting their arrival. They immediately let the warriors in before closing the door. At this moment, Zhao Hai was paying attention to the warrior group. It can be said that Zhao Hai was a careful person. Before leaving the city, he took the time to explore the entire city just enough so that the space could map the entirety of it. Now, he could see the actions of those people using the monitor. After the group entered the house, they immediately took their hoods off. When the owner of the house saw them, he handed them a document and said, "Good. You came on time. These are your ID cards and the address of the place where you'll be staying. Remember your mission. Make sure to understand what the O'Neill family has been doing lately." The leader of the warrior group took the document and gave it a quick scan. Then he nodded and said, "You can rest assured." Then he led the warriors to leave the room. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai didn't have any interest to listen. Then Zhao Hai let out a long breath. This was an internal affair of the magic armor continent. It didn't have any relationship to him. As for the status of these warriors, Zhao Hai didn't need to look it up in order to guess. They were certainly assassins from a great family in the magic armor continent. Although it can be said that this was a continent for magic armors, there were certain matters that magic armors couldn't handle but these assassins could. Because of this, it wouldn't be strange for great families to train warriors in order to serve their goals. It was at this moment where a scream suddenly came from the room. Laura and the others opened their doors and walked out with their night robes still on. When they saw Zhao Hai on the living room looking at the monitor, they couldn't help but gawk. Zhao Hai looked at the women and smiled faintly. "It's fine. Everything's alright. Go back to sleep." There was a group of warriors approaching the RV earlier. "I didn't know what they intend to do, so I took it upon myself to move you into the space. Everything's fine now." There was still a hint of fear lingering in the minds of the ladies. They went to Zhao Hai's side before Laura asked, "Brother Hai, what happened? Why are there warriors in the magic armor continent?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Don't worry. It's fine. It's possible that those warriors are assassins from a great family in the magic armor continent. It seems like the recent actions of the O'Neill family had been brought to the attention of these families. Therefore, they sent people to look into what the O'Neill family was doing." After hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others quickly relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Alright, go back to sleep." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the group returned to their rooms in the RV. Laura and the others looked at where they were. Then they proceeded to go back to sleep. They were experienced people as well. Therefore, although what happened managed to frighten them, they were able to quickly recover. The next day, Laura and the others regained their usual vigor. After having eaten their breakfast, they proceeded to depart. Zhao Hai sat on the roof of the vehicle as he looked at the great scenery. Laura, who sat beside Zhao Hai, suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, in about 3 hours, we'll arrive at the city. According to the map, the city should be called Yanking City. We should be able to buy things there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Now we need to buy all kinds of magic armors, methods of energy conversion, and news about the Atlanta plane. However, we could only buy magic armors available for civilians. I'm afraid military magic armors aren't available for us. On the other hand, the method of energy conversion should be purchasable, albeit certainly not cheap." Laura nodded and said, "There's another issue. Purchasing all of these things without being noticed would be very hard. Brother Hai, how about this? Let's buy the books first. Then we'll buy everything else later on." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Books are the key. It's also best to find secret places where we can steal formations that aren't available outside. The research on magic formations is the most important thing for us." Laura and the others nodded. It was just like in the Ark continent where the top-ranked martial arts manuals weren't available for the public. In the Atlanta plane, there were special magic formations that couldn't be gained using conventional methods. If Zhao Hai wanted to acquire those formations, then he would have to look for a place to steal them from. At this time, Lizzie added, "Another important thing is the Ascension magic armor. But where do we obtain those?" Zhao Hai also knit his brows and said, "That wouldn't be easy to find out. Later on, we need to map more cities into the space. That way, we would obtain some useful clues." Chapter 969. I must run a factory. Yanking City was a large city under the O'Neill family's rule. Although this city wasn't the family's capital, it was still an important industrial base for the family, making it one of the most important cities under the family's control. Zhao Hai's next goal was here. Although he can easily get what he wants, he intends to attract as little attention to himself as possible. If he wanted something, then he would need to spend money, and when he's ready to leave, he would get all his money back from the bank. After the group arrived at Yanking City, they immediately went to look for a good hotel to stay in. Upon receiving their accommodations, Zhao Hai went outside to look at the situation. Zhao Hai already made some plans. If he wanted to buy a lot of things without attracting suspicion, then the only way for him to do so was to open a company in Yanking City. While Zhao Hai went to inquire about the city's matters, Laura and the others separated and drove towards several bookstores. All the books that they liked and deemed useful were bought. Zhao Hai drove to many areas of the city in order to gain a general idea. However, it wasn't easy to acquire any information about opening a company here. After all, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. When Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, Laura and the others had also come back. Aside from buying a large number of books, they also bought a lot of clothes and other stuff. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he put the books away. After that, the group proceeded to enter the space and look at the monitor. The current image displayed was the state of the Taurus continent. Their efforts to lure the O'Neill family to the winged Pegasus had finally bore fruit. In about 2 days, the O'Neill family should see the winged Pegasus clan's spatial rift. Since there was nothing to worry about, Zhao Hai changed the monitor's display to Yanking City's map. Yanking City was an industrial city. There was an overwhelming number of large and small factories operating inside. It may be because the O'Neill family needed great production capabilities in order to make more magic armors and war tanks. Because of this, factories became more prosperous. After seeing the state of these factories, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his eyebrows as he turned to Laura and said, "I need to buy a factory here. This way, I could buy things in the name of the company. However, the business of these factories is doing very good. I'm afraid there will be nobody who'll want to sell. From the current state, running a factory wouldn't be an easy matter." Laura nodded. She had done business before, so she understood matters beneath the surface. Although businesses in the Atlanta plain were different than those in the Ark continent, anyone with keen business senses would know that setting up a factory at this point wouldn't be easy. Zhao Hai knit his brows before he said, "Let's go. I want to ask the people in this hotel. Let's see if they can introduce me to someone who could help us." Since they didn't have anything else they could do, Laura and the others could only nod. After the group appeared outside their room, Zhao Hai immediately called for the lobby manager. Zhao Hai lived inside the hotel's best accommodation. Therefore, the lobby manager couldn't just ignore his summons. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai wanted to see him, the manager immediately arrived. Zhao Hai looked at the lobby manager. The man's age seemed to be on the bigger side. His hair was white and he had a mustache. However, he had tidily arranged himself. When the manager entered the room, he quickly said, "Mister, do you need something?" Zhao Hai smiled towards the manager and said, "I'm not from this place. I heard that the factory business in Yanking City is quite booming recently, so I thought of doing business here. But since I'm unfamiliar with the city, I can only ask lobby manager to act as a middleman and introduce me to people I need to know if I want to build or buy a factory in the city. I wonder if manager can help me with this." The manager immediately replied, "Mr. Can rest assured, we have agencies that specialize in matters like these. I will contact the best headhunting agency for Mr." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I would have to trouble the manager. Price isn't an issue, but I want the person to be reliable. After this, I certainly wouldn't mistreat the manager." The manager immediately replied, "Mr. is too polite. As the hotel's staff member, I can't accept any remuneration. I would be violating the rules. I wonder when Mr. plans to see the person." Zhao Hai thought about it and said, "The sooner the better, but today would be too early. I'll see them tomorrow." The manager nodded and said, "Good. Mr. Can rest assured, I will arrange a meeting as soon as possible. Once they contact me, I will immediately inform you." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand to make the manager retreat. Once the manager was out of the room, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, is getting a professional manager really the right decision?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, they can do it. They are trained specifically to handle matters like ours. Do you want to go out and take a stroll? In a city like this, people don't generally rest in the evening. The city's nightlife should be very rich." As soon as Laura and the others heard this, they happily nodded. Then Zhao Hai smiled as he led Laura and the others to leave. After asking the hotel to arrange a car for them, they immediately walked out. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The nightlife of people in this city was truly colorful. What made Zhao Hai glad was the presence of a stadium here. He can now watch some matches being held. Zhao Hai paid attention and saw that their games here was very similar to football. Zhao Hai immediately called the hotel in order to arrange some game tickets. He then led Laura and the others to see the game. Back on Earth, Zhao Hai wasn't able to go to a stadium in order to watch a game. In his country, Football wasn't heavily promoted, and there was no need to mention about going abroad. In this case, Zhao Hai had no way to see games in person. Zhao Hai wasn't a hardcore sports fan. He only knew the rules of the game and he didn't have any teams that he supported. He just wanted to watch the game because it looked lively. At the same time, Laura and the others haven't seen a single sports match. Games like football were non-existent in the Ark continent. For those who always thought about military tactics and cultivation, games where you kick a ball was seen as a joke. Instead of playing football, they might as well spend the time training. Laura and the others were very curious about the game. Because of this, after having their dinner at the hotel, they immediately arranged for a vehicle to take them to the stadium. What made Zhao Hai somewhat excited about the game was the fact that two rivals were the ones playing. It was the Red Coat Club, Yanking City's team, against the team from Derby City. The tickets they had weren't in the VIP rooms. Zhao Hai always thought that the true way of watching a game was on the stand. Zhao Hai's group arrived at the stadium at about Atlanta Plains 8:30 p.m. The game would start at 9 p.m. Laura and the others followed Zhao Hai into the stadium, and upon entering, the ladies were shocked. Although the game was in half an hour, the stadium was packed with people wearing colored clothes. People were singing their songs inside the stadium. The ladies haven't seen something like this before. They was shocked speechless. Although Zhao Hai had seen these things in TV, being in person was still a more surreal experience. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others had found their seats. Their location was very good. It was quite close to the field. In that short distance, they were able to see the looks of the players. At exactly 9 p.m., the match began. The entire field detonated with cheers. One couldn't hear anything besides the cheers towards both teams. Even if the person was right next to you, one would still need to listen carefully in order to comprehend their words. However, once the game began, Laura and the others couldn't feel somewhat disappointed. They were experts, and they had also seen warriors and mages traversing terrain as though it was nothing. They couldn't feel the same was as the people watching inside the stadium, but under the current atmosphere, they still couldn't help but continue watching the game. It was a 90-minute game, with the intermission and overtime. The entire match took 2 hours to finish. Since they were early by 30 minutes, Zhao Hai's group stayed inside the stadium for a bit less than 3 hours. In these 3 hours, the fans of both teams never stopped cheering. Their songs were loud from beginning up to the end. Laura and the others couldn't help but admire their spirit. After the group returned to their vehicle, Laura rubbed her ears and said, "Too frantic. Those people are too loud." "Brother Hai, you said that they haven't learned battle chin or had military training. How could they shout that loud for 3 straight hours? Every one of them are full of spirit." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps it's because of the game's charm. It's difficult for people like us to understand them. To them, football is just like religion." Laura thought for a moment and said, "Brother Hai, is it possible for the people inside the space to play this game? The space is severely lacking in entertainment." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It won't be easy. There are a lot of races inside the space. I'm afraid that there would be some disparity in each team. How would goblins play against the others? I think we should just abandon this idea." Laura couldn't help but agree. Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't say anything else. One of the reasons he wanted to see that match was to introduce Atlanta Plains lifestyle to Laura and the others. He wanted them to see a lifestyle different from the Ark continent. Atlanta Plain was very similar to Earth. Zhao Hai wanted to make Laura and the others understand the Plains culture so that they may share something similar with Zhao Hai. Nothing noteworthy happened that night. The next morning, as the hotel's staff were delivering breakfast, the lobby manager led someone to Zhao Hai's room. The manager bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. This is the professional manager that the headhunting agency has recommended. He can help Mr. with what you want." After the manager's introduction, the professional manager immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Hello, I'm called Bluel. Being able to serve Mr. would be a great honor." Zhao Hai inspected the man. He looked like he was in his 30s. He wore appropriate clothing and had his hair properly combed. The man's eyes seemed to sparkle. Zhao Hai looked at Bluel and said, "Mr. Bluel, nice to meet you. Please have a seat." Bluel was very polite as he took a seat and sat down. He didn't have any hesitations in his actions, which made Zhao Hai very satisfied. As an agent, Being someone who seemed easy to talk to was a sign of professionalism. If one was cautious with their actions, then that agent was no good. The hotel manager didn't leave and just stood there. The manager understood that Zhao Hai had yet to accept the agent Bluel. It can be said that Bluel was still at the interview stage. If he was unable to satisfy Zhao Hai, then the hotel manager would have to find another person. Zhao Hai looked at Bluel and said, "Mr. Bluel, did the manager tell you about my request?" Bluel immediately replied, "Yes, mister. The manager already informed me that you wanted to purchase a factory in Yanking City, or maybe build your own." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What would Mr. Bluel suggest?" Bluel replied, "Mister, if I may frankly speak, I think Mr. purchasing a factory in Yanking City wouldn't be a wise decision. Factory business is doing very well in Yanking City. Nobody would be willing to let go of their factories, and even if they did, they would do so at a very high price. Therefore, purchasing a factory at this time would not be worth it." Zhao Hai nodded. He had also thought of this point. Therefore, he waved his hand, telling Bluel to continue. After seeing Zhao Hai's response, Bluel went on, "However, I think it's possible to open a factory by yourself. Yanking City had always been an industrial hub. There are a lot of factories here. Not only the O'Neill family, other families also run factories in this place. Mr. can open a factory here, but I don't know what kind Mr. wants to build." Zhao Hai looked at Bluel and said, "What can you suggest?" Bluel replied, "My suggestion is, if Mr. has the money, then Mr. should open a medium-sized factory. Not too big nor not too small. Big factories in the city are under the control of the O'Neill family vassals. If you want to run a big factory, then you need to cooperate with them, or else you would be under the O'Neill family's pressure. On the other hand, if you run a small factory, then I'm afraid making a sizable profit would be very difficult. Therefore, running a medium factory would be appropriate." Chapter 970. Believe me. Zhao Hai calmly listened to Bluel's words. Bluel's explanation was very concise. There was no point that Zhao Hai didn't understand. He even said the rules of the city's businesses. Such rules can be reflected at any place. Yanking City was an industrial hub. The factories here were very profitable. This was something that almost the entire Magic Armor continent knew. Moreover, almost all of the industrial hubs have some connection to war departments. Take Yanking City for example. How could the O'Neill family just let go of its control over it? Can they rest assured when outsiders settle here? Impossible. It was equivalent to letting others take the sword that you use to fight. Because of this, all large factories in Yanking City were controlled by the O'Neill family. Even if they weren't under the family's control, they would handled by loyal vassals of the family. Only through this arrangement could the family be relieved. After Bluel finished speaking, he looked to see Zhao Hai's reaction. He found that Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in front of him. It seems like Zhao Hai was pondering over his words. Bluel couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Bluel was a professional manager, he wasn't a formal member of the agency. He was someone who had the ability but hasn't had the chance to showcase it. Because the agency knew about his skills, they kept his contact number. Once someone looks for an agent for help, then they would give Bluel the opportunity to show his skills. Naturally, this opportunity wasn't given to everyone. If the client didn't have the caliber to face Bluel, then they wouldn't send him over. This time, the hotel manager was the one who called the agency. The manager's hotel was a very famous institution in Yanking City. Since the agency didn't want to offend the hotel, they sent Bluel over. Bluel always wanted to find opportunities to show his ability. So after being briefed by the agency regarding Zhao Hai's situation, he immediately settled himself and went to see Zhao Hai. After having thought through everything, Zhao Hai turned to Bluel and said, "Mr. Bluel, let me ask, if I ask you to help me open a factory, how much money would I need?" When Bluel heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn ecstatic. He clearly prepared this answer as he immediately opened his mouth and said, "A minimum of 3 million gold coins and a maximum of 5. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr. Bluel, I'm very satisfied with your answer. I can give you 5 million gold coins to help me open a factory. I will not directly operate this business and will leave all of that to you. I'll also give you a tenth of the factory shares. Although I won't meddle in the business, I'll have ask your help to buy me things through the company from time to time. Is this alright with you?" Bluel was shocked. He understood what Zhao Hai just said. Zhao Hai would give him 5 million gold coins to open a factory. of which 10% of the shares would be named under him. Everything the company does would be under Blue's care. Zhao Hai would just gain the dividends. Was there such a good thing? Blue felt that he was inside a manager's dream. Even if one was a manager and in a high position, one would still be an employee. However, this wasn't the case with Zhao Hai. Blue was a shareholder of the company. 10% wasn't a small number. This was basically a meat pie that fell from the heavens. Blue looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes shining as he said, "Mister, are you sure about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I never joke about these matters. If you agree, then we can immediately sign an agreement. I will send you the money and leave everything else to you. What do you think?" Blue looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, Mister can rest assured. You can trust me. This Blue will dedicate his life to Mister." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he turned to the hotel manager and said, "Manager, please help us find a lawyer. I need to sign a contract with Mr. Blue." The manager nodded. Then he looked at Blue enviously before he turned to leave. After the manager left, Blue turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Mister, why did you trust me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't trust you. I believed in myself and my eye for people. Moreover, to be honest with you, 5 million isn't a huge amount to me. But if you dare betray me, then I will make you understand the feeling of wanting to die instead of living." When Blue heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he nodded and said, "I understand, mister. You can rest assured, I will not let you down." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "As long as you don't deliberately swallow the money in the factory, whatever you do is fine. If the factory goes bankrupt, and it isn't because of your mismanagement, then I wouldn't blame you. Just do normal business and make money." Blue smiled faintly and said, "Just like Mister, I'm also confident in myself. You can be relieved with the 5 million that you gave me. I promise that in less than a year, you would be able to get your investment back. After getting my dividends, I will give everything to you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You are really confident. Since you believe in yourself so much, then I will give you 5% shares after 1 year. We'll include that in the contract." Blue looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly sighed, "I'm starting to doubt if you are really an heir to a great family. Otherwise, you wouldn't be nonchalant about your money. Of the 5 million, you're giving me 500,000, and if you add the 5%, that is 750,000 gold coins in total. Even small families would have a hard time earning that much money in 1 year." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Money? You won't gain it if you don't gamble. And if this 15% share could buy your loyalty, then wouldn't that be worth it?" Blue looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "If more people think like Mister, then professional managers would be more relaxed." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not all managers are like Mr. Blue." Then both of them laughed. After some time, the two calmed down, but the two of them seemed to have developed a sense of understanding with each other. Blue looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I haven't asked you yet. What do you plan to buy through the factory?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and finally said, "I want to buy a set of energy conversion equipment and maybe some magic armors, some civilian ones. Having military magic armors would also be great." Blue nodded and said, "That won't be difficult. Energy converters are widespread and can be easily purchased. Besides, with our factory, purchasing them wouldn't be difficult. As for civilian magic armors, you can buy as many as you want. You can also buy military magic armors, but the amount would be limited." Zhao Hai stared, then he became happy as he asked, "Good, but what levels of military magic armors can I buy?" Blue replied, "You can buy magic armors below God rank. However, you can only obtain them from black markets, and their price would be more expensive." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Money is not an issue. As long as you can buy them, then it's all right. But remember, don't let these matters affect the factory. We don't want to kill the goose that lays golden eggs." Blue nodded and said, "Mister can rest assured, I know how to be discreet." After he said that, the hotel manager suddenly appeared along with a person who looked refined. From the introduction made by the hotel manager, Zhao Hai found out that the person was from a famous law firm in the city. He came here specifically to arrange Zhao Hai's contract. Zhao Hai didn't waste any breath as he immediately expressed the agreement with Blue. After the lawyer wrote the contract, Zhao Hai looked at it and wrote his name upon seeing that there were no problems. This time, he only signed the name Zhao Hai instead of Zhao Hai Buddha. When he forged his ID card, he only used Zhao Hai as his name and not Zhao Hai Buddha. After the contract was written, Zhao Hai got one copy, Blue got one, and another went to the law firm for documentation. Now, Zhao Hai's agreement with Bluel was official. Zhao Hai led Bluel towards Magic Armor Bank and directly entered the VIP lounge. This time, nobody stopped Zhao Hai from entering. After looking at Zhao Hai's ID card, the staff immediately welcomed him in. Upon entering the VIP lounge, the bank manager immediately approached Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I am the lounge manager. Is there anything I can do for you?" Zhao Hai looked at the manager before handing his ID card over and saying, "Get 5 million from my card and give them to this mister right here." Bluel also handed his ID card over. The manager took the 2 cards and left the VIP lounge. The number of transactions that the manager handles wasn't a lot, and 5 million was quite a lot of money. However, the manager had seen a lot of things, so he wasn't surprised at all. Before long, the manager came back holding the 2 ID cards. Then he handed it over to Zhao Hai and Bluel. Then the manager said, "Mister, it's done. Is there anything else you need?" Zhao Hai didn't reply. Instead, he turned to Bluel and said, "All right, I've already given you the money. Everything else is up to you. You go first. I still have other matters to attend to." Bluel nodded before he gave a bow and leaving the lounge. Chapter 971, Making a Mistake. After waiting for Bluel to leave, Zhao Hai turned his head to the manager and said that he had some gold bricks to deposit. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the manager immediately said, "Mister, please come with me." After that, Zhao Hai went along with the manager. When Zhao Hai arrived inside the room, he discovered that it was the same as the one in the previous city. It seems like all Magic Armor banks have similar rooms like this. Zhao Hai proceeded to put 20 million gold coins worth of gold bricks into the formation. The manager also confirmed that they were worth 20 million. After having the value deposited into his ID card, Zhao Hai proceeded to leave. After returning to the hotel, Laura said, "Brother Hai, are you really sure about giving Bluel 5 million gold coins in order to open a factory?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why not? In any case, we would recoup the money sooner or later. Also, opening this factory would only give us benefits, right? And before, we made a huge mistake. It is time for us to correct it." When Laura and the others heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression as she asked, "Brother Hai, what mistake?" Zhao Hai replied, "We made a serious mistake. We thought that after we ascend, it would be impossible for us to return here. However, that only applies to ordinary cultivators. On the other hand, we have the space. Even if we cannot return, what about the races that are under us? Couldn't they just return to this place? Is there no material here that the upper realm need?" As soon as Laura and the others heard this, they were immediately surprised. Then their faces seemed to show their enlightenment. Indeed, just like Zhao Hai said, they made a mistake. People from the cultivation realm couldn't return to the lower realms because they were affected by the laws of the heaven and the earth. But to Zhao Hai, this simply wasn't an issue. It can be said that the space itself wasn't something that the heavens can affect. Therefore, after Zhao Hai ascends, as long as they still had the spaces map, they could return at any time. Whether it was the Arc Continent, Demon Realm, Divine Realm, or the Atlanta Plain, all of them had good things present. Most importantly, these things would belong to Zhao Hai alone. In these places, not to say about anything else, how much gold do they have? With more gold, Zhao Hai's space could do more things. How much influence could this get in the cultivation realm? How much influence would Zhao Hai have? There was no need to express it. Laura and the others took a deep breath. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So what Brother Hai is saying is, the factory would be a preparation for the future?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The situation with the Magic Armor Continent is special. The Atlanta Plain is special as well. If this lower plane has some way of blocking the underworld, then our 5 million gold coins would be a chess piece that we leave behind. For us, this only brings advantages." Laura nodded. "That is indeed a good way to use 5 million. On the contrary, I think it's too cheap. I don't know what kind of person this Bluel is. I hope that he doesn't betray us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "He wouldn't dare. He is only an ordinary person of the Atlanta Plain. He might be intelligent, he might be good at business. However, in the face of absolute strength, all of those cleverness would be a joke. If he dared to play with me, then I could easily kill him." Laura also nodded. Just like what Zhao Hai said, not to say about Bluel, Zhao Hai wasn't even afraid of the O'Neill family. If Bluel dared to betray Zhao Hai, then his life would be gone in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at the ladies and said, The divines have been destroyed by us. It looks like the foreign races wouldn't join us, and now we've left a seed in the Atlanta plain. Things here have almost been taken care of. Now we'll go to the underworld. Before, I didn't dare to go all out against the Skeleton King, but now it's different. My strength is still the same as before, yet I'm no longer suppressed. We'll go to the underworld and see if we can leave something behind there. Laura nodded and said, indeed, the underworld is too mysterious. That Skeleton King looks like he isn't at the apex of the underworld. Brother Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded. I also feel the same. This is the reason why I'm very interested with the underworld. As long as we get the Ascension magic armor of the Atlanta plain, then there's nothing else we need. At that time, we can go to the underworld and see what it looks like. Laura nodded. Then she said, we also need to pay attention to the Winged Pegasus clan's situation. The O'Neill family would discover them by tomorrow. When that time comes, another war would start. Zhao Hai thought about it and said, all right. Let's call Shan over to the space. When Laura heard this, she chuckled slightly before she turned away to manage things. Shan has been unhappy in the past few days. His people weren't cooperating with him. Although they had reached an agreement to enter the space, the Winged Pegasus were always looking for reasons to drag on. Those who did this the most were the elder and senior members of the clan. These people disobeyed Speaker Fang. Not to say about Shan. Every time he faced those people, Shan couldn't help but get furious. However, Shan didn't want Zhao Hai to come and handle the matter. He knew that if he called Zhao Hai over, then it's possible that Zhao Hai would be disappointed and may never involve himself with the Winged Pegasus anymore. For the Winged Pegasus, this would surely be a huge disaster. Although he was very disappointed with his people, Shan endured for his race. He still had hope for his clansmen. What made Shan feel depressed was the fact that nobody cared about his efforts, and instead of being grateful, his clansmen even disliked him. It would be impossible for Shan to be happy in this situation. Shan's situation now was similar to the time before Zhao Hai killed Yi Fai. It seems like Zhao Hai killing Yi Fai caused the Winged Pegasus to resist more. The Winged Pegasus opposed Shan in every decision he made. Even Speaker Fang didn't enter these people's eyes, much less Shan. This day, Shan was inside Speaker Fang's room, discussing how to solve their clan's matters. It has been a few days since Zhao Hai left the Winged Pegasus territory, yet there were no movements from their part. The two were getting more and more anxious, but they weren't strong enough. At this time, Shan suddenly felt his messenger fish acting up. Shan's expression changed. He looked at Speaker Fang and forced a smile. Mr. is looking for me. It seems like he's been discontented with our progress. Speaker Fang stared before he smiled bitterly. To be honest, he was also discontented at their current state. In these few days, less than 100 households managed to enter the space. These households were people who had good relationships with the two of them. As for the others, they simply weren't willing to move. Shan took his messenger fish and heard Zhao Hai's voice. Shan, Speaker Fang, please go to the space. I have something to tell you too. Shan looked at Speaker Fang, then he took his command token out as the two entered the space. Upon entering, they discovered that they were standing inside a huge lotus. The two couldn't help but gawk, but they soon recovered when they saw Fer and Ding. After seeing the two, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Come here and take a seat." After giving a salute, Shan and Fang walked towards the room where Zhao Hai was. This wasn't Zhao Hai's room inside the ship. Instead, it was the ship's reception room. Zhao Hai had some small dishes prepared as well as some bottles of liquor. After the group had a sip of their wine, Zhao Hai turned to Shan and smiled. "How are things going? Are you having hard times recently?" Shan looked embarrassed at Zhao Hai. He didn't know how to respond. They certainly weren't having a good time. Zhao Hai looked at Shan's expression and faintly smiled. "Don't worry much about it. I don't blame you. When I killed Yi Fai, I've already expected this to happen. Don't be too hard on yourself. I asked you here today because I have something to tell you. In about 2 days, the O'Neill family's scouts would discover the entrance to the Winged Pegasus clan's plane." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Shan and Speaker Fang's expression changed. The two stared at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai returned their gaze. Suddenly, Fer clapped hard as he said, "Shan, this is good news. You can use this opportunity to compel your people to enter the space." They didn't want to enter the space because they think Mr. is lying about the magic armors. Now that the magic armors are coming, those people would know that they're real. When the time comes, they won't oppose to moving to the space. However, things wouldn't be easy in the beginning. Your people would surely try to face the magic armor. Only after knowing the strength of the magic armors would they be willing to follow your words. You need to be mentally prepared. Chapter 972, Can the Underworld Cooperate? Shan and Fang's expression were somewhat ugly. They didn't want to deal with their clansmen using this method. Zhao Hai saw their reaction and couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were too indecisive, failing to forego the right thing over a small sacrifice. The most important matter was survival. Shan and Fang were thinking in the mindset of a hero. Not to say being a hero, they didn't even have the strength to be one. Yes, Zhao Hai's plan would kill people, but don't forget that these people died in order to save a lot more people. Shan clearly knew this, yet they were still hesitating. Up until this time, they still wanted to bring all of their people into the space. Who knows if it was because of their naivety, or were they just being stupid? Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed. Then he looked at Shan and said, Shan, if given the opportunity, would you kill one person in order to save 10,000? Shan started when he heard this. He himself wasn't an indecisive person. He even had Zhao Hai kill Yi Fei before. But these days, his people were not cooperating with him. He was not trusted and was even loathed. This caused him to be mentally affected. Because of this, he wanted to prove himself and bring all of his people into the space. It's possible that Shan didn't discover this point and was just a subconscious action. Because of this, Shan held some resistance towards Fear's words, but now that he heard Zhao Hai, he was startled. It seems like he was awakened. Zhao Hai looked at Shan and smiled. Shan, don't forget about your goal. If you hesitate, more people would die. If you don't agree to the plan, then that's also fine. I happen to be close to finishing my matters before I ascend. Once I leave, I won't have any relationship with the divine realm anymore. Shan stood up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Can rest assured, I know what I should do. I ask Mr. to forgive me for my previous actions. I've been lacking in my management. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Shan, you, Thur and Ding are the people I like the most in your three clans. The future of your tribes will be handed to the three of you. Let me tell you the truth. There are races other than your clans that I also need to take care of. When I encounter something later on, I won't have any time to spare for you. I'm not worried about Thur. His people have more or less settled themselves. There won't be any problems for them in the future. At the same time, Ding's people are doing well. After all, everybody moved in. Even their patriarch agreed. What I'm most worried about is the Wing Pegasus clan. They seem to have some dislike towards me. If you can't manage them, then they would be a potential danger. I don't want such danger inside my space. Do you understand? Shan bowed and said, I understand, mister. Feel relieved. I'm clear about what I need to do. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Speaker Fang and said, Speaker Fang, you're a great elder of the Wing Pegasus race. You're a high-ranking official, and sometimes, you need to be imposing in order to suppress those who disobey you. At this time, Shan's prestige is still insufficient. He would need your help to manage the future development of the Wing Pegasus race. Speaker Fang stood up, his face showing his guilt as he said, I've been unfair to Mr. I apologize for disappointing you. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not too late to change. You go back and prepare. Shan and Speaker Fang nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent them back. After the two were sent off, Zhao Hai turned to Thur and Ding and said, Thur, Ding, you need to settle your people as soon as possible. Have you seen the churches? You can exchange for things you need there. I'm currently not in the divine realm. I went to the Atlanta plain to see the O'Neill family's territory. Therefore, I won't have much time to go see you inside the space. It is up to you to take care of your people. When Thur and Ding heard Zhao Hai, they paused for a moment before they said, Mister, rest assured, there won't be any problems. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then said, you won't suffer any problems in the space. Here, your lives would only get better and better. Alright, I've already told you everything you need to know. I won't be coming to the space often, so you have to solve your problems on your own. I won't care about how you handle things from now on. Upon hearing this, Thur and Ding's hearts couldn't help but be moved. They understand that Zhao Hai just gave them his stance. He will not meddle with their clan and would just let them develop on their own. In the past, Thur and the others were worried upon entering the space. This place was purely Zhao Hai's domain. If Zhao Hai wanted to do something to them, then they simply won't have the opportunity to resist. Zhao Hai drank a few more cups of wine with the two before sending them off. After his visitors left, Zhao Hai returned to his villa where Laura and the others were already waiting for him. Zhao Hai turned to look at the monitor. The image currently projected was from the O'Neill family's magic armor troops. They've already discovered the rift to the Winged Pegasus clan. There were garrison troops stationed on the rift. These troops were reinstated after the 9 Supreme Elders retreated. The Winged Pegasus clan being unwilling to enter the space was precisely because the 9 Supreme Elders already went away. When the O'Neill family's people discovered the Winged Pegasus, they didn't immediately approach. For the O'Neill family, this was a huge discovery. They knew that the family was looking for a large army. Now they had found one. Most importantly, there was a spatial rift here. The magic armor pilots knew what this meant to the O'Neill family. They even started to suspect that their god was giving special care towards the O'Neill family. After making their discovery, the O'Neill family's troops retreated. When he saw their reaction, Zhao Hai slightly smiled. Then he turned to Laura and said, "The O'Neill family is really careful, but this care is the right move. I'm afraid the Winged Pegasus would be faced with huge troubles." Laura nodded. "Right. The Winged Pegasus will have huge problems. When we deal with their problem later on, we can proceed to our next plan." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, when we solve the Winged Pegasus, we shall proceed to lure the O'Neill family over to the foreign races." Ha ha ha. To be honest, the O'Neill family is too pitiful. They're actually doing free labor for us. Laura and the others chuckled. At this time, Kair suddenly appeared and told Zhao Hai, "Young master, something is happening to the underworld's dark mist." Zhao Hai quickly changed the monitor to show the dark mist. The moment the image changed, Zhao Hai and the others immediately saw the underworld's dark mist violently tumbling. It looked like an angry devil as it whistled and rumbled. Zhao Hai frowned when he saw the dark mist. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew that this wouldn't happen for no reason. There should be a reason for this development. Before long, the answer to Zhao Hai's question appeared. A team of skeleton soldiers came out along with a bone carriage. Zhao Hai felt relief when he saw this. He knew this group. He had fought with them before. But then, Zhao Hai became shocked. Behind this team of skeletons was another group. This new group looked somewhat special. These people were all zombies with thin bodies and pale bones. Their long nails and sharp fangs showed their status. Just like the skeletons, this group of zombies were also accompanied by a carriage. However, this carriage was actually a zombie carriage. What pulled it were zombies, while the carriage itself seemed to be a huge zombie head, complete with its sharp fangs. The body of the carriage was black, probably made with some unknown beast's skin. It looked like it wasn't heavy. It also glowed a green light. When Zhao Hai saw this carriage, his first feeling was that this carriage was made out of corpse skin. This thought scared him a little. And then, another group of people were trailing behind the zombies. Upon seeing the third group, Zhao Hai immediately thought of the Lich race. Zhao Hai thought of them because they looked the same as the legendary Lich clan. They seemed to have no physical body. They just floated as dark mists. Occasionally, one could see a hand coming out. In the middle of these Lich was an especially large dark mist. This mist wasn't smaller than the carriages of the skeletons and the zombies. It seems like this was where the Lich King was. Zhao Hai frowned when he looked at these three groups. Lich, zombies, and skeletons were the most famous types of undead. However, why would they appear here? What do they want to do? At this time, the three groups stopped. Then the Skeleton King as well as the Zombie King walked out from their carriages. The Zombie King was a huge zombie. His height was about 2 meters. His skin was golden yellow. His muscles were visibly withered, akin to a rotten branch. He had big red eyeballs, 20-centimeter fangs and even longer 50-centimeter nails. From the Lich group, the huge dark mist seemed to distort space before it turned into a person wearing a magic robe. In the person's hand was a book. He had white hair as well as a very neat beard. If one looks at his upper part, then one could see a great literary elder. Unfortunately, his lower body showed his identity. His body didn't continue on. It was just dark mist. After the three had come out, the Skeleton King suddenly opened his huge mouth and screamed. Zhao Hai was sure that there wasn't any sound being heard. Instead, the scream contained spiritual energy and spread all throughout the area. The Zombie King also did the same and opened its mouth and roared. It was a horrific scream that drilled into the mind of a person. Those who were looking at the screen were able to hear this roar. Zhao Hai felt uncomfortable while Laura and the others covered their ears. At the back of the undead group, the Lich King knitted his brows. A moment after the two undead roared, the Lich King said, "Old bones, big tooth, can you not scream? You might not notice, but your voices are too loud and ugly." It'll scare people. If we want to see civilized people, then we should use civilized means." After he said this, the Lich King looked at his surroundings and suddenly said, "Is the expert who fought the Skeleton King here? If you can hear me, please come out to see us." Rest assured, we came here with no evil intentions. Zhao Hai's group was astonished at what the Lich said. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Lich to be like this. He couldn't help but feel strange. And the strangest thing about this was the Lich talked just like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, why does this Lich talk a bit like me?" As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they thought about the Lich's manner and chuckled. The politeness of this Lich was indeed like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head as he said, "I didn't expect a Lich to have the same temperament as me. Hee, I'll go see why they want to meet me." Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the three groups. Naturally, the Lich didn't expect Zhao Hai to come out just as he talked. The Lich gawked before he gave Zhao Hai a slight bow. "Lich Kampala has seen Mr. Zhao Hai also gave a small bow and said, "I've seen Mr. Kampala as well as the other two kings. I was careless last time and wasn't able to introduce myself. I am Zhao Hai." The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai, then using his spiritual force he said, "Gulai." The Zombie King also turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhongzheng." His voice was somewhat hoarse. It seems like every word took him extreme effort to dictate. Zhao Hai slightly bowed once more and said, "May I know why you came looking for me?" "I shouldn't have anything to do with you. Although I sparred with Mr. Gulai last time, that was just a matter of learning." Lich Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "We came looking for Mr. in order to establish a cooperation." When Zhao Hai heard Kampala, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at the three and asked, "Cooperation? What could I do to cooperate with you?" Chapter 973, Gu 1. Kampala looked at Zhao Hai, then he slightly smiled and said, "I looks like Mr. is different from ordinary people. When others see us, they would immediately shout kill them. However, Mr. didn't. This makes me surprised." Zhao Hai looked at Kampala and chuckled a bit. "This isn't strange. I'm a dark mage, so I deal with the undead almost every day. I'm also used to people yelling kill him to me." After the three undead heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Kampala looked at Skeleton Gulai and said, "Old Bones, is Mr. really the one you fought before? Why didn't you tell us that he's a dark mage?" Gulai also looked at Zhao Hai and tilted his head. He couldn't understand what was going on. Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to doubt my identity. I'm a dark mage, but I'm also a warrior as well as a divergent ability user. Moreover, I can also use magic from other magic branches." "This isn't strange. When you reach my level you would be able to transform your energy to another type. Couldn't you do it as well?" The three shook their heads. The Lich looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Mr. might not know, but there is only one type of energy in the dark world, and that is dark energy. Because of this, both warriors and mages only use this type." Zhao Hai nodded, then he replied, "You still haven't expressed why you called me over." When Kampala heard Zhao Hai, he immediately answered, "Mr., we came this time to offer a sincere cooperation. But before we tell you, we'll have to little talk with Mr. first." "Can Mr. agree to this?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I agree. Everyone, there's no need for us to keep standing here. Let's go take a seat." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, making 4 stone chairs appear on the ground. Shortly after Zhao Hai went down, Gulai and Zhongzheng sat on the stone chair. On the other hand, Kampala just fluttered, which made Zhao Hai slightly smile. When the group had sat down, Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., we came here for cooperation because of the spatial rift." "The spatial rift is our hope." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at the Lich. The Lich returned Zhao Hai's gaze and smiled bitterly as he said, "Mr., you might have any ideas about the undead living in the underworld. In fact, at the very beginning, the undead of the underworld didn't fight. Nobody perished. After all the undead appeared, they just peacefully wandered around the underworld. This is because we know that we have endless life. So why should we fight? We could live for thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even much longer. Even if we practice a bit every day, we would eventually become masters. Because of this, nobody fought and nobody cultivated voraciously." Zhao Hai blankly stared at Kampala. He suspected that this Lich might have gone crazy. The undead were peaceful? How could darkness life forms know peace? It wasn't like the ghost stories, but to think about it, the Lich was itself a ghost. If he said it, then it might be true. Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and saw his disbelief. Kampala lightly sighed and said, Mister, you might think that I'm talking nonsense, but what I said is true. The three of you are one of the longest living undead in the underworld. I can't remember how old I am. The only thing I remember is that when I woke up I was a young lich. I went about the underworld looking for people like me and learned from them. I lived happily. These two did as well. Gulai started out as a gray skeleton. Zhongzheng also started out as a low-level zombie. While speaking about this, Kampala had the look of recollection. This was because he could remember the good times. He looked like an old man thinking back to his younger days. After some time, Kampala sighed. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, I also don't know when it started, but undead with memories started to be born. These new undead began to fight against the other undead. These undead killed others and absorbed their energies. This way, these new undead accelerated their cultivation. When Zhao Hai heard Kampala, his eyes shone. He looked at the lich and asked, You mean that in the beginning, the undead of the underworld can't remember anything? They're just like newborn babies. Kampala had a surprised look at Zhao Hai as he said, Isn't that natural? Haven't I told you? Right. I forgot to say it. But this isn't strange. Shouldn't undead have no memories to begin with? Upon being asked by Kampala, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. But then he began to recall that Kampala was right. Undead weren't born with memories already in them. Even those summoned by mages won't have memories of their past life. Only high-level creatures would have memories. It might be because of heaven's intervention, since summoning high-level undead would cause a mage to make a large sacrifice. Naturally, this didn't include the space since it was a cheat itself. After he saw Zhao Hai nod, Kampala continued. Those undead with memories destroyed the underworld's peace. They put an end to the undead's peaceful life. They wantonly slaughtered the undead and absorbed their energy. Finally, the undead began to resist, making the underworld a huge battlefield. Kampala sighed, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, You could never imagine how terrible this war is, and because of the battle, more and more powerful undead emerged. What surprised us the most was the sudden emergence of a temple. This temple is surrounded by undead. The undead with memories are the most faithful believers of this temple. Kampala looked Zhao Hai in the eyes and said, It might be fine if it's just that. However, we discovered that those experts who attacked the temple were all killed. On the other hand, those who came to worship the temple were spared and turned into the temple's followers. They became fanatics. It's as though they were under someone's control. Zhao Hai was continually surprised at Kampala. He didn't think that the undead would be this insightful. It seems like Zhao Hai was still underestimating Kampala and the others. Kampala seems to ignore Zhao Hai's expression as he went on. We aren't willing to be controlled, therefore we united in order to resist the temple. However, their numbers are continually growing. Their power is getting stronger and stronger as well. Fortunately, for every 10 undead born in the underworld, only 2 or 3 of them would be those with memories. This allowed us to supplement our strength. Otherwise, we would have already perished. After talking about this, Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and said, But even so, we are still being pushed back. Our territory became smaller and smaller. In order to escape elimination, we have no choice but to expand outward. Several times we began attack a plane similar to the underworld, but we didn't expect the inhabitants to be very powerful. We were repelled in the end. Zhao Hai gawked. Then he guessed that the plane Kampala was talking about was the demon realm. In the past, the demon realm was under attack by undead creatures. Kampala continued. After being repelled, our days became even more bleak. But at the same time, we discovered a secret. The reason why the underworld became like this was because someone was controlling everything behind the scenes. This person was the one who built the Dark Temple. We don't know who he is, but he is very strong and he wants to be the only god of all undead. Most importantly, he wants the creatures of the underworld to be as strong as possible. Then he would choose the most powerful undead and take them away from the underworld to be his most loyal slaves. Zhao Hai suddenly thought about a Chinese legend. Someone used a jar to raise poisonous insects. These insects would kill each other and the last one alive would be the most powerful insect. Upon hearing Kampala, it seems like they were in the same state. They were raised inside this jar while being urged to kill each other. Those who killed would become more powerful and the survivors would be the most powerful undead. Kampala stopped for a moment before he continued. Although we don't know where he took those undead, we are very sure that they were taken away. Those undead must have been taken in order to fight stronger enemies. We don't want to live like that. So we resisted. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he really admired the tenacity of Kampala's group. However, Zhao Hai still didn't understand where the cooperation would fit into this matter. It was at this time where Kampala looked at Zhao Hai. His facial expression changed as he said, "Just as we thought that there was no way out, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the underworld. That spatial rift brought us great hope." As he looked at Kampala, Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore as he asked, "Mr. Kampala, until now, I still couldn't understand the reason why you want my cooperation. Can you get to the point?" One means poisonous insects, decided to keep it as is since it has been used in other novels. Chapter 974. So we cooperate. After hearing Zhao Hai saying this, Kampala couldn't help but be embarrassed as he laughed and said, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao Hai. You should know that I'm already old. I have a lot of things to talk about. I apologize." Zhao Hai sighed and waved his hand, indicating to the lich to continue. Kampala immediately followed up, "We found this new land, but there was nobody here. In any case, this didn't have anything to do with us. All we need is a new place where we can safely live in." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then you're lucky. Moreover, there's no need for my help. The Ark continent is huge. You can seize it for yourself at any time. There's nobody here, so you can do whatever you like." Kampala smiled bitterly and replied, "We thought like that in the beginning, but then we thought that something was still wrong. We can hide here for a while, but not for long. After all, our enemies still exist. They would be able to discover this place sooner or later, and when they come out of the spatial rift, we would have no other place to escape to." Zhao Hai nodded. He also thought about this point. Kampala and the others weren't stupid. Although this seems easy to think about, most people would overlook this point. They would rather enjoy the safety of the moment rather than think about the incoming future danger. Then Kampala said, "But what we didn't expect was Mr. taking a batch of lich with him and agreed to transfer them to another place. For us, this is great news. But unfortunately, after Mr. took the group of lich, you vanished from sight. This caused me to be disappointed." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he asked, "Mr. Kampala, how did you know that I took a group of lich with me?" Kampala proudly replied, "The answer to Mr.'s question has to do with the lich race's abilities. Although the lich don't have physical attacks, our spiritual force is very strong and we're the most skillful in using it. When Mr. received the lich, they passed this information over to me. Therefore, I came to know about it. I've waited at the place where Mr. appeared for a long time. It's a pity that Mr. didn't appear again." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he suddenly frowned and said, "Wait, Mr. Kampala, there's something wrong with what you said. The lich I took last time seemed to be born with memories. According to you, they should not be on your side. They said that there was still peace in the underworld, yet you said that there is fighting. What is going on?" Zhao Hai's eyes were cold as he looked at Kampala. Kampala sighed and said, "For those people, the underworld is certainly peaceful. Mister, in the underworld, not all undead with memories are bad. Some of those undead chose to have an ordinary life. Therefore, they formed an alliance and chose to take a neutral stance in the war. They also took care of other undead who chose to not participate. And since they are strong, no side wants to provoke them. I have a relationship with those lich that Mr. took in, so they decided to tell me the news." Zhao Hai nodded. This reason was justified. Then he said, "Mr. Kampala, how do you want to cooperate with me?" Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we want to ask you to provide shelter for us. I don't know if Mr. will agree to this." When he heard this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Mr. Kampala, this doesn't seem to be a cooperation. Does this cooperation just involve me providing shelter for you?" Kampala smiled awkwardly and said, "Mister, in fact, in the beginning, we want to work with you to deal with those undead. However, we also know that Mr. wouldn't want to wade in those turbid waters, so we didn't bother asking you this. If Mr. accepts us, then it can be regarded as cooperation as well since we will be working for you." Zhao Hai gawked. Then his expression turned strange as he looked at Kampala. "Mr. Kampala, I want to ask why you'd want to work with me to deal with those undead. Do you think I would have that ability?" Kampala nodded and said, "I believe you have the strength. When you and Old Bones fought last time, it's clear that you weren't going all out. Meanwhile, Old Bone used his whole strength. Also, when you took those lich, I sense that your ship isn't normal. The lich who had a relationship with me even said that he can feel the aura of the divine realm from that ship. Because of this, I felt that Mr. has the ability to deal with those undead. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that those lich that he took were this sensitive. It seems like the lich were truly skilled in spiritual force. It wasn't just an exaggerated fact. When Kampala saw that Zhao Hai was staying silent, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai would refuse him. Zhao Hai looked at Kampala and slightly smiled. What would happen if I cooperate with you in dealing with those undead? Kampala was startled by what he heard. He stared for a moment before he said, Mister, are you saying the truth? Will you really help us deal with those undead? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, right. I want to help you deal with those undead. What do you think? Do you agree? Kampala, Gulai, and Zhongzheng looked at each other and could see the surprise on their eyes. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree to dealing with the enemy undead. Kampala looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, why would you want to help us deal with those undead? Zhao Hai just smiled and said, it's nothing special. I'm just interested in that dark temple. I want to see the person behind the scenes. Kampala stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Mister, are you serious about this? Zhao Hai slightly smiled. Of course I'm serious. However, we need to plan this matter carefully. How about we have a few of your friends over and then we'll discuss. What do you think? Kampala asked, Mister, how are our old friends? Are they doing well? Zhao Hai smiled and said, they're doing very well. They're currently enjoying their time researching magic formations. Except for researching, they don't need to do anything else. There are no battles. They're living comfortably. Kampala stared at Zhao Hai for some time before he finally said, can I see them? Zhao Hai knew it'll came to this point, so he said, I need to talk to them first to see if they're willing to come out. They're currently immersed in their research. Kampala lightly frowned and said, studying magic formations? Are you sure? Zhao Hai smiled and said, they aren't researching ordinary magic formations. Mr. Gulai should be acquainted with those iron men. He met them when he came out last time. Those metallic beings are driven by ordinary people and they use complicated magic formations. It's very deep and mysterious. I had to research those formations. Since the research isn't easy, they finally found something interesting to do. Because of this, they immersed themselves and placed massive amounts of time towards research. They've already reached quite far in their study. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kampala couldn't help but nod. Back in the underworld, the undead simply had nothing to do. If they don't busy themselves, then they would bore themselves out. In the past, even Kampala was looking for something to do, otherwise he'll die of boredom. On the other hand, Gulai paid great attention to what Zhao Hai said about the magic armors. He clashed with the O'Neill family before. Although he didn't suffer any losses, he also wasn't able to overpower the enemy. Gulai's recollection of that battle was still very profound. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, everyone, please wait a moment. I want to see if they're willing to come out. For Kampala and the others, time was something they didn't lack, so they nodded before Zhao Hai's body flashed back into the space. Judging by what he heard so far from Kampala, they didn't want to be his subordinates. Just like the Thunder Clan and the others, they want to maintain a cooperative relationship with Zhao Hai. However, it was not to the point of being Zhao Hai's subordinate. Because of this, Kampala wanted to see the lich that Zhao Hai took into the space. However, one must know that those lich submitted to Zhao Hai. They were willing to become Zhao Hai's subordinates. What Kampala didn't know was that Zhao Hai didn't like cooperative relationships. For these partners, Zhao Hai would not be afraid to be impolite. He would certainly make plots against them to make them his own subordinates. On the other hand, regarding his true subordinates, Zhao Hai would give them the same respect that a friend deserved. When Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others immediately welcomed him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Brother Hai, do you really want to deal with those new undead? From what I could hear, the one behind the Dark Temple should be someone from the Kultivation realm. If that person is a Lu Wei, then we would make more enemies in the Kultivation realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know. Actually, I just said that in order to settle their hearts, after they enter the space, things would be easier to discuss. And to be honest, I don't want to ascend in the underworld. It simply isn't a good place. They only use dark energy. Also, the one who controls it wanted the undead to kill each other in order to get strong subordinates. Such person wouldn't be a good friend. If we ascend from there, even if we don't go against him, he would still fight us. Don't forget, the ascendants from the underworld are chosen by that person. Whether he can stop us ascending or not is still left unknown. Chapter 975, Charles. Laura frowned as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, if this is the case, then we can only ascend in the divine realm or in the Atlanta plane. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's still early for us to ascend, so there's no need to worry about that. We'll take a look at the ascension magic armors of the Atlanta plane first. If it exists, then that would be good. But if it doesn't, then we could only ascend in the divine realm. To be honest, I'd rather ascend in the divine realm and meet Lu Wei rather than ascending in the underworld. Laura nodded. The underworld is full of dark energy. I believe the person who manages it isn't good. Brother Hai's decision is correct. Zhao Hai added, I agreed to helping Kampala and the others because I want to learn more about the cultivation realm, so there's no need to worry about it. At this time, the Lich who were taken by Zhao Hai to the space had arrived. When Zhao Hai went back to the space, he immediately told Rockhead to call the Lich over. The Lich quickly arrived. They didn't waste any time as the group bowed to Zhao Hai. Then their head Lich said, We've seen the young master. May I ask what the young master needs? If there's no problem, then we ask the young master to send us back to Wild Dragon Island. We still need to study magic formations. When Zhao Hai heard the Lich, he smiled faintly and said, There's no need focus too much on studying magic formations. I called you over today because an old friend wants to see you. His name is Kampala and he's outside. When you meet him, tell him about your situation inside the space. The old Lich stared for a moment before he nodded and said, So it is Kampala. He is a Lich that is always going against the Dark Temple. He's very strong and quite knowledgeable. It would be a great thing if he can join us in researching magic formations. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he replied, That would be good, but there's no need to think about magic formations all the time. Go out and see Kampala's group with me. Then he waved his hand as he took the Lich outside. Kampala was anxiously waiting for Zhao Hai to return. They weren't afraid of the passage of time before, but now that they were waiting for something significant to their future, they couldn't help but be nervous. As undead, Kampala and the others never knew the definition of anxiety, but now, they became acquainted to the feeling. However, they had no way of finding Zhao Hai nor could they urge him to hurry up. They could only wait with anxiety. It was at this time that Zhao Hai came back. Along with him were the Lich group that he had taken in before. When Kampala saw these Lich, he quickly went forward with happiness as he greeted the old Lich. Charles, you really did come out to see me. The Charles that Kampala called out was the head of the Lich group. Zhao Hai didn't bother Charles and Kampala. He just let them be as he stood on the side. Charles looked at Kampala and said, Kampala, what matters do you need to see this fellow? Is there a problem that really needs my help? Really, I don't want to talk nonsense. The young master taking you back is your blessing. And if you go, you can still see me. Do you know how busy I am right now? I've already cracked half of a magic formation, and now I've been interrupted by you. Then Charles turned to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, please take me back. I've almost cracked a magic formation. I really couldn't leave for long. If this fellow doesn't enter the space, then leave him here to die. Young master, I really need to go back now. Zhao Hai forced a smile as he looked awkwardly at Kampala. Then he turned to Charles and said, All right Charles, you need to have a chat with Kampala. Really, if he didn't call your name, then I wouldn't have known. Charles gave an embarrassed smile before replying, Young master, that isn't strange. Even I've gone close to forgetting my name. Besides Kampala, no other person calls me by my name. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, you two are old friends, so you need to have a good chat. I wouldn't disturb you anymore. Right, take this. You should know how to use it. You entertain Kampala and the others. I don't know how to entertain them. Charles looked at the thing that Zhao Hai handed over. It was a command token. Naturally, Charles knew what this token did, so he quickly bowed and said, Thank you young master. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before his body vanished. When Zhao Hai vanished, Kampala immediately looked at Charles and said, Charles, what are you doing? For your young master, you just ignored our countless years of friendship? Charles looked at Kampala and said, Kampala, let me say something for you. What kind of days have you been experiencing in the underworld? I'm sure you know it yourself. The young master taking you in would be a blessing for you. Sigh. I have a lot of things to do, and now you disturb my magic formation research. Kampala could see that Charles wasn't lying, however, he still couldn't help but be shocked as he said, Charles, Your young master has left, so there's no need to go on with this attitude. Why do you need to speak in that tone? Charles looked at Kampala. Then he suddenly laughed and said, Kampala, do you think that the young master told me to talk like this? No, you're mistaken. A huge mistake. The young master has given us absolute freedom and didn't control us. He just let us help him in studying magic formations. You wouldn't imagine how profound the world of magic formations are. If you don't see it with your own eyes, then you wouldn't believe me. There are a lot of things that magic formations could do in order to improve our world. Kampala looked at Charles as though he saw a monster. He said, Charles, do you remember the time where we first met? When Charles heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He knit his brows as he asked, Kampala, are you unwell? Why would you ask me this? Kampala's expression turned cold as he asserted, just answer my question. Charles looked at Kampala's face, then his expression couldn't help but change. His face sank as he said to Kampala, are you suspecting me? Good, good. You're an idiot. You actually doubted my ability? Compared to me, you're just an idiot. A full-on idiot. After hearing the curses coming from Charles' mouth, Kampala's expression eased up. Then he looked at Charles and said, so it is really you. But what is going on with you? Charles replied, what did you say? Are you stupid? Our lit race is the most spiritually gifted race. You actually suspected me of being controlled? You're being an idiot. Right. What did you tell the young master? Did the young master agree to let you into the space? Kampala looked at Charles. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at his words. Then he said, don't joke with me, Charles. Do you really think I'd go into the space? I just wanted to work with Zhao Hai. He will give us shelter and we help him do things. We are equal. When Charles heard Kampala, his expression changed. You idiot. Did you really say that to the young master? Upon seeing the drastic change in Charles' expression, Kampala asked, is there something wrong? We'll treat each other as equals. I don't want to be his slave. Charles clenched his teeth as he scolded, you utter fool. Do you really think that you're smart? That you know everything? Do you know the young master's strength? Do you really think that the young master was going all out when dealing with Gulai? You're too naive. Let me tell you, not only did the young master conquer the Ark continent, but he also took the demon realm in. At the same time, he eradicated the divine race. A race that is similar or even stronger than the demons. That ship that you saw before was an item from the cultivation world that the young master has snatched from a cultivator. The one in charge of the underworld's dark temple is also a cultivator. When the young master fought with Gulai last time, he didn't even use a tenth of his power. This is because using more power would push the limits of the plane, causing the young master to ascend, and he didn't want to leave this place in the meantime. The reason why Charles knew about this was because he was told by Zhao Hai, and through his mouth, Zhao Hai would be able to express his strength to Kampala and the others, making them feel how powerful Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was very clear that although Kampala said that the previous underworld was calm, all of those times had long passed. After many years of fighting, Kampala and the others had already bathed themselves in the spirit of battle. Regarding these types of undead, winning them over by pure discourse was the incorrect way. The only method was to make them respect your strength. Only then could they submit. Sure enough, upon listening to Charles, Kampala's brows furrowed. Naturally, he doubted Charles. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be that strong. At this time, Zhang Zhen suddenly said, Charles, we're old friends and you have saved us in the past. However, I just cannot believe what you are saying. It seems like Zhao Hai is casually using his own strength. Isn't he afraid of ascending? Charles turned to Zhang Zhen and said, don't get too close to me, smelly zombie. I just lazily saved you in order to give Kampala face. You're underestimating the young master. You don't know, but the young master just underwent a huge battle and had conquered the entire divine realm. After doing that, he managed to gain a secret technique. This technique can compress the energy inside one's body. At this time, the energy inside the young master's body is a tenth of what it was before. But even so, his energy's purity has been improved by 10 times. A plane's rules on ascending pertains to the quantity of energy and doesn't take into account how pure the energy is. Because of this, the young master is no longer worried about suddenly being pushed out and ascending. However, even if he fought you right now, he still wouldn't need to exert his full force in order to defeat you. At this point, I'm afraid that even the young master's undead would be able to take care of you. There's no need for him to make a move. The reason why Charles spoke to Zhang Zheng was because he knew that Zhang Zheng was also testing him. When Kampala saw how highly Charles thought about Zhao Hai, he frowned as he asked, Zhao Hai shouldn't be that strong. You say he also has an undead army? We also have undead subordinates. Why would we be afraid of him? Charles stared upon hearing this. Then he laughed and said, Kampala? I really don't want to belittle you, but how much undead do you have right now, and how strong are they? If you have truly strong undead, then you wouldn't have asked young master for help. Kampala gawked, then his face changed as he snorted and said, I should have enough to deal with Zhao Hai. Charles couldn't help but laugh louder as he replied, you really aren't willing to give up. Let me tell you for your own good, the young master has undead surpassing 1 billion. Moreover, each of their strength surpasses a gold skeleton. I couldn't even calculate how strong all of them are. Now, are you still confident? Kampala, Gulai, and Zhang Zheng gawked upon hearing Charles. Their expressions failed to mask their disbelief. Then Kampala said, you're saying that Zhao Hai has more than 1 billion undead? How is that possible? Charles sneered and said, why would that be impossible? You're looking at young master as though he's an ordinary person. This in itself is incorrect. The three stayed silent. They were now beginning to believe Charles. After seeing their expressions, Charles smiled faintly and said, I'll lead you to a place. There, you will understand everything. Then he took the command token out and stroked it gently. Before long, a spatial rift appeared by Chapter 976. The Underworld's Three Big Powers. Kampala looked at the spatial rift before finally deciding to enter, and just as they entered the spatial rift, the space immediately issued a prompt. In fact, Charles talked a lot with Kampala because he was allowed to buy Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai also agreed in order to get Kampala and the others into the space. Zhao Hai initially wanted to use the space to directly absorb them, however, it did not succeed. The space sounded out saying that Kampala and the others were intelligent life forms and cannot be forced. Although Kampala and the others couldn't be directly absorbed into the space, they could be deceived in entering. As long as they enter the space, and by the fact that they were undead, the space could immediately subdue them. Sure enough, when Kampala and the others entered the space immediately issued a prompt. This prompt was nothing more than the detection of special robots and things like subduing them. Zhao Hai discovered that even if the space said that they were subdued, then this didn't mean that they would be fully subservient. This was probably a type of law present inside the space. Being its own independent space, it had its own laws that would always cater to Zhao Hai's needs. Anything unfavorable to Zhao Hai couldn't exist inside. As Kampala and the others surrendered to the space, Zhao Hai immediately took them into the space's villa. Upon entering the villa, Kampala and the others immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. We've seen the young master. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand. After doing that, something about Gulai and Zhang Zhen changed. Gulai grew flesh, blood, and skin, turning himself into a powerful robust man. On the other hand, Zhang Zheng's flesh and blood turned into a normal person's. His skin radiated as though it was ancient bronze. His stature was very thin, his fangs and nails shrank. He looked more like an ordinary man. Meanwhile, Charles and Kampala kept fluttering in the air. Zhao Hai smiled at the three and said, sit down and tell me about the situation of the underworld. I truly want to deal with the man in the dark temple. Then he turned to Kampala and said, Kampala, what you said about the underworld, is it really as you say? Kampala nodded and said, yes, young master. If we look at the surface situation, then there are three forces in the underworld. The first one is the dark temple, which is now the master of most of the underworld. Moreover, they're not just thinking about the underworld, they are also planning on invading other planes. They're very difficult to deal with. The second force is us. What people call us is the rebel army. We're resisting the rule of the Dark Temple. The third force is the one Charles and the others belong to. They're known as the Free Alliance. They are a loose alliance of people who do not want to participate in the war. Zhao Hai got to the point. How many are you in your group? Now that you are in mine, would they disagree? Charles, you too. You've been with me for some time. Will the people of your group look for you? Kampala shook his head and said, Young master can rest assured. Our group is basically a simple collective. We only exist in form and category. Nobody commands anyone and nobody is anyone's subordinate. It's probably because of this that we are no match against the Dark Temple. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Later on, bring your men into the space. If you want to practice, you can do that in the hell space. If you don't, then I can arrange for what you want to do. At this moment, I don't have the time to deal with the underworld. After I deal with everything else, I will head to the underworld." Kampala nodded. "Alright, young master. The spatial rift to the Ark continent is located inside my territory. Because of that, others are still unaware of it. If the people from the Dark Temple see it, they will definitely attack the Ark continent. You need to make preparations." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, as soon as they appear in the Ark continent I will make sure that they wouldn't be able to return." "Kampala, you go out with me first. Call your people over to enter the space. After that, you can decide on what you want to do." Naturally, Kampala didn't have any objections, and this wasn't because he was obeying Zhao Hai right now. Even if he was asked this question before, he would still not hesitate to agree. He missed the life before the war. A life like that was what he always wanted. Just as Kampala said, the spatial rift was placed in his domain. All of the undead here were his subordinates. With one command from Kampala, all of the undead entered the space. Upon seeing these undead, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. There were human-shaped undead as well as beast-shaped ones, the human-shaped being the majority. Moreover, their strength wasn't bad. The number was nothing to scoff at either. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectation. But after taking the undead into the space, Zhao Hai immediately put them back and let them roam around the dark mist. This way, once the other forces noticed the spatial rift, Zhao Hai would be informed. Kampala already told Zhao Hai that the undead creatures of the underworld were very sensitive when it came to the dark mist. Although there were a lot of dark mists in the underworld, as long as it expands to the Ark continent, the other undead would eventually find out. When that time comes, they would surely come. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this matter. He had Kampala's people go back into the dark mist just for monitoring. They weren't there to block the enemies from attacking the Ark continent. After taking care of Kampala's matter, Zhao Hai returned to Yanking City. Bluel was still busy with the factory, so Zhao Hai was currently idle. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any matters to attend to after returning. During the day, Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others all throughout the city. They bought everything they saw that was interesting. As for the remaining time, they made sure to understand the underlying matters of the Atlanta Plain. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the Winged Pegasus clan's situation. Soon after the O'Neill family discovered the spatial rift to the Winged Pegasus, they began to act. However, it was clear that the O'Neill family were being very careful. They didn't immediately begin their attack. Instead, they made sure to have everything prepared before they commence. Zhao Hai didn't find anything wrong with the O'Neill family's movements. Everything was under his expectations. The better they handle things, the more pressure the Winged Pegasus would feel. Time unknowingly passed for 3 days. On this day, Zhao Hai just had his breakfast and was preparing to leave with the ladies. But then, Bluel suddenly arrived. Bluel was dressed nearly. Although his eyes were blood red, his hair was combed well and one could see the vigorous energy coming from his body. Upon seeing Bluel's appearance, Zhao Hai immediately said, "What happened? You seem to be very happy." Bluel passionately nodded as he said, "Yes, mister. I'm very happy." The company's registration went very smoothly. Presently, the company has been registered. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. The next step is to choose the location of the factory. Do you have any ideas?" Bluel smiled faintly and said, "I've already chosen a place. Although it would need a bit of effort to set up the place, it would be a good location once everything is done." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "All right, let's go and have a look at it." Bluel nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to leave the hotel. Zhao Hai didn't let the hotel arrange a vehicle for them. Instead, they rode Zhao Hai's RV towards the southeastern part of Yanking City. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others reached the outskirts of Yanking City. At this place, a river flowed through Yanking City. The surface of the river was very wide and it was the most important aquatic location of the region. It can be said that Yanking City's big factories were centralized nearby this river, taking full advantage of its transport capabilities. Zhao Hai went all around the city in the past few days, so naturally he was well acquainted with this river. He even rented a ship and went upstream. Although it was for the sake of playing around, it also doubled as a tour to see the factories in the city. One has to recognize that the factories of Yanking City were really good. After a few days of observation, Zhao Hai was sure that these factories were working for the O'Neill family, producing a large number of magic armors for them. Parts of magic armors as well as energy converters were going out of this place, all of which were very important for the O'Neill family. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on them. The O'Neill family still had great use for him. Even if he wanted to deal with the O'Neill family, he would have to wait until later on. After seeing where Bluel was taking him, Zhao Hai gently furrowed his brow and said, "Bluel, are you leading us to Wolfang Mountain?" Wolfang Mountain was located south of Yanking City's East District. It was different compared to the densely forested mountains. Wolfang Mountain was famous as being a huge chunk of stone. Moreover, it had a strangely structured stone forest that interlaced with one another. Although the mountain was on the edge of the river, it would take a lot of resources before it could be used. Bluel nodded and said, "We're heading towards Wolfang Mountain. Moreover, I'm planning on opening our factory there." Upon hearing Bluel, Zhao Hai knit his brows. "I have seen Wolfang Mountain. If we want to transform the mountain, then wouldn't we need to pay a lot of money?" Chapter 977, Wolfang Mountain is yours. Bluel smiled faintly and said, "Actually, everyone has been deceived by the mountain's outside appearance. I've analyzed Wolfang Mountain and discovered that we wouldn't need too much money in order to transform it. Compared to its geological value, the cost could practically be ignored." Zhao Hai asked, "Deceived?" "Tell me." Bluel answered, "As you know, I'm quite the ambitious person, and just like the opportunity you gave me, I also looked for opportunities in Wolfang Mountain. In the end, I've reached an astonishing conclusion. Wolfang Mountain isn't as awful as it seems on the surface." After he said that, Bluel took a blueprint from his bag, then he laid it down on the table. Zhao Hai glanced at the blueprint and found that it was a map of Wolfang Mountain. Moreover, this map was a bird's eye view. Bluel pointed at a dot on the map and said, "Mr. Look." Although the structures of Wolfang Mountain looked chaotic, but in fact it followed some rules. If we remove some stones from this place, clean it up and build our factory, we can establish a pathway here. This way, Wolfang Mountain would become a proper location. We don't need to care about the other rocks. Zhao Hai looked at the place Bluel pointed to. At the same time, he tried to picture it inside his head. He found out that if they clean up the rocks that Bluel pointed out, then a factory would be constructed in Wolfang Mountain. The remaining rocks wouldn't provide any obstructions whatsoever. On the contrary, they would become natural decorations for the factory. Zhao Hai turned to look at Bluel and said, "All right, how is the money? Is it enough? If you lack money, then don't hesitate to approach me." Bluel smiled and said, "It's enough. You don't have to worry." At this moment, Wolfang Mountain is yours. I bought Wolfang Mountain under your name. The entire mountain only cost us 100,000 gold coins. It is too cheap. This caused Zhao Hai to raise an eyebrow. He looked at Bluel and asked, "Why did you buy the entire mountain?" Bluel smiled and said, "Mister, you don't know, but there is a regulation in Yanking City which states that those who buy land here would have tax concessions. Also, once our company develops in the future and others see it, what would happen to Wolfang Mountain? But since we've bought the entire mountain, they would have no way to come here anymore." Zhao Hai nodded. Bluel had thought this matter through. Then he said, "Then let's do it according to your plan. Remember, if you need money, don't hesitate to ask me." "All right, let's head back. You go take a good rest. I've already left everything about the factory to you. I don't want you to be exhausted. When that time comes, I would have a hard time finding someone to replace you." Bluel smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. To be honest, the recent days have been the most tiring he's ever had. However, It was also the happiest days in his life. He finally found an opportunity to use his abilities. This feeling made him feel intoxicated. Zhao Hai looked at Blue Will's expression and smiled. I have nothing else to say. Men aren't like women. Being overly caring about you would be too excessive. It might be unthinkable, but these few words could already express Zhao Hai's concern. Zhao Hai was such a person. He already settled on Blue Will and didn't want Blue Will to disappoint him. Because of this, he would naturally care for Blue Will's health. After all, Blue Will wasn't from the Ark continent. His cultivation wasn't as advanced as Zhao Hai and the others. After the group returned to their hotel, Blue Will proceeded to leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai returned to the space. This was because Care just told him that the O'Neill family had begun to make their move. Zhao Hai sat on his sofa while looking at the O'Neill family army in the monitor. The O'Neill family's army could be described as a mighty wave of iron and steel. Their war tanks and cannons were traveling end to end. Not to say about the winged Pegasus. Even the divines would feel pressure in face of this army. When he saw the O'Neill family's army, Zhao Hai actually smiled. Then he turned to Laura and said, "What do you think? The O'Neill family's army is starting to move. How long do you think the winged Pegasus would last?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "I reckon the winged Pegasus garrison wouldn't be able to defend the spatial rift for even a day. You should be aware of how strong the O'Neill family's magic armors are. A magic armor army could face a divine supreme elder with their combat suits on. Additionally, the O'Neill family also has their war tanks and powerful cannons. All of them are capable of strong attacks." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Care and said, "Care, keep a comprehensive record on the O'Neill family's actions. We'll take a look at it and see how strong their army truly is." Care complied. For Care, taking record was a very simple matter. As long as they made intention with her mind, then it was already enough. But as for the analysis of the O'Neill family's army, Care wouldn't be able to do it. She would need the universal scanner's help to do so. Zhao Hai looked at the O'Neill family's army and made some calculations. Then he said, "All right, they should arrive at the Winged Pegasus clan's defensive line by tomorrow. Let's go take a rest and see how it plays out after we wake up." Laura smiled faintly and said, "All right. I also want to see how the O'Neill family plans to attack." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'll also head back to the space and see how Gulai and the others are doing." After receiving Gulai and the others, Zhao Hai asked them to lead all of the undead in the space. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that they didn't dare to make commands towards Qingfeng and Minayu. Zhao Hai knew Qingfeng and Minayu's identities. He just didn't know how strong they actually were. Apparently, they're powerful enough that the ancient undead couldn't command them. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this to heart. It didn't matter whether Gulai and the others could command them or not, as long as they are loyal to him, then it's already fine. Besides Gulai and Zhangzhi commanding the undead, Kampala was with Charles researching magic formations. After looking at Kampala's appearance, it seems like he was also entranced by research. Then Zhao Hai went to the hell space to see Gulai and the others. Since they had good experience, they were able to easily adapt to life in the hell space. The environment was the same as the underworld, so cultivating here would be similar to cultivating in the underworld. Zhao Hai also asked Gulai and the others if they had something else they wanted to do, or would they be like Kampala, researching magic formations. Unfortunately, they didn't want to do anything else. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't force Gulai and the others. In fact, what these undead wanted to do was to cultivate. For Zhao Hai, this was also good. The stronger they are, the more advantageous it would be for him. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no reason to disagree. Everything looked very normal. Wild Dragon Island's research was also progressing smoothly. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt great relief. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up early. Today, they didn't stay inside the hotel. Instead, they rode their RV and went outside. After finding a place with little people, they stopped and then entered the space. They were going to see a play. Before long, the O'Neill family's army train could be seen. It was quite obvious that they had stopped for the night to take a rest. This morning, they would be able to arrive at the Winged Pegasus clan's defensive line. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Let's call Shan and tell them about the situation. Let them prepare." Laura nodded, then she took her messenger fish out as Zhao Hai said, Shan, can you hear me?" Shan's voice was quickly heard. "Mister, I can hear you. What do you need?" Zhao Hai held the messenger fish as he smiled faintly and said, "I don't have anything I need. I just want to tell you that by 9 o'clock in the morning, the O'Neill family would arrive at your spatial rift. You need to prepare well." Shan went silent for a while, then after some time he said, "All right, mister. Rest assured, I know what to do." Zhao Hai gave an affirmation before he took his messenger fish down. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, do you think that me not helping the Winged Pegasus clan is the right decision?" "Why do I feel that?" Shan's mood sank when I hung up. Laura nodded. "It's true. But Brother Hai, you don't have to worry about it. You should know the situation with the Winged Pegasus clan. If you help them all the time, then they won't be able to learn." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "This is their last opportunity. If they still hesitate, then I'm afraid I'd have to give up on them, including Shan." Lizzie suddenly interjected, "Big Brother Hai, I think we should also tell the situation to Fer and the others. In any case, we could probably trust them now." Zhao Hai though for a moment before he shook his head, "Forget it. Let's not tell them for now. Even the demons don't know much about the secrets of the space." Lizzie nodded and didn't say anything else. As for the secrets of the space, the less people know, the better. Although these people were already inside the space and couldn't leave, Zhao Hai still needed to keep the space's secrets to his own. Sure enough, just like Zhao Hai said, the O'Neill family arrived at the Winged Pegasus clan's spatial rift at about 9 o'clock in the morning. The huge army's advance caused us to fly dozens of meters in the air. Naturally, it was impossible to hide their movements from the garrison troops of the spatial rift. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the defensive line turned anxious. The O'Neill family also didn't intend to hide their advance. They knew that they couldn't approach silently. Therefore, they made a huge approach towards the defensive line. Instead of being silent, they might as well exert the strongest pressure they can. Chapter 978, Start of the Attack. Pressuring people using brute force might be the stupidest method, but sometimes, it was the most effective approach. If one describes this method in just a few words, then it would be if one's sword is big enough, then one wouldn't need to make a move. There was once a discussion with regards to ancient weaponry. There were a lot of weapons in the old times, and debates happened as to which one was the most powerful. However, it was an undeniable fact that heavy weapons were the most mighty. Take a mace for example. No matter what shield one uses to defend, the person behind it would still be broken upon meeting a heavy mace. The O'Neill family was using this exact method. They were using the brute aura of their formidable military. They didn't use any tactics for war, they were straight up instilling pressure on the enemy. They wanted to make it known that they were unstoppable. In face of absolute strength, schemes and tactics were no more than clown tricks. Naturally, the O'Neill family was clear about this point. This time, they showcased their enormous force in order to deal with the Winged Pegasus clan. Zhao Hai was looking at the monitor since he was still interested in what the O'Neill family wanted to do. At this time, Megan suddenly sighed and said, "I think I now understand why the O'Neill family didn't pursue the undead upon seeing them, and why they are showing their huge firepower today." Zhao Hai was confused at what Megan said, so he asked, "Oh, why is that?" Megan smiled faintly and said, "After thinking about it, it is because of you, Big Brother Hai. When you first met Axe, you didn't tell him the real situation of the Ark Continent. Because of this, Axe always thought that there's nothing wrong in the Ark Continent. Additionally, you told them that the continent's strongest person was only 9th rank. This caused them to be certain on their invasion. But when they came to the Ark Continent, they discovered that the Ark Continent was already devoid of people. Then they found out about the Dark Mist as well as the Demon Realm. Since the Dark Mist is full of undead, they couldn't just go in. And then, there is also nobody in the Demon Realm. Not to say friends, there weren't any enemies to speak of. At this moment, They are very eager to find people to understand what happened in the Ark continent, so when they discovered the winged Pegasus, they couldn't just let go of the opportunity. When Zhao Hai and the others heard what Megan said, they all nodded. They also thought that Megan was right. Megan looked at the group and continued, also, in the process of fighting the undead, the O'Neill family wasn't able to gain any advantages. This greatly affected their morale. Therefore, they are badly thirsting for a taste of victory in order to increase the family's morale. This time, they need to be successful in dealing with the winged Pegasus. They are not allowed to fail. Zhao Hai nodded. That is very reasonable. But this is much better. Ha ha ha. I want to see the reaction of the winged Pegasus when they see the O'Neill family's attack. Laura smiled faintly and said, I reckon the O'Neill family would use the same tactic they used to enter the Taurus continent. Their cannons would attack first before their war tanks and magic armors go in at the same time. Zhao Hai agreed, although this method is too straightforward, but you have to recognize that this is the most suited method for the O'Neill family. The others nodded. At this time, the O'Neill family had already set up the nearly 1,000 cannons that they brought. They didn't hide anything as they postured outside the winged Pegasus clan's spatial rift. Even those positioned in the spatial rift's defensive line could see the actions made by the O'Neill family. Despise, this was contempt shown towards the defenders. The winged Pegasus defenders became angry. Before long, a team of 10,000 winged Pegasus cavalry rushed out from the defensive line and proceeded to attack the O'Neill family's cannon positions. There were a lot of soldiers in the defensive line who had seen the O'Neill family before. They were clear about how powerful these cannons were. So in this attack, besides teaching the O'Neill family a lesson, they wanted to destroy those cannons. However, even if intentions were good, reality was cruel. To go against the small team of winged Pegasus cavalry, the O'Neill family sent 500 of their magic armors. These magic armors went straight towards the cavalry. The winged Pegasus were surprised to see that the speed they were so proud of didn't seem to be a problem for these huge metallic men. The 500 magic armors were like 500 arrows that were fired towards the winged Pegasus cavalry. But since the winged Pegasus cavalry had rich battle experience, they immediately made a response. They began their counterattack by taking out the blood lightning javelins that they acquired from Zhao Hai. However, the cavalry still lacked experience when dealing with the magic armors. They still lacked the perfect timing. Just as they took their javelins out, the magic armors didn't wait and immediately fired their bombs. The bombs directly hit the team of winged Pegasus riders. Almost immediately, almost 1,000 cavalry units were killed off. This shows how overbearing the bombs were. Just as the winged Pegasus were plunged in chaos, the magic armors rushed towards them. Energy beams shot out in succession. Every time an energy beam flashed, a winged Pegasus would die. The two actions made by the magic armor team took several thousand lives from the 10,000 unit troop. The winged Pegasus army almost immediately collapsed. At this time, it can be said that the winged Pegasus soldiers had been lax. Shan and the others wanted the clan to move. However, those in higher position of the clan were afraid that Zhao Hai would clean them up. Therefore, the ordinary people were left with not knowing what to do. However, it was clear that they were disobeying. They said that they would walk, but they were actually going slow to the point of never moving. Moreover, the ongoing contradictions between Shan and the higher-ranked winged Pegasus caused the undercurrent of the clan to turn chaotic. This caused the army to be confused. In this case, how could the soldiers possibly do their best in order to fight the enemy? Because of their low fighting spirit, the army weren't very willing to fight. Therefore, they could only wait to be slaughtered by the united O'Neill family army. In the clash between the 10,000 winged Pegasus and the 500 magic armors, the winged Pegasus clan suffered 7,000 losses while the O'Neill family didn't even lose one. This contrast was truly disproportionate. After repelling the attack of the winged Pegasus clan, the cannons have also finished being set up. 1,000 cannons were on standby, waiting for an order to fire, and with Axe's command, 1,000 cannons howled as they fired their projectiles towards the Wing Pegasus clan's defensive line. 1,000 cannons indiscriminately attacked the area in and around the defensive line. One could imagine how lethal the attack was. The entire defensive line of the Wing Pegasus was almost erased from the map. The cannons didn't just stop after one volley. Instead they continued until they fired 10 times. The Wing Pegasus clan's defensive line was cleared after the 5th volley. At this point, it was already impossible for the Wing Pegasus clan to resist. After 10 rounds of cannon fire, the defensive line of the Wing Pegasus clan had completely changed in appearance. The high walls have fallen and craters could be seen everywhere. Bodies of dead soldiers were strewn everywhere. Even those who were lucky enough to survive couldn't help but stare at the battlefield with a dull look. They were completely terrified. However, this wasn't the end. The O'Neill family's war tanks and magic armors proceeded to advance. At this time, the mentally weakened Wing Pegasus soldiers have already turned around and ran away. There were also those whose mind had completely collapsed. They began running around the battlefield. The scene was just like the end of the world. Zhao Hai looked at the defensive line and sighed. I didn't think that it would be this quick. The Wing Pegasus retreated in less than 3 hours. 3 hours. In that span of time, the defensive line was destroyed. Laura and the other side as well. In fact, this event made it clear to them how strong the O'Neill family really was. Such fighting strength was truly terrifying. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, Laura, report this matter to Shan. Meg, please make us some food. It's time for lunch. Meg nodded before she turned around and went to the kitchen. On the other hand, Laura took out her messenger fish and told Shan about the defensive line's situation. Upon hearing this, Shan was extremely shocked. If not for Zhao Hai being the one who said this, he wouldn't have believed it. It didn't take a long time before the O'Neill family's army seized the defensive line. They didn't immediately advance towards the rift. Instead, they set up a defense and repaired the destroyed structures. To be honest, Axe didn't expect their operation to be this smooth. They didn't think that the enemy would fall this quickly. Although their attack towards the Taurus continent also went smoothly, Axe understood that it was because their enemy gave up on the place. Therefore, that accomplishment could be said to be negligible. But this time, the enemy even clashed with their army. There was a large number of enemies in the defensive line as well. However, this huge number of troops had actually been eliminated by them. Axe was somewhat surprised regarding the Wing Pegasus clan. He didn't expect these people to be weak. They were too weak. They were able to fight some of the undead that they met before, whether it was in attack or defense. These undead were much stronger than the Wing Pegasus clan. Axe always thought that the Wing Pegasus had the same combat power as the undead. However, it turned out that the Wing Pegasus clan was much worse than the undead. George stood next to Axe. He looked at the battlefield with an excited expression. He found that he was really lucky. He didn't think that the attack would go this smoothly. Also, he didn't even think that Axe would be heading today's attack. Although Axe was the O'Neill family's young lord, he didn't have any military achievements nor did he participate in previous wars. Because of this, his commanding skill wasn't very good. Now that the O'Neill family had focused its efforts on this place, it's understandable if the family didn't assign Axe to lead the advance army. But who would have thought that the O'Neill patriarch would actually appoint Axe as the chief commander of this battle? This exact decision made it possible for George to gain face in front of Axe. Although George made a very good battle plan back during their initial entrance towards the Taurus continent, that battle plan was ultimately rendered useless. Although this was still an important event to Axe, George thought that he could do better. He thought that if there were enemies at that time, then he would be able to decimate them all. And in this attack, the plan that he did went very successfully. This was the reason why George was excited. While George was indulging in his happiness, Axe suddenly said, George, well done. Your battle plan is very effective. Good. Very good. George quickly replied, I thank the young lord for the praise. However, I don't dare to take all of the credit. This subordinate's accomplishment is all because of the young lord. If the young lord didn't allow me, then I wouldn't have been able to make the battle plan. Everybody liked to listen to flattery, especially someone as young as Axe. Because of this, Upon hearing George, Axe couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he repeatedly patted George's shoulders. When Zhao Hai heard Axe and George's dialogue, he turned to Laura and said, "This George is truly talented. He has the making of a good official." Laura smiled and said, "I wonder how they would react if they know that everything is because of Brother Hai's arrangements." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I believe their expressions would be splendid." "Right, Care. Those warriors we met in the O'Neill family's territory, did you pay attention to them? What are they doing now? If there are any troubles in the O'Neill family's backyard, then I think we should help them to deal with it. After all, having these free workers is very good." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others chuckled. Kair also smiled and said, "Young master, rest assured, as long as the young master needs it, I can get the recordings over the last few days and have it analyzed." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's leave them be for now." The O'Neill family didn't become a superpower of the magic armor continent by being easily dealt with. We don't have to worry about them in the meantime. Chapter 979. Shan's anger. Shan stared as he sat opposite Speaker Fang. Wing Pegasus Fang was also able to hear the dialogue between Zhao Hai and Shan. When Speaker Fang heard it, his expression changed. He didn't expect the enemy to progress this quickly. Boom! Shan crushed the table in front of him. Shan raged with his blood-red eyes. He said, "Too much. It's too much." Speaker Fang smiled faintly and said, "It's a bit too much." Mr. Zhao Hai is clearly on the scene, yet he didn't spare any help. "It's too much." Shan looked at Speaker Fang and said, "You say that Mr. is too much? Didn't he already give us a warning? Didn't he already arrange an escape route for us? All the things that Mr. did, aren't they all good for us? If I were Mr., I would have long ignored our clan." How could it be possible for Mr. to be excessive? The ones who are being too excessive are those people from the clan. Look at them. They really think that Mr. regards them as important. Without Mr., let's see what would happen to those bastards. They are the reason why the Wing Pegasus reached this point and lost too many people. Speaker Fang didn't think that Shan would say so. However, he quickly changed his mind. As Shan said, Zhao Hai had already arranged everything for them. It's just that they didn't go into the road that Zhao Hai prepared. Shan looked at Speaker Fang and said, "Speaker, did you ever think that if we go on like this, then Mr. would get angry at us? If Mr. decides to give up on the Wing Pegasus clan, then what kind of situation would we be in?" When Speaker Fang heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He was very clear about what would happen if Zhao Hai decides to give up on them. Even without the O'Neill family, the Wing Pegasus would still be in a terrible situation. After all, the Wing Pegasus wasn't a very strong race. If Zhao Hai did leave them behind, then once the foreign races decides to do something to them, then the Wing Pegasus would have no way to fight back. Don't talk about the foreign races. Even the O'Neill family outside was too strong for the Wing Pegasus clan. They simply had no way to resist the magic armors. In this case, the only thing they could do was to follow Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's method might be overbearing, but one has to recognize that his intention was sincere. If they didn't accept his goodwill, then that would be their problem. Shan looked at Speaker Fang and knew that his thought had gone through. Shan said, "Speaker, what we need to do right now is to send our clan to the space as soon as possible. But before we do that, we need to have our people feel gratitude towards Mr." Speaker Fang looked confused at Shan. "Why? Mr. didn't request our people to feel that way towards him. As long as our people enter the space, then it would be fine." Shan coldly snorted and said, "Speaker, you're being naive. Mr. is intimate with the Thunder Clan as well as the barbarians. This is because the remaining Thunder Clan members are close to Fir. Fir chose to go against his patriarch and bring his people into the space. At the same time, all of the barbarians willingly entered the space, which was something Mr. wanted to see. Because of this, he would certainly look at the barbarians in a positive light. On the other hand, what did the Wing Pegasus clan do? Among the three clans, the one being the most arrogant towards Mr. is us. Later on, we agreed to move towards the space, but we broke this promise. Let me ask you, if you were Mr., Would you still forgive those guys? Does the Winged Pegasus clan have any use for Mr.? Is there any reason for Mr. to save us? Speaker Fang didn't make any noise. He knew that Shan was telling the truth. However, he still wanted to know why the people needed to be grateful towards Zhao Hai. Shan took a deep breath before continuing. Our people have already offended Mr. The two messages that Mr. said could be taken as warnings. If our people keep offending him, then it wouldn't be easy for us to ask him for help. But Mr. is a person who heavily values sentiment. As long as our people feel grateful and respectful to Mr., he surely wouldn't be cruel enough to overlook our distress. Also, Speaker, don't forget, we will be entering Mr.'s space. If our people are still disrespectful, then Mr. might destroy our clan. I'm afraid we need to change our people's minds. As soon as Speaker Fang heard this, his expression truly changed. He was very clear about how true Shan's words were. If things were just like how Shan said, then if their people don't respect Zhao Hai, then even if they enter the space, they would still be destroyed by Zhao Hai sooner or later. After thinking about this, Speaker Fang let out a long breath as he nodded and said, "All right, let's go according to what you say." "How do you want to do it?" Shan sneered and said, "Didn't these people think they are strong? Didn't they believe that Mr. is deceiving them? All right, then let's have them taste the O'Neill family's cannons. Perhaps they might regret their decisions in time. They will came to understand how much Mr. has done for us." Speaker Fang gawked when he heard this, but in the end he still nodded. He can understand Shan. It seems like Shan has decided to deal with those people who weren't obedient. Speaker Fang looked at Shan and said, "So what do we do next?" Shan smiled faintly and said, "Let's turn the tables around. We'll wait here." "Aren't they strong?" "I still remember what they said. I will learn from their actions. Since they decided to drag on, then I will also delay." Speaker Fang knit his brows and said, "But if we do that, a lot of people will die." Shan coldly snorted and said, "It's a disaster that they brought onto themselves. To be honest, I'm tired of calling them my clansmen. I intended to help them since they are my people, but what did they do? When I needed their cooperation, where were they? I just want our people to be safe. If they aren't taught a lesson, then they will never know what the real world is." Speaker Fang sighed. He didn't say anything. He also knew the suffering that Shan experienced. To be honest, even his own heart was being suffocated. His clansmen really did go too far. Shan looked at Speaker Fang and then turned his head and gave a command, "Come clean the room and bring a new table in." Someone outside the door immediately responded. Then two people came in to clean the place as well as bring a new table, after which they promptly left. These two people were Speaker Fang's loyal subordinates. They were now the only ones that Shan can trust. Only these people were willing to work for Shan. At this point, the clan had blocked Shan out completely. His clansmen wouldn't listen to any of his words. Nobody even came to talk to him. Moreover, their people didn't even provide Shan with any living supplies. If not for the stockpiles in the mansion, Shan would have already starved. Upon facing this situation, even if Shan was a well-tempered person, he would still be angered. His purpose was for the betterment of the clan, but they actually treated him in such a manner. How could Shan not be angry? After the place has been tidied up, Shan suddenly turned to Speaker Fang and said, "Speaker, let's go to the space. I'm sure Fer and the others have been eating well. In the past few days, we've been eating quite poorly. We haven't had proper sleep as well. I've almost turned mad by our clansmen. Now let's see who has the right to be angry next time." Speaker Fang also wanted to relax. In any case, things have already developed to this point. Doing anything else would be useless. Because of this, Speaker Fang quickly nodded and said, "All right. Let's go. I hope Fer left some good wine for us. I have to say, Mr.'s wines are very delicious." When Shan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he took his command token out and waved his hand before entering the space. At this time, Fer was incomparably relaxed. The space's environment was fantastic. Even if you lie down at home all the time, nobody would stop you. As long as you find some food outside, you will never be hungry. Moreover, the space had its own way of dealing with criminals. This caused the people inside to be free of worry. Originally, Thor thought that nothing would change upon entering the space. If he wanted to manage the clan, then he would still have to spend a lot of effort. However, he found that he was overthinking after entering the space. The environment here was good, far from his imagination. It was precisely because of this environment that Thor's life had gone smoothly. He suddenly found that managing the clan had become much easier. Although Thor can't taste the feeling of power now, it wasn't important to him. What Thor wanted to see was his people living good lives like this. This kind of life was really good for his people. Inside the space, people wouldn't have to be afraid of having ambition. In fact, having ambition was very good. If you want to live as an emperor, then you can, as long as you exchange enough things to the churches. You can get anything that you want. There were even things that they haven't seen or heard about before. Thor's life was very simple. He would cultivate every day, then he would either collect food, research magic formations, study potions, and so on. Every day was spent in ease, but it was very fulfilling. Thor was very satisfied with this life. The only sole worry that Thor had was Shan. Thor can understand Shan's situation, so he couldn't help but worry. Thor thinks that Zhao Hai understood as well. Zhao Hai let the Thunder Clan into the space when they were about to be killed off. Moreover, he kept his promise of not interfering. But with how the Winged Pegasus did things, what would Zhao Hai's reaction be? Because of this, Thor felt nervous about Shan's situation. Chapter 980, Fangle Eye's Regret. Thor was currently inside his room reading. Then suddenly, someone's voice came in from outside. "Thor, are you in? Let's have a drink." Upon hearing that it was Shan, Thor immediately put his book down and opened the door. After seeing Shan and Speaker Fang outside, Thor quickly said, "You actually have time to come here? Come in, quick." Then he invited the two over to his house. Shan looked at Thor's house and smiled faintly before he said, "It's quite nice. It seems like you have been living well these days." One couldn't blame Shan for saying this. The house where Thor lived was truly good. His house was like villa, but it wasn't very big. The entire house seemed to have 5 to 6 rooms. It was well made. Upon hearing Shan, Thor couldn't help but smile and said, "I used gold coins to exchange for this house. Inside the space, as long as you pay enough gold coins to the church, you can have any house you want." Shan inspected the place curiously. The house's setup was very good. It had a good natural flow to it. Not only was its shape beautiful, its interior decoration was also attractive. It gave people a sense of belonging without losing its refined taste. One must know that achieving this point wasn't easy. Thor and the others were members of the Thunder Clan. With their tall figures, one would need to make a lot of considerations in order to make their dwellings. After Thor invited the two to sit down, he looked at Shan and said, "Shan, why did you have time to come here? Did something happen to your clan? Do you need any help? If needed, I can lend you a hand." Shan shook his head and said, "It's fine. There's no need for you to make a move. I came today in order to ask you for a drink and to share some food." When Thor heard Shan, he couldn't help but smile. Then he quickly said, "Having a drink is certainly not a problem, but I thought you came here because something happened. How about telling me?" Shan smiled faintly and said, "The O'Neill family's magic armors are already outside our spatial rift. They had repelled our defensive line and war would soon break out." If somebody else saw Shan telling these matters with a smile, then they would certainly think that he has gone crazy. Generally, people wouldn't smile as they recall their clansmen being destroyed. However, Thor could understand. He clearly knew the state of the Winged Pegasus clan and understood why Shan was like this. Just in the recent past, Shan went to the space and asked Thor to help him prepare some fresh vegetables. The reason for this was because the Winged Pegasus clan refused to give him any food. When Thor heard this, he couldn't help but get shocked. He didn't expect Shan to be this miserable. He actually can't regularly eat food. This also caused Thor to be angry at the Winged Pegasus clan. Thor, Shan, and Ding share a very good relationship. These three were friends who went through life and death. After hearing their friend going through such experience, Ding almost sent his people to attack the Winged Pegasus clan. Fortunately, Thor was able to stop him. After hearing Shan talk now, Thor immediately understood. He looked at Shan and said, So the day you wanted will finally come soon? Then it surely is worth a celebration. Shan laughed and said, let's get Ding as well. I also wanted to hide from my people, so I entered the space. Didn't they want to not see me? Then I won't care about them anymore. If they think they're strong enough, then let them handle the problem themselves. Thur laughed and said, good. Good. You finally know what to do. You call Ding while I prepare the food. My food here isn't delicious. I'll have to go to the church and exchange for good ones. Shan looked at Thur in surprise. You can also exchange for food? Thur laughed. In addition to being unable to exchange for living people, there are really few things that you cannot exchange for. After he said that, Thur left the house. At the same time, Shan took his messenger fish out and called Ding. Just like Thur, Ding had also been quite relaxed in the past few days. Although the barbarians were a militant race, this didn't mean that they always want to court death. Barbarians weren't stupid, it was just that their temperament was too simple. Now, inside the space, the barbarians, Winged Pegasus, and the Thunder Clan were well mixed in. The three clans were former comrades who fought side by side. Recently, their lives have been better. Naturally, nobody discriminated anybody. Because of this, the place where the barbarians lived was very near to Thur's house. Not long after Thur returned with some food and wine, Ding arrived. Ding was happy for Shan upon knowing what was happening to the Winged Pegasus clan. The group were merry as they drank and ate. It seems like they didn't know of what was currently happening to the Winged Pegasus clan. The Winged Pegasus clan were frightened after the attack of the 9 Supreme Elders, so now, they arranged a lot of monitoring points behind the defensive line. As soon as the defensive line was attacked, these scouts immediately sent news back to the family. Those scouts were equipped with messenger fishes. Therefore, the news of the defensive line's destruction was immediately transmitted back. In no time, the higher level figures of the family received the news. When they came to know of the situation, they were really shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's words to be true. Someone truly wanted to invade them. It was just like Shan said. These people didn't want to see him. Every time Shan opened the matter of moving to the space, these people would just stay there as though nothing was wrong. It can be said that Shan was being treated worse than a puppet. At the very least, nobody was being hostile to a puppet. On the other hand, Shan and Speaker Fang were being treated with hostility. They weren't treated like a member of the clan. The Winged Pegasus clan's vice speaker, Fangalai, was currently inside the hall. There were also a lot of Winged Pegasus members present. These people were high-ranking members of the clan. Some were the senior council members while some were great generals. There were also city lords present. It can be said that these people were the decision-makers of the Winged Pegasus clan. Fangalai was the iron official of the Winged Pegasus clan. If it weren't for him keeping Speaker Fang back, then Speaker Fang's influence wouldn't have reduced so much. And after Yifei was killed by Zhao Hai, it was Fangalai who proposed delaying. He was also the one who made sure that Shan was ignored. Fangalai looks to be in his 50s. His hair was a little white but his face wasn't wrinkled. The whites of his hair seemed to add some touch of maturity into him, but in his calm expression, one could see a hint of arrogance. At this time, Fangalai's face sank as though it was a drop of water. He looked at the people in the room and said, everyone should have already received the news. Just like what Zhao Hai and Shan said, there is an invading army just outside our spatial rift. And in only 3 hours, they managed to break through the 200,000 troops we stationed in the defensive line. What opinions does everyone have? The people inside the room looked at each other. They really didn't know what to say. The fighting strength of the opposite party was beyond their expectation. In 3 hours, 200,000 people were killed. Even the 9 Supreme Elders weren't able to do this. Fangalai looked at their eyes and couldn't help but flare in anger. Then after that, a flash of fear appeared. He was afraid of the O'Neill family's invasion, and he was also afraid of Zhao Hai. However, he still didn't think about asking the foreign races for help. This would mean that he was also asking Zhao Hai. Fangalai clearly understood that he had greatly offended Shan. If he wanted to ask Zhao Hai for help, then it would be very difficult to do so. Not to say about Zhao Hai declining to help, but even if Zhao Hai did make a move, then this meant that Fengelai's great days would be gone. He was even afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his life after this ordeal. At this moment, Fengelai began to feel regret. He regretted that he guessed wrong. He regretted that he didn't listen to Zhao Hai and didn't enter the space. At this point, he didn't know what he should do. Chapter 981. Confrontation. Axe stood calmly on top of a war tank as he looked at the place on the other side of the spatial rift. It was like another world. Although he couldn't see any people, he could affirm that this place wasn't any smaller compared to the Ark continent. Although his expression was calm, Axe's heart was actually excited. Another plane. It was another plane. Up until now, how many planes did they manage to find? These many planes. Even the other families in the Atlanta plain wouldn't have met this many planes. Most importantly, all of these planes would be under the O'Neill family. Axe was extremely moved at this thought. Then he took a deep breath to stabilize his heartbeat. However, he still couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. George was standing right beside Axe. Upon looking at Axe's appearance, George couldn't help but be influenced by it as well. To be honest, even he didn't expect this expedition to be this huge. George knew very well what this meant for the O'Neill family. Moreover, he made great contributions to this matter. George looked at Axe and said, "Young master, let's go back in. The wind is getting strong." Axe turned to George and smiled. "George, if we conquer this place, how much bigger would our O'Neill family become?" George smiled and said, "If we conquer this place, then I can affirm that the O'Neill family would become the most powerful family in the Atlanta plain." Axe laughed. Good, good. It's just as you said, our O'Neill family would truly become the most powerful family in the Atlanta plain." George responded to this with a smile. After some time, Axe calmed down. Then he looked at the winged Pegasus plane and coldly snorted as he said, "This place now belongs to the O'Neill family. No matter who lives here, they only have one road, either they surrender or they die." George replied in a serious tone, "I ask young master to feel relieved. This subordinate is willing to break their bones in the name of the O'Neill family." Axe gave a satisfied nod. Then he said, "George, you must do well. The future development of the O'Neill family would surely be huge. The family would need loyal people to establish vassal clans. If you do well, then your family would certainly occupy your own plane." George's face was flushed with happiness as he bowed to Axe and said, "Yes, young master. This one will surely be loyal towards the young master and the O'Neill family." George chose his words carefully. He said young master before the O'Neill family. This meant that he would be loyal to Axe first before the family. Loyalty to the O'Neill family didn't really mean that they would be loyal to Axe. Axe was still not the patriarch of the O'Neill family. This meant that those who swore loyalty to the family wouldn't generally be loyal to Axe. What Axe needed the most at this time were subordinates that were loyal to him. Moreover, George had also changed how he addressed Axe. In the past, he called him young lord. Now he called Axe young master. This was also a sign of his status undergoing a change. Upon calling him young lord, this meant that George was under the influence of the O'Neill family. This meant that he still wasn't completely under Axe. Now that George was using young master, this implied that he had fully incorporated himself into Axe's camp. George would join Axe in all of his ups and downs. Axe was evidently happy. He patted George's shoulder and said, "Good, good. Let's go back and discuss how to take this plane." George nodded. Then together with Axe, they jumped down from the war tank. Then they entered the commanding war tank specifically prepared for Axe. A commanding war tank was actually just like a war tank but with no magic armors inside. It was designed to be a place where the commander would stay in. It was like the RV. Although it wasn't as comfortable as a recreational vehicle, it was clearly safer. When Axe returned to his war tank, George also followed behind him. At this point, George had become one of Axe's most trusted men, and with George's great talent, he quickly became important to Axe. Upon returning to their war tank, George immediately poured Axe a cup of water. Axe looked at the half-completed map on the table and gently frowned. "George, look at this map. This only shows the area we managed to scout. In these areas, we discovered that there were monitoring stations, but now, they had retreated. From what I can see, it seems like the other side knew that we're already here. What do you think? George looked at the stretch of map and said, young master, we don't know much about this place, but the thing we're sure of is that those people aren't very strong. We're fully capable of dealing with them. So the next step we should do is to not care about what they are doing. Instead we should think about what we should do. Axe raised a brow and said, oh, explain it to me. George nodded and said, yes, young master. Our O'Neill family is very strong, much stronger compared to the opposite party. However, we need to be careful. After all, this is the enemy territory. If we care too much about what they are doing, then we might be led by the nose. What I'm saying is, we shouldn't worry about what they are doing. Instead, we should follow our plan, step by step, and don't rush to attack. Even if the enemy keeps annoying us, we still have to go one step at a time. This way, we will squeeze them in and before long they would have to come out and fight us head-on. Upon hearing this, Axe frowned, but with this method, we would take more time in dealing with them. It's a very stupid method. George nodded and said, young master, it is indeed a very stupid method. But young master, we don't know anything about our enemy at all. We don't know what their real combat power is. We don't know their fighting methods and even their strongest weapons. The only thing we are certain of is that they seem to be following the warrior discipline and they also have flying mounts. For us, this information is too small. If we make a risky attack, then we may suffer. And if we lose too much, then I'm afraid that it would be disadvantageous to the young master. When Axe heard this, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then his expression changed as he nodded and said, you are right. The plan that you said, although it is stupid, but we can also minimize the losses that we suffer. It is the safest way of going forward. Alright, then let's do it as what you said. But George didn't have a happy expression. He looked at Axe and said, young master, but if we do it this way, then you would be under a lot of pressure. Since this method is slow, then it might seem like you aren't interested. Those who are in the military wouldn't easily agree to use this method. Axe's voice turned cold as he replied, even if they don't agree, they still have to do it my way. In any case, I'm still the chief commander of this army. George, just go about your matters with confidence. You don't need to worry about other things. Just make sure that the battle plan is perfect. George nodded, but he was still worried as he said, young master, I don't think it would be good to be too stiff with those people. The young master is going to be the leader of the family in the future. If too many people in the army are against you, then it would be very unfavorable to your position. When Axe heard George, his eyes couldn't help but furrow. Then he nodded and said, right, that's correct. It seems like I shouldn't be too strict. Alright, George, let me handle this. You can do your thing. George nodded before giving a salute and leaving. He knew that he was still only a subordinate of Axe. He just said what he needed to, even if he could do more. If he involved himself too much, then not only would he fail to win Axe's favor, he might even make Axe think that he wanted to control him. That would be troublesome. There were only specific matters that George can get into. He shouldn't overstep his bounds. Axe looked at George's departing back and nodded. He appreciates how George handled matters and how George was clear about his status. This was why he got Axe's favor. Just as George said, although Axe needs talents, he would also need the support of the family's elders as well as the patriarchs of the vassal clans. It was impossible for Axe to rely on people like George. George and the others might be talented, but they had no real power, and in the future, power was what Axe would need the most. Axe stood in front of the glass window as he looked outside. He sighed lightly. He understood that he had been too naive before. He didn't understand anything. Every day, he would only indulge himself in risks. After he came in contact with the clan's management, he discovered that running it wasn't an easy matter. Fangalai looked at the silent people who were inside the room. He couldn't help but be disappointed as he said, "What, you don't have any ideas?" Fangalai didn't want to get angry. He was afraid of being angry. At this moment, The winged Pegasus could be described as dispersed. These people used to be loyal to Yi-Fi and were dissatisfied when Zhao Hai killed the patriarch. Because of this, these people were currently on Fengalai's side. If Fengalai starts to show his temper, then these people might side towards Shan. After all, Shan was a patriarch candidate. Therefore, Fengalai could only endure in front of these people. At this time, a councilman said, "I believe we should talk to Shan, have him ask Zhao Hai to act." Just after the councilman said this, everyone in the room looked at him like he was an idiot. A general forced a smile and said, "You want to let Shan ask Zhao Hai to act? Have you been asleep? You should know how Shan is doing these past few days. Don't be stupid. Do you really think that Shan would ask Zhao Hai for us? Even if Shan invites Zhao Hai, why would Zhao Hai even help us?" The councilman looked at the general in anger as he said, "If you don't like my idea, then why don't you come up with a better one?" The general coldly replied, "I might not have any ideas right now, but I certainly wouldn't come up with such a disappointing one. It would only turn us even more passive and make our deaths come even sooner." The councilman sneered and said, "So we won't die if we don't follow my idea? I really don't know what the winged Pegasus military is doing right now. You keep posturing here and there, yet you actually don't have any teeth." As soon as the general heard the councilman, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the councilman and said, "What did you say? People like you are just good at using your mouth. Who is currently fighting in the front lines right now? It certainly isn't you guys. You only know how to sit in this place and blabber your mouth. During times like these, all of you are useless." What he said offended every councilman inside the room. Even Fengalai's expression wasn't attractive to look at. After all, he was the vice speaker, a councilman himself. However, Fengalai wasn't actually able to retort at this time. If he helped the councilman, then he would offend the military men. If he offended the generals, then these generals might be compelled to side with Shan. If that time comes, then he's finished. But he also couldn't offend the councilman. It was at this time that another councilman pointed at the general and shouted, "Zanshai? What are you saying? Are really looking down on us? You need to explain yourself." Zanshai coldly snorted and said, "Get lost. If you think I'm wrong, then let's go outside and fight. Let's see who's the real grandfather." The room became even livelier as the councilman kept berating Zanshai for his actions. However, Zanshai wasn't easy to deal with and had started to berate back. In the end, it became a fight between councilmen and the generals. The actions of these two groups plunged the room into great mess. Fengalai wished for them to stop several times. However, it came to a point that he couldn't do anything. He didn't have enough prestige to suppress the scene. The current situation made Fengalai's face ugly to behold. Boom! The loud bang stopped the room. Everyone turned to look at the source and discovered that it was Fengalai. Fenglai was currently looking at them with his pale face. The table in front of him was already turned into splintered blocks. Fengalai's cold eyes scanned the room before he said, "Why are all of you arguing? We're here to solve problems. Now look at what all of you are doing. Infighting is the last thing we want right now. We are currently facing a great enemy and stopping their invasion is the most important thing right now. I don't want to get angry, but all of you wouldn't stop unless I make a sound." Although Fengalai was very angry, he didn't actually utter any harsh words. At the same time, the room turned peaceful. Everyone stopped shouting inconsiderately. However, nobody was still able to present an idea to relieve Fengalai's headache. At this time, a nearby councilman suddenly said, "I think we should look for Shan. Even if he couldn't ask Zhao Hai to help, through Shan we could still invite the Thunder Clan and the barbarians over." Chapter 982, Zhao Hai's Action. When the councilman's words were heard, the people inside the room were stunned. Then everyone began to discuss the issue. The proposal wasn't immediately refuted because many people felt that the idea was feasible. It might sound laughable, not asking Shan for help in persuading Zhao Hai, yet agreeing to having Shan ask help from the Thunder Clan and the barbarians. Although it might sound contradictory, it actually wasn't. To state it clearly, the winged Pegasus were afraid of Zhao Hai, but not Shan. If not for Zhao Hai, Shen wouldn't have reached his current position. At this time, a general suddenly said, "But will Shen agree? Moreover, what is stopping him from talking to Zhao Hai right now?" Feng Lai's eyes narrowed as he said, "Rest assured, Shen wouldn't." It had been so long yet he still failed to bring our people into Zhao Hai's space. What face does he have to talk to Zhao Hai? If we ask him to talk to the barbarians and the Thunder Clan in order to save our people, judging by Shen's character, he will definitely do it. As long as we can solve the clan's situation, Shen certainly wouldn't tell Zhao Hai about this matter. As soon as the people in the room heard this, all of them stared for a moment before looking at Feng Lai's smiling face. There weren't any mistakes in Feng Lai's words. With Shen's character, he would surely place importance on the clan's matters. As long as he invites the Thunder Clan and barbarians, then the Wing Pegasus clan won't be afraid of dealing with the O'Neill family. Feng Lai looked at the people and said, "1 or 2 people doing this surely wouldn't be good. If everyone goes and pressures Shen, he will definitely go no matter what." The people in the room nodded. Then Feng Lai stood up and loudly said, "Everyone, let's go look for Shen. Let's see if he can help." Then after he said that, Feng Lai stood up and left the room first. At the same time, the other people quickly followed up. Everyone went to Speaker Feng's mansion to find Shen. Before long, the crowd arrived right outside Speaker Feng's mansion. At this time, there were no guards outside. The entire mansion appeared cold and static. The originally bright and lively mansion now looked like a bleak and haunted place. Feng Lai knew where the study was, so he immediately led everyone over there. Upon arriving outside the study, the group saw 2 Wing Pegasus guards. Feng Lai recognized these 2 men. They were the most loyal subordinates of Speaker Feng. Their presence dictates that Shen and Speaker Feng was also here. When the 2 guards saw Feng Lai and the others, they couldn't help but look at each other. However, they didn't make any noise. Upon arriving by the door, Feng Lai immediately said, "Tell Shen that I'm here." From the expression on Feng Lai's face, one could see that he didn't have even an inch of respect towards Shen and Speaker Feng. When the 2 guards saw Feng's expression and heard his words, a flash of anger went by their eyes. Then one of them proceeded to reply, "Vice Speaker is unlucky. The master is currently not in his room." Upon hearing that the title of Vice Speaker was emphasized, Feng Lai's expression couldn't help but change. But he immediately recovered as he looked at the guards and said, "Is he really not in?" The 2 nodded. Then Feng Lai coldly snorted as he went to push the door of the study. Normally, the 2 would stop Feng Lai's action, but today, the 2 didn't actually move. They just allowed Feng Lai to push the door open to see that there was nobody inside. Upon seeing the 2 guards not moving, Feng Lai's expression changed. Then he turned to see the empty room in front of him. Feng Lai's temper almost flared up. Then he calmed himself as he turned to the 2 guards and said, "Where did they go?" The guards looked at the study and shook their heads at the same time. A flash of cold light appeared in Feng Lai's eyes. He knew that this was a life and death matter of the Wing Pegasus clan, so he stopped being polite as he looked at the 2 guards and said, "Tell me where Shen went, or else you can't blame me for being impolite." The 2 looked at Feng Lai before one of them shook his head and said, "The young patriarch and the master were just discussing inside the study a moment ago, but then they suddenly disappeared. We didn't see them come out. It's possible that they went to Mr. Zhao Hai's space." When Feng Lai heard this, his expression changed. What he was most worried about was Shan talking to Zhao Hai about this matter. Therefore he immediately said, "What did Shan say before leaving?" The 2 guards shook their heads once more. Then one of them said, "Will be unfair to Sir Vice Speaker. We really don't know. What we knew is that the young patriarch angrily smashed a table and then had us change it to a new one. After that, they disappeared. We aren't really sure where they went." Feng Lai didn't suspect the guards of lying. With how the study room was made, even if one stands outside the door, it would still be impossible to hear what was going on inside. Therefore, it was normal for the 2 guards to not know anything. At this point, Feng Lai's face had an ugly expression. He looked at the 2 and said, "If your master comes back, then immediately go and inform me." After the 2 gave a simple nod, Feng Lai and the others turned around and left. When Feng Lai's group left, The two guards couldn't help but smile, since they were loyal to Speaker Feng and Shan. These two didn't suffer any less discrimination. It was good that their families had already entered the space. They had also entered to take a look. Upon seeing that the space had a good environment, the two of them felt relief, because they had been extremely ostracized in the past few days. The two of them were really fed up, so after seeing Fengalai and the others retreating, the two of them couldn't help but feel extremely good. Fengalai and the others' faces were very ugly upon leaving Speaker Feng's mansion. When they returned to the hall, nobody spoke a word. Their faces were very difficult to look at. Fengalai looked at the eyes of those present and said, "It seems like Shan is already aware of what happened in the front lines. I just don't know what he is doing inside Zhao Hai's space." In the worst case scenario, Zhao Hai already knows the family's situation and is ready to intervene. The best case is Zhao Hai already knew but is not prepared to intervene. We just don't know which is which. Those present didn't say anything. They were truly unaware of the current situation. Fengalai scanned the people inside the room and continued, "Since this is the case, then let's just assume that Zhao Hai already knows about the family's situation. No matter what, the only thing we can do right now is go back and support the battle until Shan shows himself. But until that time, we have to block the enemy with our own effort." As soon as the people inside the room heard this, their expression changed. But nobody said anything as they gave Fengalai a salute before leaving the hall. Fengalai was also clear that it was impossible to block the O'Neill family just by using the Wing Pegasus clan's strength. What they could do right now is to do their best in the battles and then find a way to ask Shan to invite the Thunder Clan and the Barbarians for help. If they do well, then maybe they can invite Zhao Hai. Fengalai was clinging to his power and influence, but he was still sane. He knew clearly that the Wing Pegasus clan had met their biggest crisis. If this wasn't properly dealt with, then the clan would be in danger of being exterminated. If they weren't eliminated by Zhao Hai, then they would be eliminated by the O'Neill family. At this moment, Fengalai discovered that his authority wasn't that important to him. Whether it was Zhao Hai or the O'Neill family, if they want to control the Wing Pegasus clan, then they would first deal with the clan's high-level members as well as those who opposed them. The more influential the person was, the more likely they would be dealt with first. So if the two parties wanted to control the Wing Pegasus clan, then Fengalai wouldn't have a good time. After thinking about this, Fengalai gave out a sigh. He finally understood the truth. In the face of absolute strength, these small plays that he was doing was merely him courting death. At this time, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Speaker Feng's two guards. Then Shan's voice was heard, "You two come in here. It isn't safe there anymore. You two can stop guarding the study." The two stared before they obediently entered the space. But after going through, they discovered that Shan wasn't on the other side. The two looked at each other before they shrugged their shoulders and returned to their home. To be honest, they were already used to the mysticisms of the space, so they stopped questioning everything that was happening inside. Just like the two guards, the other people who were loyal to Speaker Feng and Shan had also been invited back into the space. Naturally, this wasn't an ability that Shan's command token could do. Instead, it was Zhao Hai who did it. Zhao Hai had been looking at the Wing Pegasus clan's situation. After seeing Fengalai and the others' expressions, Zhao Hai knew that he had to act. Therefore, he immediately took Speaker Feng and Shan's loyal people back into the space. The reason Zhao Hai did this wasn't because he was afraid of them betraying Shan and Speaker Feng. Zhao Hai discovered that as long as a person entered the space, then even if they went back out, they seemed to still be disinclined to put the space in a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai didn't know if this situation was the space's doing, but he knew that it had something to do with it. In any case, Zhao Hai wanted these people back into the space because he didn't want them to have an accident. Just like Shan said, Zhao Hai was a person who heavily valued sentiment. As long as a person was on his side, then even if the person makes a huge mistake, he would still be inclined to forgive them. This was also the case for the divines. The divines have already been sent into the space. In the beginning, Zhao Hai was full of hatred towards them. He even wished to eliminate them all. But after his feelings calmed down, Zhao Hai didn't make any action. He couldn't bear to make a move on them. Chapter 983, Winged Pegasus Clan's Final Hope. Another reason why Zhao Hai took those people back into the space was because he didn't want to receive any threats. Zhao Hai dislikes being threatened, and if Feng Lei and the others reach a dead end, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to take those people as hostages. When the time comes, not only would Zhao Hai be troubled, Shen and the others would be as well. Zhao Hai didn't want to intervene in the current matters of the Winged Pegasus clan. He wanted to see if the Winged Pegasus would enter the space if they were forced to into a corner. If the Winged Pegasus clan were like the Thunder clan, being annihilated yet still not entering the space, then Zhao Hai would give them his admiration. However, he still wouldn't help them. If they want to be heroes, Zhao Hai wouldn't stop them. They would have Zhao Hai's respect, but not his sympathy. The second day after the O'Neill family attacked the defensive line, the O'Neill family began to advance into the Winged Pegasus plain. Their speed of advancement wasn't very fast, but it was steady. They left the Winged Pegasus clan with no chance to counterattack. The generals of the Winged Pegasus clan were doing the same attacking tactics as Zhao Hai. They were doing guerrilla warfare. However, the Winged Pegasus were quick to discover that their methods were simply useless against the O'Neill family. The magic armors were quicker than them. Moreover, the skies didn't have any obstructions unlike the ground. If they want to get rid of each other, then speed was paramount. If the Winged Pegasus couldn't grasp the speed advantage, then they would just be courting death in front of the O'Neill family. The next day went along this situation. The Winged Pegasus launched sneak attacks that resulted in no benefits. The civilians could only retreat and fall back city by city. When this situation was recalled over to Feng Lei and the others, their expressions were difficult to look at. Guerrilla warfare was the final hope of the Winged Pegasus clan. If this tactic was unusable, then they can only fight using normal methods. But in these base battles, the Winged Pegasus clan would still suffer losses in front of the cannons and war tanks of the O'Neill family. The next day quickly arrived. The O'Neill family was still taking city after city, but each place they visited didn't have any people present. This time, Axe wasn't thinking of enslavement. They knew too little about the Winged Pegasus clan. Therefore, Axe was planning on killing them all. Axe's plan might be too much, but to Axe it actually wasn't. They want the land but not the people. If they keep the Winged Pegasus alive, then they would have to station people here in order to keep the Winged Pegasus clan in check. This would slash numbers from the O'Neill family's army. Therefore, Axe was intent on cleaning the place up. Not even chickens and dogs would survive. Axe wasn't afraid of the Winged Pegasus clan's retaliation. To be honest, he even hopes for the Winged Pegasus clan to send out powerful soldiers their way. This would make Axe assured that the Winged Pegasus were at least decent. If the Winged Pegasus can provide good resistance, then Axe's heart would be settled. Axe could still remember the undead that they faced in the beginning. Their fighting strength was exceptional. Although those undead were very strong, in the life and death moment of the Winged Pegasus clan, they actually didn't appear. For Axe, this situation was a significant hidden danger. Axe knew that those undead were controlled by a person. If he couldn't see those undead here in the Winged Pegasus plane, then this means that the person was hiding all along. That person's threat to the O'Neill family was too big. Although the attacks of the family were formidable, it was impossible for pilots to stay inside their magic armors all the time. And once they go out of their magic armors, the strength of the pilots would decrease by several folds. In this case, if an army of undead suddenly appeared during the time when pilots were not inside their magic armors, then the O'Neill family would suffer a huge disaster. Axe was no longer the naive boy who had just gained an army to command. After the past few days, he had matured and was now able to think about problems ahead. Therefore, Axe greatly valued information regarding those undead. Upon receiving more information, Feng Lei and the others immediately went back to Speaker Feng's mansion in order to look for Shan. However, they were unfortunate since, not only Shan, but even the guards on the study room were gone. Upon seeing this, Feng Lei's heart turned cold. He didn't know what Shan was doing. However, This also meant that Fengalai and the others could no longer use those people to threaten Shan. It was just yesterday that they found out about Shan and Speaker Feng entering the space. Upon returning to the hall, Fengalai thought about various ways on how to solve their problem. The only thing they need to do right now was to have Shan contact the Thunder Clan and the barbarians for help. That evening, Fengalai finally decided on catching everyone loyal to Shan and use them as a bargaining chip. But now, it seems like that method couldn't be used. Everyone who is still loyal to Shan, as well as those who were on Speaker Feng's side, had vanished. Now, Fengalai had no means to threaten Shan. In the face of this outcome, Fengalai didn't know what to do. Then he suddenly discovered that if Shan couldn't help them, then the Winged Pegasus clan would be finished. In the past, Fengalai and the others felt that Shan was just spouting nonsense in order to scare them. But now, they found out that it was actually true. If they don't enter Zhao Hai's space, then the Winged Pegasus clan would likely be annihilated. However, this realization came too late. Fengalai knew that counting on Shan at this time would be impossible. But there was still another choice: the foreign races. After thinking about this, Fengalai immediately took his messenger fish. This fish was connected to a foreign race member that he was previously acquainted to. As Fengalai held his messenger fish, he said, Elder Ness, are you there?" This Elder Ness was a Beastman race elder who was also the elder in charge of keeping in contact with the Winged Pegasus clan. He was Fengalai's last hope in order to save the race. Just as Fengalai was about to repeat his call, Elder Ness' voice was suddenly heard. "Speaker Fengalai, what's the problem?" When Fengalai heard Ness answer, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he quickly replied, "Elder Ness, good day. This Fengalai has something to tell you. A new race has appeared in the Divine Realm. They use some sort of iron giant to fight. These iron giants are very strong. They can fly in the sky and their attacks aren't lower than any god rank expert. At this time, they are attacking the Winged Pegasus clan. I hope that the foreign races would help us. As long as you save us, then the Winged Pegasus clan would pay any price." The Winged Pegasus clan paying any price wasn't something that a vice speaker like Fengalai could say. But now that Shan and Feng weren't present, Fengalai had no choice. When he heard Fengalai, Ness paused for a moment. This caused Fengalai to become uneasy. After a while, Ness said, "Fengalai, I seem to remember Zhao Hai having a good relationship with the Winged Pegasus clan. Why didn't Mr. Zhao Hai help you this time?" Fengalai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect the other party to bring up the matter of Zhao Hai. Moreover, it seems like the other party was respectful towards him. This caused Fengalai to feel awkward. He tried his best to say that he didn't want to be ruled by Zhao Hai. However, it seems like everyone has a good relationship with him. For the Winged Pegasus, this was a huge blow. Naturally, Fengalai wouldn't speak the truth. He immediately said, "Elder Ness, this is what happened. Our Winged Pegasus clan has a person named Shan. He's the only one who can reach Mr. Zhao Hai. However, he's not in our family this time and went to visit the barbarians and the Thunder clan. Since we couldn't find him, then we couldn't look for Mr. Zhao Hai for help. Therefore, I want to ask the foreign races to help us go through this ordeal." Fengalai's words were nothing less than smooth. Moreover, he spoke with great care. He never made his request as the patriarch of the Winged Pegasus race, so even if the foreign races agree to help and drive off the O'Neill family, the Winged Pegasus clan still has the chance to withdraw from the agreement. Since the request bore no authority, they could just say that the patriarch didn't give his agreement to the request. This should buy them time. As soon as Ness heard Fengalai, he turned silent. Then after some time he said, "Speaker Fengalai, I couldn't decide on this matter myself. The clan would need to have a discussion. Please wait for some time." Right after that, Ness didn't speak anymore. Fengalai's heart couldn't help but sink. He was afraid that Ness wouldn't care about them. If this was the case, then the Winged Pegasus clan is finished. But what Fengalai didn't know was that his request had caused a debate among the foreign races. The foreign races was almost divided into two sides: those who wanted to offer support and take the opportunity to absorb the Winged Pegasus clan, and those who didn't want to help in order to prevent offending Zhao Hai. The worries of the foreign races were within reason. This was because they understood the situation with the winged Pegasus clan. At the same time, they also knew about their relationship with Zhao Hai. Chapter 984, The Foreign Races Decision. Solomon, Lair, and Yurd were currently inside the Beastman race's palace. There were also other tribal groups present inside the room. The people in this room were the decision makers of the three races. If someone were to come here and kill everyone present, then the entire foreign races would certainly fall into anarchy. But the reason why these people were here was for discussion. They will decide on whether they should send troops to help the winged Pegasus clan. For the foreign races, the implications of this decision were quite heavy. Solomon looked at the people inside the room and said, "Everyone should already know why we're here. So, how do we decide on this?" Whispers were quickly heard inside the hall. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves. However, nobody actually talked out loud. Everyone was just sitting there talking with those close to them. When Solomon saw this situation, his eyes couldn't help but contract. He didn't think that this simple thing, when connected to Zhao Hai, would turn into a complex situation. Solomon turned to Lear and the Yurd and said, "How about you two? What do you think about this matter?" Lear smiled faintly and said, "Let's listen to what everyone says first. I still can't decide on what to do with this matter." Yurd didn't make any noise, but she nodded, indicating her intent. She didn't want to express her view at this time. Solomon already expected this response, but since this matter needed to be resolved, he looked at the two and said, "You two, why are you making this difficult? Why don't you just say what is on your mind?" The people under them had also noticed the actions of the three leaders. Therefore, the discussions began to turn quiet until everyone was now turning their attention to the three. The smile on Lear's face disappeared and a trace of anger flashed by his eyes. He didn't think that Solomon would force them to this point. He discovered the Solomon had become more and more overbearing in the recent days. It seems like he looks at Lear as though he was his subordinate. With Lear's temper, this was completely unacceptable. Lear was a dwarf who were good-natured people and liked to handle things in a low-key manner. But no matter what, Lear was still a patriarch, holding the same status as Solomon. How could Solomon treat him in such a manner? Lear looked at Solomon and said, "How about we send people to find Binya and the others first? Once they come here, then they may give us a better suggestion. After all, they had been with Mr. Zhao Hai for a long time. They should understand Zhao Hai's temperament more than us." When Lear said this, nobody objected. They knew that Lear was on point. Now that Zhao Hai had dealt with the Supreme Elders, the people didn't regard Binya and the others as important as they used to be. However, it seems like their opinion was still very important. Binya and the others have been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so they should have a good understanding about Zhao Hai's style. Because of this, their opinion should be significant to the discussion. Solomon didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't really care about Zhao Hai right now. They had already obtained the 12 ultimate weapons. Although one had been taken away by Zhao Hai, it wouldn't affect their strength too much. Solomon believed that their present strength was already enough to deal with Zhao Hai. Don't forget, Zhao Hai didn't dare to face the 9 Supreme Elders. At that time, Zhao Hai wanted to ask the foreign races for help. By looking at this point, it was enough as long as 5 to 6 Supreme Elders collaborate to deal with Zhao Hai. There's no need to say about 12 Supreme Elders. These 12 ultimate weapons would certainly deal with Zhao Hai. Killing Zhao Hai with this number shouldn't be impossible. Because of this thought, Solomon advocates to support the Winged Pegasus clan. He wanted to use this opportunity to seize the Winged Pegasus. For Solomon, Zhao Hai was no longer worth worrying about. Lear's thoughts were the direct opposite to Solomon's. He wasn't in favor of sending support. Lear knew a lot about Zhao Hai from Ryder. He came to know that Zhao Hai had means to know what's currently happening to his people. Therefore, it's impossible for Zhao Hai to be unaware of what was currently happening to the Winged Pegasus. If Zhao Hai knew about the Winged Pegasus clan's situation and didn't make a move, then this means that Zhao Hai has his own plans. Because of this, Lear believes that they shouldn't dispatch troops. lest they disrupt Zhao Hai's plan. Lear didn't want to do wrong with Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai had helped them so much and had even given the ultimate weapons to the foreign races. With this sincerity, the foreign races should be supporting Zhao Hai. Meanwhile, although Yerd was still on the fence, she was leaning on the decision of sending troops. The elves had always thought that they were the most noble race between the heaven and the earth. They had been suppressed by the divines all these years, which made the elves feel aggrieved. Now that the divines had disappeared, then it was natural for them to show their strength. Yerd's idea about Zhao Hai was similar to Solomon. In her mind, they now have the power to deal with Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't be killed, he would still have problems facing 12 Supreme Elders. Most importantly, Yerd was thinking that Zhao Hai was about to ascend. Zhao Hai informed them that he was about to ascend. Although this shows Zhao Hai's strength, it also represented his weakness. This meant that Zhao Hai couldn't stay at this plane for too long. As long as they dragged Zhao Hai on for a while, then their shackles on the foreign races should disappear once he ascends. Because of this information, Yerd agreed to sending troops. However, she still needed to be careful and wanted to listen to Ye's opinion. Before long, 3 people came in from outside. These were the 3 people who went to look for Binya, Ryder, and Yeda. When these 3 people came back, Solomon's spirit couldn't help but shake. He immediately said, "Did Binya and the others arrive? Make them enter quickly." Among the 3 people, a beastman immediately replied, answering to the patriarch, "I didn't find Captain Binya. I went to his home and found out from his neighbor that after returning, his family suddenly moved out. As to where, nobody knows. Also, it wasn't only them who moved out. Those with close relationship to them were gone as well." Solomon stared before his expression changed. Then he turned to the dwarf and the elf, but their report was the same. Yeda and Ryder had also moved out at fairly the same time as Binya. Moreover, just like Binya, the people who had close relationships with them were gone. They didn't even leave behind any clue. When he heard the reports, Solomon's mood sank. Then he roared, "Absurd! They certainly ran with Zhao Hai. I'm sure of it." Lear's expression had also turned frigid. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was worried. This was because he found out that things were more serious than he thought. Zhao Hai seems to know something, thus prompting him to make such an arrangement. This information made the people inside the hall look at each other. They didn't know what to say. At this moment, Solomon turned to everyone and said, "Forget it. Everyone, let's talk about what to do with the Winged Pegasus clan." Upon hearing the whispers once more, Solomon actually frowned. To be honest, he disliked this sound. He disliked discussion. However, he couldn't change the situation. After a short time, a beastman suddenly stood up and bowed to Solomon. "Your Majesty, I think we should dispatch troops." At this moment, the most powerful group in the divine realm is the foreign races. The Winged Pegasus clan is our ally, so we should send troops to help them. At the same time, we could also absorb the Winged Pegasus. This way they won't provide a problem for us in the future. We shouldn't be passive in this matter. This was a fox beastman. The fox tribe were famous for being sly. His words were representative of their nature. He first said that they were now the most formidable force in the divine realm. Although the Winged Pegasus were their ally, his words wanted to remind those present that they were now the rulers of the divine realm. It was time for them to expand. After that, he also said that they should absorb the Winged Pegasus clan. In other words, since they weren't part of the foreign races, then they might become their enemy in the future. Because of this, they need to make a move towards the other party first. Although it was only a short string of words, it relayed many things. One could see from this point where the reputation of the fox tribe being sly came from. His words caused another burst of murmurs inside the room. After the divines were dealt with, the foreign races found themselves with an inflated sense of confidence. At this time, a dwarf stood up and said, "I don't agree to sending troops. Everyone should be aware that the Winged Pegasus, the Thunder Clan, and the barbarians were Mr. Zhao Hai's first allies." Mr. Zhao Hai had already taken the Thunder Clan and the barbarians to another place. Meanwhile, the Winged Pegasus clan had been dragging on and refused to go. Because of this matter, Mr. Zhao Hai even killed the Wing Pegasus patriarch. It's impossible for Mr. Zhao Hai to be unaware of the Wing Pegasus clan's situation. It's also not possible for Mr. Zhao Hai to not make a move despite knowing about this matter. This simply isn't his character. This only means that Mr. Zhao Hai intended to refrain from sending troops. He has his own plan. If we rashly meddle in his business, then we might offend Mr. This wouldn't be good for the foreign races. The dwarf said a lot of words. He also pointed out the downside of meddling in this situation. From what he said, it can be seen that they had some connections inside the Wing Pegasus clan, making them aware of the clan's matters. They knew that something must have happened between Zhao Hai and the Wing Pegasus clan. If they dispatch troops at this time, then they might greatly offend Zhao Hai. There were a lot of people in this room that didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. This was because they had first-hand experience with Zhao Hai's fighting prowess. At this time, another beastman stood up and said, "What are we afraid of? Don't forget, we now have the Divine Realm's 12 ultimate weapons. This is an unprecedented degree of strength. So what if we offend Zhao Hai? He wouldn't be able to do anything to us." This statement gave no consideration nor face to their previous alliance with Zhao Hai. However, there were a lot of people inside this hall who had the same idea in their mind, especially the beastmen and the elves. Then as a retort, another dwarf stood up. "What are you talking about? Don't forget how much Mr. Zhao Hai has helped us. But now, you're thinking about dealing with Mr. Zhao Hai. You are being ungrateful." The beastman coldly snorted and said, "Ungrateful? Did Zhao Hai really help us to deal with the divine race? Don't forget, he also has great hatred towards the divine race. Then after that, he only gave us the 12 ultimate weapons. The most important part, the star disc, he kept for himself. And why do you think he did this? It's because he didn't regard us as an ally from the beginning. Why should we be hospitable to such a person? Why would we be ungrateful if we decide to deal with him?" The dwarf replied, "No matter what, if not for Mr. Zhao Hai, our foreign race wouldn't have conquered the divine realm. It would have been impossible for us to obtain 12 ultimate weapons. At the very least, we should feel some gratefulness towards him. We shouldn't be thinking about dealing with Mr. Zhao Hai." The beastman sneered and said, "Is gratefulness really more important than the improvement of our race? This time, we'll be sending troops to the Wing Pegasus clan in order to absorb them into our fold. This will strengthen the foreign races. With such a good opportunity, why shouldn't we send troops?" Zhao Hai dealing with the divines can be said to be his goodwill toward us. However, that wasn't completely because he wanted to help us. He dealt with the divines because he has enmity with them. If he really dealt with the divines completely because of us, then I will be grateful. But now, the beastman said exactly what was inside Solomon's mind. Just like he said, they had no sense of gratefulness towards Zhao Hai. This was because, in their minds, Zhao Hai dealt with the divines because they offended him. Him helping the foreign races was just a fortunate secondary result. Chapter 985, Shan moves. Solomon, Lair, and Yurd were just sitting there as they listened to the ongoing argument. One could see from both sides of the argument that the beastmen were on the side of sending troops to the Wing Pegasus clan. Meanwhile, the dwarves opposes the idea. This was also in line with the ideas of both patriarchs of each race. On the other hand, the elves stayed quiet. But from their expression, it seems like they were more inclined to the idea of sending troops. Lear looked at his people and couldn't help but sigh deep inside. The dwarven temperament is too straight. Because of this, they would always owe something to other people. Even the straightforward beastmen had taken advantage of the dwarves. After all, the beastmen had people like the fox tribe, meanwhile the dwarves did not. In dwarven culture, grace was grace while enmity was enmity. Zhao Hai dealt with the divine race, and in the process helped the foreign races. Therefore, how could the dwarves not acknowledge this contribution? This made Lear feel that the beastmen were too shameless in their current action. Solomon also felt terrible. Although Lear didn't express any opinions about this matter, The attitude of the dwarves showed Lear's temperament. It seems like Lear didn't want to dispatch troops. Solomon had some understanding with regards to Lear. He knew that Lear was very fond of Zhao Hai. It was because of this that Lear didn't want to participate in this action towards the Winged Pegasus clan. Yurd was also looking at the argument happening below. She couldn't help but frown since she knew the implications of this scene. At the same time, she can see the Beastman race's dominant behavior. Although she resented such attitude, Yurd understood that the foreign races couldn't afford an internal fight. Once they split, then they wouldn't be able to dominate the entire divine realm. The current divine realm no longer had the divine race. The strongest party occupying it right now were the foreign races. But if some internal discord happens within the foreign races, then the three races would be diverged. In this case, they wouldn't be able to suppress all of the vassal races. Additionally, the vassal races had just separated themselves from the control of the divines. If the foreign races wanted to suppress them and rule them at this time, then they would need unsurpassed strength. The vassal races surely wouldn't give up the freedom that they just gained. It can be said that there was currently a power vacuum in the divine realm, and the foreign races were the best contender of occupying this void. Because of this, the foreign races needed to stay together. After thinking about this and seeing that it was still noisy, Yurd made a soft cough. Although it wasn't very loud, everyone in the hall actually heard it. Almost at the same time, everyone inside the hall turned silent. Yurd's identity was special, with her being the elven race's queen. At the same time, she was also the least spoken person among the three leaders. She seldom expresses her opinion. Generally, it would be Solomon or Lear who talked, while Yurd would listen and would say some words during critical times. Regardless of Solomon or Lear, to them, Yurd's opinion was very important. This time, Yurd actually intended to speak first. This was beyond everyone's expectations, which in turn made the entire hall extremely quiet. After looking at everyone, Yurd said, "Everyone, arguing wouldn't solve anything. In my opinion, we should send troops to the Winged Pegasus. This is also an opportunity to test Mr. Zhao Hai's attitude. He said that he would leave the divine realm since he would ascend. If this is the case, then he wouldn't care about us sending troops. Otherwise, he would be lying. It's possible that he's the one who sent the attack to the Winged Pegasus clan using these magic armors. These things didn't appear in the divine realm before. His attacking strength is formidable, so he may pose a threat to the divine realm. Our foreign races need to survive. Therefore, we need to understand our enemies, and we need to dispatch our troops in order to do so." Yurd spoke her thoughts one by one. As soon as he heard Yurd, Lear couldn't help but frown. He knows that sending troops this time was inevitable. Then Yurd turned to look at Lear and said, "We need to dispatch troops and solve this matter at the shortest time. Therefore, I want 4 Supreme Elders to act along with 20 million troops. Among these 4 elders, 2 will come from the elves while 2 will come from the beastmen. The dwarves doesn't need to send anyone. After all, we still need enough experts to defend the foreign race territory." Yurd's words made Solomon's eyes turn bright. He immediately understood why Yurd did this. Solomon was very much in favor to Yurd's approach. Although Solomon loved being powerful, he wasn't a fool. He knew about the foreign race's situation. At this time, the foreign races couldn't afford any internal dispute, and it was for this reason why he didn't immediately say that they should send troops. Instead, he initiated a discussion between all 3 races. However, Solomon didn't expect Yurd to be so formidable. Solomon thought that his plans would be ruined, but who would have thought that Yurd would provide a solution? Moreover, it was the best approach they could follow right now. The foreign races would dispatch troops, and since the dwarves didn't want to, then they wouldn't be forced. As the matter stands, how could the dwarves oppose? After thinking about this, Solomon turned to Lear. Upon meeting Solomon's eyes, Lear nodded and said, "I agree with Queen Yurd's suggestion." Solomon relaxed and nodded. "All right. Then we have reached a decision. We'll proceed to discuss which troops to send." At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space looking at what was happening. When Zhao Hai went to the foreign race territory, he also made maps for the space. One shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai didn't reach the dwarven territory first. Instead, He actually arrived at the Beastmen territory. At that time, Zhao Hai released his staff to map the Beastmen territory. Because of this, he can now monitor the foreign races at will. Laura and the others were sitting beside Zhao Hai. Their faces were scrunched up as the foreign races discussed which troops to send. Then Laura coldly snorted and said, "These group of ungrateful things, Brother Hai, we must teach them a lesson this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teach them a lesson? Why, isn't his what we wanted?" Now that they had dispatched troops, we will be able to see how the O'Neill family would deal with them. Presently, I'm afraid the magic armors wouldn't be able to deal with the Supreme Elders. When the time comes, the O'Neill family would surely send more formidable magic armors. We need to pay attention at that time. Laura still coldly snorted and said, "We should still teach them a lesson. Aside from the dwarves, I'm quite tired of looking at the smug faces of the beastmen and the elves." Zhao Hai slightly smiled and said, "Don't worry, that time will come for sure. However, that time isn't now. Don't worry about this anymore. Let's go tell Shan about the situation and then have them prepare." Laura nodded before immediately calling Shan. She knew how useful the current situation would be for Shan. Now that the O'Neill family had invaded the Winged Pegasus plane, the clan's impression of Shan underwent a subtle change. Shan would be able to make good use of Fengelai's request for help from the foreign races. Shan was currently staying inside the space without worry in the past 2 days. He intends to make his clansmen anxious. Otherwise, they would never appreciate what he has done for the clan. At this moment, his messenger fish sounded out. Shan looked and saw that it was Zhao Hai's messenger fish. Shan immediately took the call and heard about the foreign race's troops from Laura. Upon hearing Laura, Shan immediately knew what the foreign races intend to do. He didn't expect Fengelai to resort to such a drastic option. Shan's face was ugly as he put his messenger fish down. Then he turned to Speaker Fang, Thur, and Ding. They were currently inside Thur's villa and had also heard what Laura said. Shan looked at Thur and the others as he smiled bitterly and said, "My clansman really doesn't fail to make me worry." "Thur, what do you think?" Thur forced a smile. "I have some ideas, but I couldn't meddle in this matter. Otherwise, it would only cause resentment from your people. I also feel that Mr. told you this information so that you can make use of it." Shan gently frowned. He understood what Thur wanted to say. However, he has no confidence in his clan. He can use this news, but with his people's attitude towards him, who knows how much it would be valued. Speaker Fang looked at Shan and said, "I think we could use this very well." With the O'Neill family's invasion, the tribe is now aware that we weren't lying, and now that Fengelai had asked the foreign races for help, the clansmen would surely resent him. Don't forget, we had just been liberated from the divines. It wouldn't be long before our clan would oppose the control of the foreign races. Compared to the foreign races, our people would rather accept Mr. Zhao Hai. When he heard Speaker Fang, Shan's eyes lit up as he said, "Right, then we'll do that. This time, even if we can't get everyone to the space, we can still find more ways for others to get in. Even those who wouldn't want to come will have to join in." Chapter 986, Acting Out a Play. Fengling's recent days weren't very well. She was a vegetable farmer selling her produce to the speaker's mansion. During the time when Shan asked Zhao Hai to kill the patriarch, she was enraged. She stopped supplying the mansion with food. Although this significantly reduced her profit, she didn't mind. To Fengling, Shan asking Zhao Hai to kill the patriarch was an act of betrayal. Because of this, she decided to go against what Shan stood for, to the point where she wouldn't give Shan any food to eat. Although Shan said that there were invaders coming and the clan would need to shift to a safer place, Fengling was just like the other Winged Pegasus. She didn't believe. But when the O'Neill family arrived, Fengling began to believe Shan's words. However, when she returned to the mansion, she discovered that it was devoid of people. Nobody knew where Shan and the others went. Fengling began to feel regret. Because of this, she kept returning to the mansion every day. She was hoping to meet Shan and apologize. She also wishes for Shan to request Zhao Hai to help the Winged Pegasus to pass this time of difficulty. However, in the following days, Shan didn't appear. Fengling soon began to feel despair. On this day, just as usual, She went to the mansion. The mansion was currently bleak. There was no sense of vitality in it whatsoever. This caused Fengling's mood to turn awful. She could still remember the time when the mansion was still very lively. Fengling unconsciously began to walk throughout the mansion. At the same time, she thought back to how she treated Shan before. Fengling regretted her actions very much. At this moment, Fengling suddenly heard people speaking inside the study room. Fengling stared for a moment before her face lit up with happiness. She immediately stepped forwards and went to the mansion's study. There were no guards outside the study. Fengling slowly approached the door until she heard the words being spoken. Speaker, is this true? Did Fenglai really ask the foreign races to rescue the clan? Fenglai could never forget Shan's voice, but what shocked her more was the content of the conversation. Fenglai asked the foreign races for help. Although these seemed to be ordinary words, it made Fengling think about the time when the Divines still ruled the Winged Pegasus clan. Fenglai began to feel shock. Then she continued listening. At this time, it was Speaker Feng's voice who spoke. It shouldn't be wrong. Mr. Zhao Hai is currently not in the divine realm, so he didn't have the means to help us. However, he's still worried about the situation here. When you informed Mr. that people had invaded the clan, he immediately wanted to come back. However, he became caught up with something, so he has no way to return. But Mr. still had contacts within the foreign races. Mr. Zhao Hai has some relationship with Binya and the others. Now that the three of them have great status in their clan, they were able to find out that Fenglai had asked the foreign races for help. Fengling was quietly listening. However, she lamented deep in her heart about two things. First was her prior prejudice against Shan, and the other was hatred for what Fenglai did. Fengling had 3 children, and her eldest son was a Winged Pegasus soldier who died while fighting against the Divines. Because of this, Fengling deeply cherished the Winged Pegasus clan. It was precisely because of this that Fengling opposed to entering the space. This was because she thought that Zhao Hai would rule over them. She wouldn't allow her son's sacrifice to go in vain. This caused her opposition to be very strong. However, it seems like Zhao Hai wanted to help the Winged Pegasus clan from the very beginning. The only thing that Fengling knew was Zhao Hai killing the Winged Pegasus patriarch. This caused her to dislike Zhao Hai as well as the idea proposed by Shan. But even then, her resentment towards the foreign races was bigger. The Winged Pegasus were keen on education. Because of this, Fengling wasn't a fool who didn't understand anything. Upon hearing that Fenglai had asked the foreign races for help, she began to feel terrible. Wouldn't the foreign races use this opportunity to control the Winged Pegasus clan? Just as Fengling was thinking about this, Shan's voice was heard. So what is the foreign races' response? Are they going to send troops? Speaker Feng replied, yes. Binya already told Mr. that the foreign races are ready to dispatch troops. They would send 4 supreme elders as well as 20 million people. Shan gawked. 4 supreme elders? What do they want to do? Rule of the Winged Pegasus clan? Speaker Feng replied, the foreign races had already discussed it. Among the 3 races, only the dwarves strongly opposed to this idea. This was because they knew about Mr. Zhao Hai's good relationship with us. However, the beastmen and the elves supported sending troops. They want to do this in order to test Mr. Shan proceeded to ask, test? What do you mean? Speaker Feng replied, right, test. Ever since Mr. Zhao Hai helped them deal with the divine race, the foreign races began to believe that they are now the strongest in the divine realm. Moreover, they think that all other race should submit to them. However, they still haven't found a reason to move against the other races. At this moment, the divine realm is in a delicate state. All vassal races had just obtained their freedom. Because of this, the foreign races couldn't just rashly invade. Otherwise, they would risk being attacked by all vassal races. They would need a good excuse to make a move. But now, with Fenglai's request, the foreign races gained what they want, an excuse. And because of Mr. Zhao Hai, the foreign races entered a discussion. In the end, they decided to send troops. If they send troops and Mr. Zhao Hai intervened, then they would just say that it was Fenglai who asked them for help. And if Mr. Zhao Hai didn't arrive, then they would occupy our Winged Pegasus plain. With their supreme elders present, it would almost be impossible for us to counterattack. In the end, the Winged Pegasus clan would turn into a vassal race for the foreign races. Boom! Fangling's heart couldn't help but jump upon hearing Speaker Fang, and just as she thought about this, Shan broke the table. Sure enough, Shan's angry voice was soon heard. They dare. Mr. Zhao Hai will not let them off. Speaker Fang replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice. We have to accept that Mr. couldn't take care of us forever. You should be aware that the 12 ultimate weapons are now in the hands of the foreign races. Even if it is Mr. Zhao Hai, he still would have a hard to dealing with them. This time, the foreign races are just going according to Fanglai's request. The room turned quiet for some time, then after a short while, Shan sighed and said, I really don't know what everyone in the clan is thinking. They don't know the current state of the Thunder Clan and the barbarians inside Mr. Zhao Hai's space. The two clans doesn't need to worry about eating or drinking anymore. They can do whatever they want to do. I've already asked Thir whether Mr. Zhao Hai meddled in their affairs. Thir told me that Mr. Zhao Hai didn't do anything to them at all. They just went on like they used to. Why would everyone stay here and defend against the foreign races instead of living well inside Mr. Zhao Hai's space? Speaker Fang replied, it is because of power. Yi-Fi wants to be the king of the Winged Pegasus clan and rule the entire clan alone, so he fought heavily against entering the space. Think about how many times you have asked him. Did he listen? In the end, you had to ask Mr. Zhao Hai to kill him. You only thought of best for the clan. But after Yi-Fi died, his camp still survived, falling under Fanglai's control. When I went to fight against the divine race, it was Yi-Fi and Fanglai who went and won the councilman over. This caused me to be pushed out. At this point, I have no influence to stop them. This caused the Winged Pegasus clan to be in a dire situation. We need to think of a solution to solve this. Shan sighed and said, I have the method to make the clan enter the space, but they didn't enter. I've also asked the Thunder Clan and the barbarians to help in these past few days. However, the Thunder Clan had been severely crippled by what happened before they entered the space. On the other hand, the barbarians have yet to settle inside. This made it impossible for them to dispatch troops. Now, our sole means is to convince our clansmen to enter the space. However, the clan doesn't listen to me. I've done all that I can. Speaker Fang's voice replied, let's go inside the space once more and see if the barbarians could send troops. After all, this involves the life and death of the Winged Pegasus clan. Shan's reply came in, alright, let's give it another try. Then after that no other sound was heard. At this time, Fangling opened the room's door. However, the only thing she saw was the broken table. Upon seeing nothing, Fangling couldn't help but feel regretful. However, her eyes suddenly shone with light. She heard the conversation between Shan and Speaker Fang and came to know many things. More importantly, these information were very important for the Winged Pegasus clan. She needs to spread this information to the others. One shouldn't underestimate a woman's skill in spreading news. In less than one day, an entire city was able to hear rumors that the foreign race troops that were coming over weren't here to help them. Instead it was to conquer the Winged Pegasus clan. Even if Fanglai flew to this place, it was already too late to hide anything. Moreover, the rumor was still spreading fast. This new wave of information expanded in all directions. In just a few days, all of the Winged Pegasus clan knew about this matter. But how could Fangling think that what she heard was just a play that Shan and Speaker Fang performed? Again, Shan the Table Destroyer. Chapter 987, The Frantic Winged Pegasus Clan. Shan and Speaker Fang can only do this. At this time, everyone in the Winged Pegasus clan who were loyal to them have already moved to the space. Just going outside and spreading information would be impossible. They cannot do it with their current status. Moreover, they chose the person carefully. Fangling. They knew about the history of Fangling's family. Although Fangling didn't give them any food, Shan didn't actually hate her. In fact, Fangling's eldest son was one of Shan's men. Since Shan knew how sincere Fangling was, he decided to have this information spread through her. There was also another reason why Shan chose Fengling. This was because of Fengling's personal connections. Although she was only a vegetable grower, but she used to give food to the speakers hall. This allowed her to know a lot of people. Moreover, some of these people held great status, and there was also her son. Because of this, it was certainly possible for her to spread messages in a short period of time. Shan's plan was very successful. In less than 3 days, the Winged Pegasus clan were already aware that the foreign races were on their way. They also knew that although the foreign races came to support them, they actually wanted to absorb the Winged Pegasus clan. Since the credibility on this rumor was high, and adding on the current sensitive environment, Fenglai soon discovered that his days weren't doing well. Even his family members were affected. Every time they walk on the streets, they would always be looked at with hostility. Fenglai and the others haven't felt this before. However, they've seen it happen. The people used to look at Shan with the same gaze. Now this gaze was directed at them. Fenglai felt that each day was like a year. Asking help from the foreign races was his decision. Even if he wanted to explain himself, he couldn't. This was because it wouldn't take too long before the foreign race army arrives. Fenglai wanted to stop the foreign races from coming, but this was impossible. The foreign races wouldn't miss this opportunity. The internal state of the Winged Pegasus clan was unsteady. Naturally, they weren't able to use their full might against the O'Neill family. But fortunately for them, the O'Neill family was afraid of being baited into a trap, causing them to slow their advance. For the Winged Pegasus clan, this was absolutely good news. At the time when Fenglai was having his worst, Shan and Speaker Fang suddenly appeared. This time, they came with a large number of Thunder Clan and Barbarian race soldiers. Upon seeing the soldiers from the two clans, the Winged Pegasus clan was shocked. This didn't mean that they weren't expecting the Thunder Clan and the Barbarians to appear. In fact, at this point, the majority of them knew that Shan went to the space to look for help. Because of this, they knew that the Thunder Clan and the Barbarians would appear sooner or later. What caused their shock was the appearance of these Thunder Clan and Barbarian soldiers. The Thunder Clan and the Barbarians weren't very good at forging. In the past, almost all of their weapons and armor were provided by the divine race. However, the two clans would also need to send almost all of the ores that they mined from their plane. Because of this, majority of their weapons and armor weren't made in high quality. This was especially true when they rebelled against the divine race. Their weapons and armor were beyond miserable. But now, the armaments equipped by the two clans made the Winged Pegasus stuck in a daze. Then suddenly, Shan appeared in air outside the palace and loudly said, "My clansmen, I've invited the Barbarians and the Thunder Clan for help in bringing everyone into the space. I will be opening the rift outside the palace. If anyone wants to enter the space, then you can go home and pack your things. If you are still hesitating, then this rift will be open for 3 days before I head towards the other cities. So if you want to enter, please do it with haste." Shan was sitting on his mount as he shouted these words to the entire capital. His words laid everything on the table. You either follow him into the space, or stay here and wait to be enslaved by the foreign races. For a time, the whole Winged Pegasus capital was plunged into total silence. The Winged Pegasus were still digesting what they heard. But after a moment, someone loudly cheered before running home. Then they quickly packed up their things and ran towards the palace's door. The action of this individual was like a stone being thrown into a compound. The ripples of the action became bigger and bigger before everyone in the capital was seething with movement. Almost everyone in the city ran to their homes and took their belongings. They packed their precious things and quickly ran towards the palace. Shan didn't expect this situation, nor did the high-level members of the Winged Pegasus clan. In the past, these people heavily opposed to Shan's proposal of moving to the space. Now, almost everyone went crazy as they ran towards the spatial rift. This was truly unexpected. In fact, Shan didn't know that compared to being killed and enslaved, the Winged Pegasus clan would rather go to the space. At the very least, Zhao Hai had always been kind to them. Even if they treated Zhao Hai badly before, Zhao Hai still didn't retaliate against them. These Winged Pegasus clan were highly educated and weren't fools. In the past, They didn't enter the space because they believed that their people would just do well on their own, but when they discovered that they would be killed or enslaved if they don't enter the space, they immediately chose to enter the space. Even if Shan didn't expect his clansmen to frantically enter the space, the situation still made him very happy. Fortunately, he didn't waste his time inside the space. He invited the Thunder Clan and the barbarians to help him settle the winged Pegasus who enters the space. It can be said that the space was fully prepared to deal with the influx of people. However, they still didn't expect the winged Pegasus to frantically enter. The reason why Shan and the others were unprepared was because they weren't aware of the current situation of the winged Pegasus clan. Although it can be said that the O'Neill family's advancement wasn't very fast, but they were still steadily advancing. Moreover, everywhere they went had been broken through. After a baptism of fire, there was basically no people left in those cities. Even if there were survivors, they were turned into either crazy people or disabled. There was no need for the O'Neill family to care about these people. In other words, the O'Neill family ravaged everywhere they went to. Facing this enemy, the winged Pegasus clan were finally scared. They feared extermination and they didn't want to be enslaved by the foreign races. And now that Shan and the others appeared, they were given the opportunity to save themselves. Therefore, it was natural for the winged Pegasus to turn frantic. With regards to the winged Pegasus clan's situation, Zhao Hai was the one who had the most understanding. He expected the winged Pegasus to enter the space because he saw how desperate things had become in the past few days. So when Shan and the others showed up, they gave the winged Pegasus great hope. In this case, it was natural for the winged Pegasus to go frantic. Although there were shortcomings in the preparation, Zhao Hai didn't bother to remind Shan and the others since he trusted the space. With the space's ability, there would be no problems in receiving the winged Pegasus clan. Moreover, this would also help cover up Shan's lie. Zhao Hai would have the winged Pegasus believe that he was impeded with other matters. After seeing that the winged Pegasus were basically settled, Zhao Hai began to feel relief. Then he turned his attention to Yanking City. The construction of Wolf Fang Mountain had begun. The place was already settled. The next step was to start building the factory. Bluel was responsible for these things, so Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about it. What he was concerned about right now was the O'Neill family. He wanted to see the current state of the family. It can be said that the discovery of the winged Pegasus plane was definitely a good thing for the O'Neill family. They suddenly found a rift that led to an infinite amount of planes, and all of the materials will belong to them. This assured that the development of the winged Pegasus clan in the future would be limitless. However, Zhao Hai discovered an issue. Information about the O'Neill family's spatial rift was already possibly known by the other families. Zhao Hai expected these families to suppress the O'Neill family upon hearing this information. But what surprised Zhao Hai was the lack of response from the other families. After Zhao Hai asked Bluel about this issue, he finally understood why this was the case. In the Atlanta plain, there were families that discovered other planes. Moreover, when they conquered these planes, they found that they obtained a lot of benefits, and this was why they didn't attack the O'Neill family. There was an unwritten rule among the families in the Atlanta plain. When a family discovers a plane, the other families couldn't suppress them. This was because these families understood if they suppress the family that discovered the plane, then when they discover their own plane in the future, they would also be suppressed. For these families, this type of things didn't offer any advantages. Moreover, one must know that the situation of the Magic Armor continent wasn't the same as the other continents. People in the Warrior and Mage continents didn't need a lot of ores. Their cultivation relied mainly on basic weapons and armor. On the other hand, magic armors required tons and tons of materials to make, each one equivalent to thousands of weapons and armor. The consumption of the Magic Armor continent was several times compared to the other continents. It might even be dozens of times. It was impossible to rely on the Magic Armor continent alone to supply the ores required for mass manufacturing of magic armors. So when the resources of the continent was running thin, a supply crisis emerged. In the end, unless they break open some planes, the Magic Armor continent would suffer losses. So once the magic formation for opening planes appeared, It enabled the Magic Armor continent to forcefully conquer other planes and plunder their resources. This reinvigorated the Magic Armor continent. Therefore, once a family conquered another plane, it became a convention for the other families to not interfere. Naturally, this only regards to outward suppression. Underhanded tactics was fair play. However, even then, nobody went too far. It was because of this that the O'Neill family was still having a safe time. After knowing about this point, Zhao Hai began to feel relief. To be honest, he didn't want the O'Neill family to be suppressed right now. This would be disadvantageous to his current plans. At this time, Zhao Hai really wanted to see the clash between the O'Neill family and the foreign races. Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards the foreign race army. At this point, they had already reached the Taurus continent and were rushing towards the Wing Pegasus plane. They wanted to control the Wing Pegasus clan before they managed to enter the space. If the Wing Pegasus clan enters the space, then what would they do to the Wing Pegasus plane? They still haven't done anything to the other 10 continents, so why would they care about this small plane? And the reason why the foreign races obtained this information was because of Fengelai's message. When Fengelai heard that Shan reappeared and everyone was scampering to enter the space, he began to report everything that happened almost all the time. At this point, the foreign races knew almost everything going inside the Wing Pegasus plane. Zhao Hai had nothing to say about Fengelai's actions. He actually sold the Wing Pegasus clan to the foreign races. Zhao Hai thought about killing him, but in the end he resisted. The speed of the Wing Pegasus when entering the space exceeded everyone's expectation. Just as they brought their valuables into the space, they suddenly discovered that bringing only the good ones would suffice. This was because inside the space, as long as you have gold coins, then you can exchange for everything you want. When these people entered the space, they immediately believed that Shan wasn't deceiving them. The space was very good, it was very nice to live in. With the help of the barbarians and the Thunder Clan, village after village was established, and all of the Wing Pegasus clansmen who entered the space had smiles on their faces. Chapter 988, Magic Armor vs. Ultimate Weapon. Axe was standing on his war tank with George at his side. Then Axe turned his head to George and said, "George, how many days has it been?" George replied, "Young master, it's been 3 days. We haven't met those Wing Pegasus fellows for 3 days. Even in the cities we've passed through, there was still no trace of them." Axe let out a long breath as he muttered, "3 days. It's really 3 days." "George, can you also feel that this situation seems very familiar?" When George said this, he stared for a moment. Then he turned to Axe and said, "Young master, you mean?" Axe replied, "Isn't the situation here very much like the Ark continent? The people disappeared and we don't know where they went." "This is the same as what happened to the Ark continent." George nodded. "Right, just as young master said. It's pretty much like back in the Ark continent, but it's not completely the same. Back in the Ark continent, the inhabitants had already left for some time, but here, it seems like they had just moved out. If we speed up, then it's possible that we would be able to see where these people moved to." "But young master, I don't approve to this. No matter where these people went, their action only meant that they couldn't oppose our advance. So they withdrew. We only need the ores in this plane. But if we pursue, then it's possible that we'd run into an ambush. If this is the opposite party's plan, then it would be troublesome." Axe quietly listened to George's words. George had been performing very well for quite some time. As a staff member, he was very qualified. After hearing George, Axe nodded and said, "Right, what you said is good. Unfortunately, if only we can find out who is the one behind the migration of these people, then we'd be able to solve the knot in our hearts." "Forget it. Let's continue with what we've been doing. Let's proceed with caution." George didn't say anything. The army's speed right now wasn't very quick, so as long as they kept going at their current pace, then there won't be any problems. At this time, Shan was still flying around city after city to move people. Shan already told his clansmen that it was fine as long as they carry their bare minimum possessions. There was no need to carry bulky things because it would affect speed too much. Although they would need to be set up when they go into the space, almost all things they need could be purchased with gold coins. As long as they were willing to work, then they would never have problems inside the space. Because of this, Shan wasn't worried about looking after his clansman's life inside the space. He'd already asked Fir about this. Fir said that it was very cheap to live comfortably inside. Everyone can afford everything they need, and if you don't want the space to build you a house, then you can build one yourself. This way, you would save a lot of money. The speed at which the Winged Pegasus clan entered the space evidently sped up a lot. The reception inside has been very tense, but it was still being handled properly. This was mainly because nobody expected the Winged Pegasus to be this frantic. At this point, Shan began to feel relief. While he was moving his clansmen into the space, he made sure to go to the place with the highest risk of being attacked. Because of this, the O'Neill family wouldn't be meeting any Winged Pegasus member within a few days. While Shan and his clansmen were busily moving to the space, the foreign race's reinforcing troops had arrived outside the Winged Pegasus plane's rift. At this time, the rift has been controlled by the O'Neill family. They had built a defensive line and left some war tank and magic armors to defend it. An army of more than 10 million was impossible to miss. Naturally, the O'Neill family was able to discover them. Upon seeing the army, the garrison troops immediately sent out requests for reinforcements. The reinforcement request was divided into two. One went to inform Axe's group, while the other went towards the clan's base. The garrison commander seems to have rich battlefield experience. Upon seeing that the enemy would be a threat, he immediately made the right choice and made adjustments to defend as long as they could. The foreign race army arrived in front of the defensive line, and with almost no rest, they launched an attack at the spatial rift. The foreign races anxiously attacked because of two main reasons. The first reason being that Fengalai had been constantly telling them that the Winged Pegasus were migrating quickly, and the second reason, they didn't really care about the O'Neill family. After Zhao Hai dealt with the divine race, the foreign races found themselves to have unprecedented confidence in their opinion. Now that the divines were gone, nobody in this world could match them. Because of this, they didn't put the O'Neill family in their eyes. Therefore, just as they reached the spatial rift, they immediately launched an attack without even taking a rest. And when the foreign races attacked, the O'Neill family also countered. Their cannons began to fire and hit the approaching army. The foreign races didn't expect such ferocious attack from the opposite party. There were a lot of people who weren't able to get their domain up in time and were extinguished by the incoming fire. The O'Neill family's attack was obviously very strong. This cannon attack was even stronger than an attack coming from a magic armor. So naturally, the foreign races would suffer. Upon seeing this situation, the foreign races couldn't help but look seriously at the O'Neill family. After they retreated, they didn't immediately launch a second attack. Instead, they slowly drew back and proceeded to reorganize. However, the O'Neill family wouldn't give them time. The O'Neill family had already known about domains since they fought with the Winged Pegasus clan. They also knew that this group wasn't good to deal with. Because of this, after the foreign race retreated, the O'Neill family's magic armor immediately came out and attacked them. The magic armor army might not be able to fight in the skies for a long time, but their strength in a short time was very powerful. Not only were they fast, they also had strong defenses and decent firepower. Therefore, the magic armors launched a lightning attack against the foreign races. The magic armors changed to their aircraft forms and became bomber planes. They used the quickest speed to fly above the foreign race army before bombing them down. Then after unloading their bombs, they immediately made a sharp turn in order to avoid any direct confrontation. The foreign race elders didn't expect the enemy to be this bold. They actually dared to initiate an attack. Therefore, they weren't able to respond after being bombed on. This made the elders' expressions change. Their previous attack was just a light poking. On the other hand, the O'Neill family's counterattack was clearly a huge slap to their faces. They couldn't just bear to endure this. 4 elders immediately flew out of the army before dashing towards the O'Neill family's defensive line. After seeing 4 people from the enemy side coming out, the O'Neill family commander immediately knew that these 4 were experts. They wouldn't dare to clash with these people, so he immediately commanded war tanks, cannons, and magic armors to prepare. As long as the other party enters their range, then they would immediately pepper them with attacks. Before long, the elders entered the attacking range of the O'Neill family. When this happened, the O'Neill family immediately sprang to action. The garrison troops didn't dare to treat this matter lightly. In order to deal with these 4 people, 50 cannons fired their shells simultaneously. The O'Neill family had such great weapons for defending. The rounds they used were of very high quality. The 50 rounds of artillery fire went straight towards 4 people, and they were also very accurately aimed. But at this moment, the 4 experts suddenly wore full body armors. Then one of them launched lightning-fast punches, sending bolts towards the approaching shells. Without even getting close to the 4 people, the shells were quickly decimated. When he saw this, the garrison commander's expression sank. He knew that he had ran into his match. He immediately made the artillery fire 5 or 6 more shots while with the magic armors prepared. This way, they could respond to anything at any time. The reason why he didn't make the magic armors enter the battle this time was because if he did, then the artillery would have to stop. The artillery fire has to stop, but it still wasn't the time. The cannons had a certain range, not too far, and not too close. The current position of the 4 foreign race elders was at the optimum location for cannon fire. Naturally, the commander wouldn't send his magic armors at this time. However, the attacking strength of the 4 elders have exceeded the imagination of the O'Neill family. As the cannons fired just 3 rounds, the elders have already battled their way towards the defensive line, which wasn't in the firing range of the cannons. It was at this moment that the magic armors began to be deployed. This was the first clash between magic armors and the Divine Realm's ultimate weapons. Altogether, the O'Neill family had deployed 50 magic armors. Sending this many people in order to deal with the 4 elders shows how much vigilance the O'Neill family currently had. They sent 50 magic armors in order to keep their losses in check. Even if they couldn't beat the enemy, at the very least they can't have the magic armors be destroyed. One must know that the manufacturing costs of magic armors were very high. Magic armor production wasn't a trivial matter for the O'Neill family, especially magic armors that reached God rank. Chapter 989, Flaw of the Ultimate Weapons. The magic armors and the elders quickly began their battle. One has to recognize that the O'Neill family's pilots were really excellent. The mutual cooperation between each one of them were perfect. Additionally, they can transform their magic armors at opportune times, allowing them with a wide degree of attacks. Their attacking strength was also quite good. Almost immediately, the 2 sides were at a stalemate. This battle really shook both sides. The O'Neill family didn't expect that 50 magic armors wouldn't be able to exterminate these 4 experts. At the same time, the foreign races were also startled. They see their supreme elders as symbols of invincibility. Besides, against the anomaly that was Zhao Hai, they haven't seen Supreme Elders suffer a loss. They didn't expect the enemy's metallic men to block the Supreme Elders' attacks. Both sides were shocked. Neither of them expected the strength of the other. At the same time, the O'Neill family also prepared to have the other magic armors substitute. They were very clear that the magic armors couldn't fight for a long time, but what the O'Neill family didn't know was that the foreign race Supreme Elders couldn't fight for a long time as well. Although their current combat suits were products of the space, it still needed energy to function. With the strength of the combat suits, their energy requirement was not small. Because of this, the Supreme Elders couldn't fight us for a long time as well. The biggest advantage of the space's combat suits was its lack of backlash to the user. In the past, in addition to the immense energy required to run them, if the user can't achieve the requirements, then they would suffer a backlash. In other words, the Divine Race's Supreme Elders, after using the combat suits for a long time, would receive internal injuries. This was the case with Gold Ben from the Taurus Divines. The space's combat suits didn't have this disadvantage. These combat suits were now akin to a giant sword. This sword can give you a huge promotion of strength, but when you use it, it would also consume your stamina, and once you run out of strength, then this sword wouldn't be used anymore. More importantly, this sword wouldn't attack you if you run out of strength. At the most, it was a sword, it alone cannot injure you. Although the current combat suits wouldn't have any backlash, the energy required to use them was still quite big. Even if they were Supreme Elders, using these combat suits for a long time was impossible. Actually, this disadvantage was left behind by Zhao Hai. The combat suits that he handed over had more problems compared to the ones that the space was using, such as an over-excessive consumption of energy. The combat suits used by Zhao Hai also had problems in energy consumption, but they weren't as severe as the ones used by the foreign races. Zhao Hai discovered that these people from foreign races have no sense of gratitude and were always wary of him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't give them good things. He wasn't stupid. Zhao Hai was such a person. If he treated you right and you didn't return the sentiment, then he wouldn't be polite to you. He wouldn't discuss his plans with you anymore. The space has the scanner and the processing machine to help Zhao Hai with his life. Although the combat suits have been planted, Zhao Hai used the scanner and the processing machine to modify them a bit before handing them over to the foreign races. Because of this, these combat suits weren't as good as the ones used in the space. The 4 foreign race Supreme Elders were aware about their limitation, so after clashing with the enemy for some time, they chose to draw back. As the 4 Supreme Elders retreated, the O'Neill family's magic armors drew back as well. To be honest, the pressure that they felt was really big. Fortunately, they were all experienced fighters, so they made 0 mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would really be unimaginable. So far, the 2 sides had been acquainted with the other's power, so nobody attacked. The foreign races needed to rest. Meanwhile, although the garrison troops didn't need to rest, they still need to write a report about this situation and then have it sent back to the family. In the past, they never thought that there were people so strong that 4 of them could block the attack of 50 god-rank magic armors. Fortunately, the other side didn't seem to have a lot of those kinds of experts. But what both sides didn't know was the fact that Zhao Hai had seen the entirety of their battle. After seeing the performance of the O'Neill family's 50 magic armors, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. The coordination between the 50 magic armors was really great. Their attack and defensive maneuvers didn't have any point of mistake. Doing this wasn't an easy matter. As the 2 sides drew back to their own camps, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "It looks like the Atlanta Plain is really extraordinary. 4 Supreme Elders and their combat suits could actually be blocked by 50 god-rank magic armors. At the same time, it seems like these god-rank magic armors are more formidable than god-rank experts. They seem to be close to the peak of power." Laura nodded and said, "I also didn't expect the magic armors to be that strong. From what I can see, the foreign race reinforcement wouldn't be able to do anything to the O'Neill family." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that great? If they have no way to deal with the O'Neill family, then they would ask for help. When the time comes, the foreign race would definitely send support. As for the O'Neill family, it seems like they don't have a lot of god-rank magic armors. Now, I want to see what kind of magic armor the O'Neill family would send if they suffer huge losses here." Then Lizzie added, "The O'Neill family would certainly want to deal with the foreign races. With how they intend to rule of the divine realm, the O'Neill would surely find the foreign races as their archenemy. And seeing how they handle things, the O'Neill family wouldn't treat them as friends." Zhao Hai nodded. Even he didn't expect the O'Neill family to be so ruthless. Almost all of the Wing Pegasus cities that they came upon were left with no survivors. This caused Zhao Hai to feel puzzled. Don't they need any slaves? But what Zhao Hai didn't know, in the magic armor continent, major families who conquered a plane rarely took slaves. This was because these planes were mainly practicing either magic or martial arts. Such people were hard to conquer, and even if they were captured, there were little use for them. After all, the strongest means of attack in the magic armor continent were magic armors. If the people from the magic armor continent were out of their magic armors, then they would have almost no fighting power. On the other hand, most of the people in those planes were physically strong, and with the magic armor pilots not being able to wear their magic armors every day, if the people from the lower planes attacks them, then the consequences would be unimaginable. So for their own safety, the people from the magic armor continent wouldn't accept slaves. Additionally, most of the heavy work in the magic armor continent were done using magic armors. Their working efficiency was higher than average people by many times. Therefore, they simply didn't need slaves. At this time, Lizzie said, the O'Neill family naturally had stronger means, but they just haven't used it yet. Perhaps their stronger method is the same as the divine race's combat suits. They would need to pay a price in order to use it. As long as the foreign races compel them to a certain point, then the O'Neill family would certainly use them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the foreign races are certainly enough to push the O'Neill family. Although magic armors are formidable, they also have their weak point. If the pilots want to rest, then they need to come out of their magic armors. During wartime, they have to do this every time they rest. Although they had practiced for so long and had this transition time reduced significantly, they would still suffer under the foreign races who were good to go all the time. Moreover, the foreign races are rich with fighting experience. They might not understand magic armors for now, but after being in a stalemate for a long time, they would eventually find this weakness. When that time comes, the O'Neill family would certainly suffer a loss. They would need greater strength in order to get an advantage in the war. Lizzie nodded. Right. Because of this, I'm quite sure that the O'Neill family would use stronger means. But Brother Hai, you need to pay attention. Commanding magic armors to war isn't the same as commanding ordinary people. In the future, when we have our own magic armors, we need to train good commanders. When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he couldn't help but stare. He hadn't thought about this point, but Lizzie reminded him about this important matter, so he nodded and said, it seems like we'll look for an opportunity to get undead creatures from the Atlanta plain. Lizzie smiled faintly and said, although the undead are very intelligent, they still fall short compared to living people. Perhaps it's because of their insufficient experience. So Brother Hai, I think we should get some people from the Atlanta plain if we want to create a magic armor army. I don't think we should go for undead. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll pay attention to this matter. Now that the foreign races have clashed with the O'Neill family, I'm certain attacks would return. This would give Shan time to move his clan in the next few days. And after all the winged Pegasus moved, we can finally be relieved about this matter. Laura smiled and added, Brother Hai, what do you think about inviting the dwarves over to the space? Their impression of you is very good. Moreover, there are no problems with their recent performance and moral behavior. Having them in the space would give great benefits to us. Chapter 990, Preparations for a Night Assault. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then he said, if you want to try, you can tell Ryder about it. If it's successful, then that would be the best. If it isn't, then it's fine. We already have quite an amount of people inside the space. Laura smiled and said, the more people we have inside the space, the better. We have dozens of backgrounds, but the ones we truly use is actually less than 10. It's such a waste. Zhao Hai smiled and replied, don't worry, let's just take our time. Sooner or later we will make use of them. Right. Do you want to go back to the space to have a look? Laura and the others knew what this meant. He wanted to go back to Wild Dragon Island to see how the place was doing. Naturally, they wouldn't decline Zhao Hai's decision, so they entered the space with Zhao Hai and went to Wild Dragon Island. There was no need to discuss the island's situation. The laboratory was doing really well. In order to speed up the research, Zhao Hai got a few computers from the science and technology background and improved them using the processing machine. Then he handed them over to Karen and the others to use. This made their work much more efficient. While Zhao Hai and the others were relaxing inside the space for the day, Axe and the others weren't having a great time. They had received the report from the defensive line describing the attack. These days, they had been steady and weren't going very fast. And this time, they suddenly received this request for help. As soon as the letter landed on Axe's hand, Axe couldn't help but be surprised. Axe was very clear. Now that they were inside this plane, if the rift was sealed up, then that would be equal to them being choked to death. This wasn't a good development. Because of this, Axe immediately looked for the generals who came with him. These generals were old members of the O'Neill family. Even the O'Neill family's patriarch would give them some face. Because of this, Axe needs to discuss this matter with these people. After waiting for these generals to arrive inside his war tank, Axe presented the letter on the table as he looked at these officers and said, "I just received a report from the defensive line. An army has suddenly appeared outside this plane. It seems like there are millions of soldiers. Everyone have a look. What do you think?" Upon hearing Axe, the expression of those present changed. One of them immediately stood up and said, "Young lord, we're currently inside a plane with enemies inside. If we let people block our exit, then we'll end up being surrounded on both ends. That wouldn't be good. Young lord, we should get back right away." Every commander present nodded. Axe nodded as well as he said, "I also know about this, but I believe that we should return in batches. We will send a group of magic armors back first as we slowly draw back. So even if those inside this place counterattacks, then we would have some people to block them. In this case, we wouldn't fall into a situation where we get our backs attacked. What do you think?" As soon as they heard Axe, these commanders were a little surprised. To be honest, they weren't convinced of Axe before. After all, Axe hadn't commanded a battle in the past. But after this time's attack, they became relieved. Axe's commanding capabilities were quite satisfactory, and he hasn't made any mistakes. Because of this, they didn't raise any objections nor did they neglect giving him face. After all, Axe was the son of the patriarch. It wasn't a good idea to offend him. And this time, the plan that Axe proposed made them a little stunned. It wasn't the plan, per se. The plan can be said to be alright. But for a newcomer in the battlefield, Axe keeping a calm mind in this situation showed his character. This was what made these people surprised. However, they didn't react too much as they just agreed to Axe's plan. Axe then proceeded to assign tasks. He left behind the majority of war tanks and some magic armors. As for the remaining magic armors, all of them were going to be sent back to the defensive line. To speed up the return of the magic armors, Axe made the magic armors bring energy converters with them. With this, they would be able to fly for a long time. The method that Axe was doing was generally used on magic armors dedicated to sending letters. These magic armors would carry multiple energy converters so that the pilot could replace them while on the go. This would make their travel quick. Naturally, this tactic wasn't suitable for a long-distance attack. It was because this method would make the magic armor pilot extremely fatigued. It will affect their fighting strength. However, the situation this time was different. This was because they needed to support the defensive line. As long as their magic armors were able to reach the defensive line, then their pilots could just rest there before they can be mobilized for battle. Additionally, the defensive line wasn't very far, so Axe was able to use this method. Axe didn't head back with the magic armors. He took charge commanding the main army to slowly retreat. It was George who went with the reinforcing magic armor troop. Axe's current situation was unknown to Shan. At this time, he was still moving his people to the space. The situation didn't change from before, but the same cannot be said about the foreign race camp. They were actually anxious. Although most of them were taking a rest, there were some who cannot fall asleep. They didn't expect the enemy to be able to block their supreme elders. The influence of this event to their morale was quite significant. The foreign races were somewhat like the divines. They too worshipped the power of their supreme elders. They held great belief towards their ultimate weapons. In their eyes, once their supreme elders used their ultimate weapons, then there wasn't anything that they couldn't solve. This worship wasn't brought about in 1 or 2 days. It was a mindset that was passed down through tens of thousands of years. It was almost carved into their bones. This sense of worship both had its advantages and disadvantages. As long as there was a supreme elder present, then an army's fighting spirit would be amplified, strengthening the army by an explosive 120%. Naturally, the disadvantage was an obvious one. If their supreme elder gets entangled with something, then the morale would fatally drop. Now, after seeing the supreme elders not being able to deal with the metallic men, the morale of the foreign race army would surely be affected. The Supreme Elders have also noted this situation. Of these Supreme Elders, one of them was the original Supreme Elder of the Beastmen race. The other three had just been promoted when their race gained new ultimate weapons. Compared to the three Supreme Elders, the original Beastman Supreme Elder had the greatest fighting strength. Combat suits were like weapons, and each weapon had its own characteristic. If one uses a weapon for a lifetime, then the weapon would eventually become part of one's body. On the other hand, if one just had their hands on a weapon, then even if this weapon was strong, it was impossible for the person to display its real capabilities in a short time. The same was the case for combat suits. The three had just obtained their combat suits and became Supreme Elders of the Beastmen and the Elven races. Although obtaining the combat suits made them powerful, they were still yet to utilize the combat suit's abilities completely. Because of this, compared to the original Beastman Supreme Elder, they still fall short. Naturally, this group of Supreme Elders were headed by the Beastman Supreme Elder. Sitting in the room, the original Beastman Supreme Elder's expression had sunk. This room was made by magic. The furniture and anything else was made by magic as well. Then a layer of beast skin was placed on top of the floor. In this plane, this condition wasn't bad at all. The Beastman Elder looked at the other three and said, "You three, the enemy this time doesn't bode well for us. Tell me what you think." The three elders turned silent. To be honest, the O'Neill family's performance today made them very startled. They didn't know any method to deal with them at this time. The Beastman Elder looked at the three's reaction and understood what they were thinking. He couldn't blame them for being silent, even he didn't have any means of dealing with them right now. However, the situation needed to be changed. The Beastman Elder continued, "The army we faced are definitely the ones attacking the Winged Pegasus clan. Moreover, those we clashed with are merely their garrison troops. If their garrison troops are this hard to deal with, our troubles would be bigger once their main army comes back. Because of this, I think we should recuperate our energies and carry an attack during the night. Let's see how they fight during night time. If their nighttime combat capabilities are still very strong, then we can only make a hard attack tomorrow. If they couldn't fight well at night, then we will fight it out during night time." The other Supreme Elders nodded. This time, the four Supreme Elders led an army of 20 million. They had just made contact with their enemy, so they couldn't just retreat. If they did, then they would have no face left, so they had no choice but launch another assault. When he saw the three elders agree, the Beastman Supreme Elder nodded and said, "Since you agree, then you should go back to rest. We will act at night." The three nodded before bowing to the Beastman Supreme Elder and leaving. When the three elders left, the Beastman Supreme Elder also called the army generals in. The lead general was a Beastman. Naturally, the elves also had their own general, so the Supreme Elder called two generals in. After the two entered the room and exchanged greetings, the Supreme Elder said, "I called you two here to tell you that us four Supreme Elders will be attacking this evening. You need to prepare and see if they manage to adapt to nighttime battle. When we leave, go follow behind us. If the other party isn't comfortable with fighting in the night, then you will immediately launch an attack. Even if we cannot take their defensive line, we can still make them suffer a loss. Don't send a lot of people in this attack. The defensive line is huge, taking too many people would be useless. As for how many to bring, I'll leave that to you." The two nodded. Then the Beastman Supreme Elder waved his hand, making them leave. The Beastman Supreme Elder slowly closed his eyes and controlled his breathing. He needed to be in optimum condition later because the other party was very strong, especially those magic armors. Their fighting strength was very good. The day slowly turned dark, and Axe's reinforcement troops had yet to arrive. The entire defensive line was brilliantly illuminated. The defensive line was powered with energy converters, allowing the garrison troops to set up a lot of searchlights. They didn't stop staring outside the defensive line. They were afraid that the foreign races would make a night assault. Naturally, the O'Neill family had certain means to deal with a nighttime assault. However, although their magic armors can fight at night, they weren't as comfortable as during the day. This would affect the fighting strength of the magic armors. Because of this, They had to resort to such means in order to fight in darkness. Before 1 o'clock at night, the surrounding area was silent. The foreign races had yet to move. A short while after 1 o'clock, the 4 Supreme Elders began to make their move towards the defensive line. At the same time, the elves and beastmen prepared 100,000 troops to follow behind. The elves brought 30,000 while the beastmen took 70,000. Among the 70,000 beastmen, 30,000 of them were from the rat tribe, 20,000 from the cat tribe, and the last 20,000 came from the wolf tribe. These were the races that were the most suitable for stealth. There were no distinction between war clans and other tribes in the beastman race here. They advanced from 1st to 9th rank and the become god rank experts. And no matter which race, the disparity between their fighting strength wasn't very big. Because of this, there were no such thing as war clans nor slave races in the Divine Realms beastman race. On the other hand, the 30,000 elves were all archers. Even if they become god ranks, they still need to have a discipline they focus on. For example, there were some elves who prefer swords while some wanted to use bows and arrows, and there were also those who use magic. This time, the 30,000 troops all used bows and arrows. Although it can be said that the O'Neill clan's defense was very dense, it wasn't enough to intimidate the 4 Supreme Elders as well as the stealth troops. There was needless to say but the 4 Supreme Elders were very fast. The same was also true for the stealth troops. However, they couldn't be hasty or else they would be detected by the O'Neill family. After all, the family's searchlights weren't just mere ornaments. The 4 Supreme Elders quickly entered the area covered by the defensive line, but they were able to quickly discover that the O'Neill family had set up some early warning systems. The 4 Elders focused their energies in order to avoid these alarms, but the closer they went towards the defensive line, the more warning devices they encountered. It was inevitable for the group to slow down. The group carefully moved forward, getting closer and closer to the defensive line. They were now able to attack, but they chose not to. They wouldn't be able to obtain a huge victory this way. Therefore, they went closer to the defensive line before making an attack. Chapter 991, Huge Light Bulb. Wang. A grating sound along with flashes of red light resounded inside the camp. This made the entire O'Neill family camp burst into action. Those who were veterans in battles knew very well what the sound and lights meant. The enemy came to attack. One has to recognize that with regards to understanding magic formations, the Atlanta plane completely trumps the divine race. And even then, the foreign races still fall short compared to the divines when it came to magic formations. Because of this, it was impossible for them to discover all of the warnings that were arranged by the O'Neill family. For the Supreme Elders to reach 1 kilometer into the defensive line's range was already a miracle. If they didn't have formidable sense, then they might have already been discovered a long time ago. When the 4 Supreme Elders heard this sound, they immediately knew that they were discovered. So immediately, they stopped hiding and directly flew upwards. They already put their combat suits on as they went towards the O'Neill family's defensive line. Just as the 4 flew up, beams of light began to shoot up from the O'Neill family's camp. Then more and more of these beams began to light upon the elders. The 4 elders made shields for themselves. They didn't bother evading the beams as they just flew quickly towards the defensive line. At this time, 50 magic armors went out of the O'Neill family's defensive line and met with the Supreme Elders. Then almost all of the searchlights in the camp were directed at the same time. At this moment, an innumerable amount of arrows began to fly out of the darkness. These arrows weren't shot towards the magic armors but instead they were heading towards the lamps. Several bangs were heard as the searchlights were shot down. The night immediately turned darker, plunging the Supreme Elders into darkness once more. Such change made the people in the O'Neill family camp stare. However, they were still soldiers with experience of 100 battles. They were quick to respond as they quickly set up a protective shield. This time, it was the foreign races who stared. They haven't seen such a protective shield before. It was a white semi-spherical shield with no special characteristics to it. However, when it was set up, the entire shield lit up like a huge light bulb. sending white fluorescence everywhere. This wasn't something that the foreign races had met before. Protective shields could also light up. What is happening? Actually, the foreign races didn't know. But this shining protective shield wasn't a significant matter. The magic armor continent where the O'Neill family were situated in had been fighting against the warrior and mage continents for who knows how many years. Therefore, they were very knowledgeable about warrior attacks like this one. They knew each other's weak points and were striving to improve upon them. And just as the Beastman Supreme Elder thought, the O'Neill family's magic armors weren't very suitable for nighttime battles. During the night, the magic armors would lose some combat power because of the lack of light. In this case, what would happen if the enemy launched an evening attack? In the very beginning, they used searchlights to counteract this weakness. But after the searchlights were destroyed several times and causing the magic armor continent to eat a few losses, they began to think of other methods, and in the end, they were able to invent a magical formation that makes a shield that illuminates. This magic formation wasn't anything special, it was just an ordinary defensive magic formation with a few additions of light-producing magic formations. But due to this modification, the energy consumed by the entire shield had increased by a lot. But still, the discovery of this magic formation made the entire magic armor continent's nighttime capabilities improve by a qualitative leap. Magic armors still weren't good with nighttime battles, but with the addition of the magic formation, even if they cannot make a strong attack, at the very least they could still defend their camp. At this time, the situation with the defensive line was the same. The illuminated defensive magic formation restored the flexibility of the magic armors. They arranged into formations once more and tangled with the four supreme elders. Meanwhile, the cannons and war tanks of the defensive line weren't idling. The moment the searchlights were attacked, the O'Neill family immediately knew that the enemy wasn't just one or two. Therefore, their cannons aimed towards the direction where the arrows came from. It was a covering fire, a completely indiscriminate firing method. No matter who was hiding, if one was unlucky, then they would be obliterated. At the most, the O'Neill family would just waste a couple of shells. This kind of attack was used by the O'Neill family repeatedly against the enemies in the warrior and mage continent. All of their soldiers would identify the direction the arrows were coming from before peppering the region with cannon shells. One shouldn't think that it was just a careless and relaxed action. Each O'Neill family soldier were strictly trained and taught matters of the battlefield. Moreover, they made repeated trials in order to make the most accurate shot as possible. The foreign race army didn't expect a swift counterattack by the O'Neill family. Just as they were stunned by this matter, the cannon shells began to rain down upon them. One shouldn't underestimate the might of these shells. In the Atlanta plain, both the warrior continent and the mage continent never lacked any experts, and both of the continents had combat power no worse than the foreign races. If the weapons made by the magic armor continent had no way to harm these people, then the magic armor continent would have long since been destroyed by the other two continents. The O'Neill family's attacks were very fast, cannons fired one after another, making the foreign race soldiers eat cannon shells. This time, they dispatched 100,000 people to mount a sneak attack, but they didn't think that they would be met by a violent counterattack. This rain of cannons shells had beaten them until there were only 30,000 of them left. At this time, more magic armors flew out from the camp. Part of them went towards the four supreme elders while the others protected the skies above the camp. Nobody went around to patrol. Since the shells still costs a lot of money, the cannons only fired for another 5 rounds before all of them stopped. Upon looking at this situation, the Supreme Elders knew that tonight's sneak attack was impossible to accomplish. They began to slowly retreat. But at this time, explosion sounds were suddenly heard from the direction of the foreign race's camp. Upon hearing this sound, the 4 Supreme Elders stared before they quickly retreated from the magic armor encirclement. They knew that they had just been attacked. As for who did it, there was no need to think about it. It was surely the O'Neill family. When they thought about this, they became even more worried. The people from the O'Neill family had good fighting prowess. At this time, the camp had no way to contend against them. If the O'Neill family sent troops to the camp, then the situation would become dangerous very soon. Upon returning to the camp along with the stealth army, the four Supreme Elders found that the O'Neill family also retreated. Although they were angry, they were also relieved. At the same time, the O'Neill family welcomed the reinforcements. This one was completely comprised of magic armors, and their leader was George. George received Axe's order to lead the first wave of magic armor reinforcements. Besides the time they changed energy converters, they spent their entire time flying straight towards the defensive line. But when they arrived, George discovered that they were being attacked by the foreign races. The pilots who were with him wanted to offer their support. However, George didn't agree. They had been flying for a good several hours. They were physically and mentally exhausted. It would be useless for them to enter the fight this time. It might even be possible for them to suffer a small loss. Naturally, George didn't want to see that situation. Therefore, George led the magic armors to attack the foreign race camp instead of attacking the Supreme Elders. The foreign race camp wasn't jet black dark. There were magical lamps being lit up in all directions. It can be said that the camp was adequately illuminated. Naturally, George and the others were able to spot them easily. George wasn't polite as he immediately ordered to launch a small wave of bombs before they retreat. He knew that this kind of attack wouldn't be able to do anything to the foreign race army, but he can affirm that after seeing their own camp being attacked, then the Supreme Elders would surely go back and help them. As long as these people retreat, then the defensive line's crisis would be solved. Moreover, their exhausted pilots would then be able to take a good rest. George's timely return to help the defensive line made the garrison troops feel relief. The defenders here weren't a lot while the other party was a 20 million strong army. Such pressure made the garrison commander feel a headache. Fortunately, George and his men arrived. The lively evening passed just like that. The foreign race's evening attack didn't yield the result that was expected. Moreover, they had suffered some losses. But generally speaking, this allowed the foreign races to have a certain understanding about their enemy's strength. This would provide some advantages in their later fight. After the four Supreme Elders returned to the camp, the soldiers who were left behind began to feel relief. Although they had been attacked, these people were veterans. They didn't take it too heavily. When the destroyed places were cleaned up, everything went back to normal. Chapter 992. The suppression has started. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, looking at the restored calmness on both camps. Then he turned to his side to Laura and said, "It seems like we should find someone from the Atlanta plain." Magic armors and ordinary armies are indeed two different things. Laura nodded and said, "I really didn't expect it. The O'Neill family are really powerful. The attacks made by the foreign races have been destroyed by them. Judging by what I can see, it would be very hard for the foreign races to break through this defensive line." After hearing this, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The O'Neill family has yet to capture the advantage. Don't forget, the foreign races haven't encountered anything like this before. Now that they have experienced the O'Neill family's methods, they would surely find ways to deal with them. Additionally, they have the population advantage. I reckon tomorrow, the real trouble for the O'Neill family will arrive." Laura gently knit his eyebrows and said, "Are you sure?" "The O'Neill family's cannons are very strong." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The cannons are indeed strong, but they have their own characteristic. If it is against enemies on the ground, then there's no need to dispute how strong they are. However, the foreign races can attack in the air. As long as they don't use formations when they advance, then the cannon's lethality would be reduced." Laura nodded. The individual skills of the foreign races were much better compared to the divine race. If it wasn't for these skills, then it would have been impossible for them to block the divine race's attacks. The foreign races suffered losses before because they had zero understanding about the O'Neill family. They were unaware about what the magic armors and cannons did. But once they're introduced to these things, then the foreign races would be able to formulate methods to deal with them. When the time comes, the O'Neill family would have worse days. After seeing that both sides had gone to rest, Zhao Hai exhaled. Then he turned to Laura and said, "We'll take a rest as well. I'm sure none of them would retreat tomorrow. When we get up, we can still watch them. And after Shan had all of the Winged Pegasus clan move into the space, we can have Ryder go to the dwarves, and then when that is finished, we can proceed to take a look at the underworld. Laura nodded. Right, we should go to the underworld and see the situation. At the same time, we can also receive more undead. They've always given us huge advantages. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led Laura to take a rest. Actually, Zhao Hai's main focus in going to the underworld was to take a look at the person behind the Dark Temple. If that person wasn't Lu Wei, then Zhao Hai can confirm his own suspicion. The underworld, divine realm, and the Atlanta plane were all controlled by different people from the cultivation realm. Which plane he chooses to ascend in would dictate which faction he would join. This matter was very important to Zhao Hai. As long as he confirmed this point, then he would have a choice instead of being passive like he was doing right now. After all, he has offended Lu Wei, an elder-level character in a big cultivation realm faction. While Zhao Hai and the others rested, Shan was still very busy. This time, the movement to the space wasn't only happening during the day. Even at night, he still wanted to make his people move. He wants the migration to end as soon as possible. Only after everyone was safe would Shan feel relief. The next day, Shan and the others had finally taken the Winged Pegasus into the space, and Shan was finally able to let out a long breath. Also, Shan didn't make it difficult for Fengalai's group to enter the space. Because of this, at this moment, besides magic beasts, nobody was left inside the Winged Pegasus plane. When Fengalai entered the space, he initially wanted to tell the foreign races about the current situation. However, he suddenly discovered that his messenger fish had lost its function. At the same time, as soon as he entered the space, Fengalai was suddenly grasped by an invisible force and was sent to a closed small dark room. There were things to eat inside that room, drinks to quench his thirst, as well as a place for sleeping. But besides all of that, there was nothing else. Everything was black. Moreover, nothing could be heard in the surroundings. Lonely, depressing. It seems like the world was so far away. This feeling almost made Fengalai turn crazy. He began to destroy everything as well as yelling as loud as he could. However, not even an echo was heard back. Every sound coming out from his mouth seems to be eaten by the surrounding darkness. He wanted to walk around, but he was not able to go beyond the 5 square meters of space. He also wanted to destroy the area, but an invisible energy was making it impossible. However, back when Fengalai was captured, he was able to hear a voice announcing his sins. His sins were betraying his clansmen as well as trying to betray the space. Because of this, his punishment was half a month of time inside the dark room. For the first 5 days, Fengalai vented out as though he was crazy. He did everything he could. Even the food and water were destroyed. But his struggles were useless. After the food and water were destroyed, although they wouldn't restore immediately, after some time, they would mysteriously come back. Moreover, these meals would come 3 times a day, always at the same time. He also wanted to kill himself. Whenever he had this thought, he discovered that he would lose his ability to move. He can only rotate his eyebrows. The other parts of his body would simply stop cooperating. After 5 days, Fengalai looked shaggy. The thing he did every day after that was sitting there in a daze. He would eat when he was hungry and he would drink when he's thirsty. He thought about going on a hunger strike, but it was useless. Whenever he chose to starve himself, he would once again lose his strength while the food and water would turn into a disgusting mulch. Then his mouth would open as this mulch enters it. In any case, he could never starve. At this point, Fengalai abandoned all hopes of killing himself. He knew that he couldn't die at this place. Therefore, what he did every day was be in a daze. Sometimes he would reflect on things he has done before, and sometimes he would just clear his head, not thinking of anything else. Only then could he stop himself from going mad. After 15 days, Fengalai suddenly discovered that he was once again among his clansmen. He appeared as mysteriously as he disappeared. He didn't know when he appeared, but when he saw his clansmen, he suddenly cried. He discovered the first time how beautiful his people were. These people weren't chess pieces, they were simply his clansmen. While Fengalai was trapped inside the little dark room, The battle between the foreign races and the O'Neill family went on. As Zhao Hai previously thought, the foreign race were finally able to understand the O'Neill family. After eating 2 more losses, the foreign races began to make adjustments to their tactics. Their formations became more open and they weren't attacking in secret anymore. Instead they went by waves. After one attack was finished, another one would begin. In this case, the effectiveness of the O'Neill family's cannons became lower. However, the cannon attacks still couldn't be underestimated, and with the help of the magic armors, the foreign races still had no way to take the defensive line. After knowing that Shan had moved his people into the space, Zhao Hai began to feel relief. At the same time, he carried out the next step of his plan. He delivered Ryder to the Libra continent and had him see Lear. Lear wasn't having great days recently. He didn't want to be Zhao Hai's enemy. He was a dwarf, and dwarves knew how to repay favors. Not only him, almost all of the dwarves didn't agree to dispatching troops. Because of this, of the 3 races, only the beastmen and elves sent troops. The dwarves didn't even send their supreme elders. This was under Lear's decision. He knew that he would definitely offend the beastmen and the elves with this action. However, he didn't regret his decision. He was a proud member of the dwarven race. Lear also knew that the moment he rejected dispatching troops, a fissure would be formed between the foreign races. Moreover, compared to the united elves and beastmen, the dwarves could be said to be weak. Their future definitely wouldn't be better. However, Lear was already mentally prepared for this. Currently, the dwarven race also had 4 ultimate weapons. He didn't believe that the elves and the beastmen would dare to go all out against them. If they dared to do so, then the dwarves certainly didn't lack in brave warriors who would go all out. Lear didn't have an ounce of regret. He knew that this was what being a dwarf meant. However, this decision wasn't something he casually decided on. He gave this decision a very thorough thought. Lear wasn't like Solomon and Yurd, who were bent on uniting everything into one rule. Although the dwarves were known for their bad temper, they weren't ambitious people. For them, hammering metals was more interesting than killing. All they want to do was hammer metals, not rule other people. Recognizing grace and grievances was the dwarven race's most precious tradition. This tradition allowed the dwarves to gain a lot of friends. It can be said that the current dwarven race was brought up by this tradition. Because of this, the dwarves couldn't lose this tradition, although it would bring the dwarves further troubles. In order to protect this tradition, Lear didn't agree to dispatch troops. To Lear, in spite of the consequences, it was all worth it. Lear was currently inside his room, looking at the document in front of him. Written on this document was the dwarves' race's recent food deficit. Lear knew that the beastmen and the elves had started their suppression. Placing the report down on the table, Lear let out a long sigh. He calculated the time and then muttered, "At this time, have they gotten those people in control?" Then, at this moment, a voice was suddenly heard from outside. "Patriarch, Ryder is seeking an audience." Chapter 993, Divine Dwarf Race. Lear stared. He didn't expect to hear Ryder's name at this time. In the past, Ryder didn't have any impression on him. But ever since he came in contact with Zhao Hai, Ryder's name began to appear frequently. But ever since Zhao Hai destroyed the divine race, the name vanished. When Lear recalled Ryder and wanted to look for him, the person had already disappeared. Although there was no evidence, Lear knew that Ryder chose to follow Zhao Hai along with Binya and Yida. These 3 had the most contact with Zhao Hai, and they chose to follow him in the end. Lear wasn't like Solomon, who became angry upon hearing this information. On the contrary, Lear pondered why. Why would they give up their clansmen in order to follow an outsider like Zhao Hai? In the end, Lear reached a conclusion. All of it was because of Zhao Hai. For Ryder and the others, Zhao Hai was a person worth following. Lear didn't express this conclusion to Solomon and Yurd. This was because Lear discovered that the current beastmen and elves were different than what they were before. In the past, although the elves were arrogant, their pursuit of art was unmatched. Although the beastmen were uncouth, their appreciation for self-improvement was also very strong. But now, Lear saw in the eyes of the beastmen and the elves something that he could only see from the divine race. ambition. Both beastmen and elves had eyes shaded with ambition. Now, they desired slaves and had lost their conscience. Because of this, Lear decided to not tell them this conclusion. He knew that they wouldn't listen even if he did. The elves had started to suppress the grain that they were sending the dwarves. Because of this, it's possible that the dwarves would enter a food crisis. However, Lear didn't want to admit defeat. Despite of this, the elven race would need weapons produced by the dwarves. If they don't provide grain, then they won't be getting weapons. However, Lear knew that this mentality wouldn't last for a long time. In the end, the dwarves would still suffer a loss. This was because people wouldn't have a choice but to eat their meals. And at this moment, Ryder suddenly appeared. But why would he appear now? What does he want to do? Or to say it accurately, what does Zhao Hai want to do? Lear knew that Ryder appearing here would surely be connected to Zhao Hai. When he thought of this, Lear immediately said, "Have him come in." The person on the door complied, and before long Ryder was inside Lear's room. Ryder gave Lear a salute and said, "This one has seen the patriarch." Lear looked at Ryder and said, "Ryder, did Mr. send you here? If so, then what does Mr. want?" Ryder smiled faintly and said, "Just like the patriarch said, Mr. had me come here. Mr. wants to invite the patriarch to move the entire dwarf race to his space." Lear's two eyes shrunk. However, he didn't jump to angrily rebuking Ryder. Instead he looked straight into Ryder's eyes and asked, "Ryder, are you still a dwarf?" Ryder's body shook gently, then he gave an affirmative nod and said, "I am a dwarf, and forever will be." Lear nodded. Then he said, "So answer me honestly. As a fellow dwarf, do you think that entering Mr. Zhao Hai's space would make our race's situation much better than it is now?" Ryder didn't even think as he gave a strong nod and said, "Yes, it will definitely be better than now. I can guarantee this promise." Lear looked at Ryder's face, and for quite a while he couldn't reach a decision. After some time he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go look for the clan's elders. However, if Mr. Zhao Hai could come out, then it would be much better for us to have him personally discuss this matter." And without even waiting for Ryder to speak, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Since Patriarch wants to see me, then I wouldn't dare to decline." After hearing this, Ryder saw a spatial rift appearing in front of him. Then from the other side, Zhao Hai walked out. Zhao Hai gave Lear a salute and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the patriarch." Lear saw Zhao Hai and stood up. He gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Lear has seen Mr. Please have a seat." Zhao Hai smiled and then sat down on the chair next to him. Lear looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. has been listening to our conversation?" Zhao Hai didn't cover anything up. He nodded and said, "Yes, this matter is too important. It's impossible for me to not pay attention. I hope the patriarch can forgive me for not coming here directly to present the matter. I don't know how the patriarch would receive the suggestion, so I had rather try to see your reaction." Lear nodded. He liked Zhao Hai's honest manner. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why would Mr. want the dwarves inside your space? After entering the space, what can the dwarven race get?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want to have the dwarves enter the space because I like the dwarves." Among the 3 foreign races, only the dwarves had thought about the favor I gave them. "I know that the dwarves are like the dwarves in the Ark continent, so I want to invite you over to the space. If you enter the space, then you will have an entire place to yourself. You can do whatever you want to it. Moreover, you won't have to worry about eating. You can do what you like. The same as the conditions I gave the goblins." Ryder has seen the situation of the goblin race. You can ask him. Lear's gaze switched over to Ryder. Ryder didn't hesitate as he nodded and told Lear about the goblin race's current situation. This was also something that Zhao Hai prepared for. After Ryder and the others entered the space and were arranged a place in Wild Dragon Island, Zhao Hai also had them visit the various backgrounds inside the space. It can be said that Ryder had some understanding regarding the places inside. Lear quietly listened to Ryder's words. He believed that Ryder was telling the truth because he could hear a hint on envy from Ryder's tone. After Ryder was finished talking, Lear quietly sat down and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything for a while. Zhao Hai looked at Lear and stayed quiet as well. He just smiled faintly as he took a pot of tea from the space and drank some tea slowly. After some time, Lear opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Is Mr. aware of the dwarves' current situation? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I didn't know, but now I do. When he said that, he pointed at the crisis report on top of Lear's table. Lear laughed out loud and said, Mr. is really frank. Then I won't go in circles. I can't decide on this matter alone. Please wait a moment. I want to meet with the family elders first. After we convene, only then could we reach a decision. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Patriarch, do as you please. Lear nodded before he loudly said, Someone call the elders over to the conference hall. Tell them that I have something important to discuss. The dwarf on the door complied before leaving. Lear turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. please wait a moment. I need to head to the conference hall. Can I ask Ryder to come with me? Zhao Hai lightly smiled and said, No problem. Since the patriarch asked, Ryder, you can go with the patriarch. Ryder nodded before he walked out with Lear. When the two left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. He knew that the conference hall wasn't that far from the patriarch's room. Therefore, Zhao Hai can definitely see their meeting from the space's monitor. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, Laura and the others immediately welcomed him. Then Laura said, Brother Hai, fantastic. I didn't think that it would be this smooth. From what I can see, Patriarch Lear agrees to enter the space. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded, right. By seeing his attitude it seems like he agrees. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Ryder along. We need to get ready. Right. After entering the space, do we group them up with the Arc Continent's dwarves or do we give them a separate background? As soon as Laura and the others heard this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Then Lizzie said, Big Brother Hai, why are you being impatient? They still haven't agreed to come. Why did you jump into conclusions? Zhao Hai lightly smiled and said, Isn't it better to be prepared? If they agree, then it'll be too late to think about it. Laura smiled and said, Alright, if we need to think about it, I think Brother Hai should give them a separate space. They're unable to live together with the Arc Continent's dwarves. At this time, the dwarves from the Arc Continent are living inside the Arc space, and they've been living very well there. The Arc Continent's development is intertwined with the races living inside. If we insert the dwarves from the Divine Realm, then that wouldn't be good. Lizzie also nodded and said, although the dwarves from the Arc Continent are still dwarves, they still have their own culture. Meanwhile, the Divine Dwarves also have their own culture. If we have them live together, then it's possible that a conflict would occur. At this time, Megan added, most importantly, the Divine Dwarven race also had their own air of arrogance. If they live with the Arc Continent's dwarves, then it's possible that they would treat themselves as higher-level beings. I'm not sure if the Arc Continent's dwarves would be able to accept this. Don't forget, Patriarch Billy and Ryder's first interaction didn't go too well. When he heard these opinions, Zhao Hai nodded and said, so we should give the Divine Dwarves their own background. Alright. Then we need to choose which background to give them. Moreover, we need to transform it, making sure to have mineral loads inside. While they were discussing this matter, the dwarven elders began to arrive inside the conference hall. When these people noticed Ryder, they couldn't help but gawk. They might not recognize Ryder before, but after Ryder's connection with Zhao Hai, these people began to know him. They didn't expect Ryder to suddenly appear at this time. After the group had sat down, Lear said, I know everyone has noticed it, but Ryder came back. This time, he represents Mr. Zhao Hai to propose a matter. Mr. Zhao Hai is inviting our dwarven race to migrate into his space. Upon hearing Lear's voice, the dwarves present were shocked. Then the room blew up. The news was too shocking for them. After a couple of minutes of messy discussion, Lear knocked on his table a few times before loudly saying, quiet down and listen to me. The elders slowly calmed down and looked at each other before turning their attention to Lear. Lear swept the room with his gaze and said, Mr. Zhao Hai also came over and we talked about it. Mr. assured me and guaranteed the dwarven race's safety. I think Mr. is sincere. I called everyone over to say that I agree to enter Mr.'s space. Everyone should be aware of this. Now that we didn't dispatch troops, the elves had started to suppress our grain supply. Although we can also suppress their weapon supply, we would still be losing in the end. Weapons are different from grains. Food is indispensable while weapons can be reused, and this is only the beginning. In the future, the suppression would increase. The elves and the beastmen would unite against us and our days wouldn't be very good. Mr. Zhao Hai assured absolute safety for us, and he also said that we can do whatever we want. Because of this, I agree to moving into Mr.'s space. The words that Lear said made the hall silent. The elders began to calm down and carefully consider Lear's words. When Lear saw this situation, he decided to hammer it down. He said, "Everyone should know about the goblins. They were enslaved by the divines. Their lives are miserable. But now that the goblins have entered Mr. Zhao Hai's space, their lives had improved significantly." Ryder was able to see the state of the goblins. "Ryder, tell everyone about what you saw." In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Ryder. Ryder didn't delay. As soon as Lear finished talking, he immediately spoke. When Ryder began to recall what he saw, the elders carefully listened from beginning to end. Nobody made any noise. When Ryder was done talking, an elder suddenly said, "How do we know if what you said is real?" "Patriarch, this is a huge matter for our race. I think we should see it with our own eyes." Lear turned his head to Ryder and said, "Will Mr. agree to this condition?" Ryder smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch, rest assured, Mr. will certainly agree." Chapter 994, The Dwarves Enter the Space. Lear was currently looking at his clansmen who were tidying up, and in a place not too far away, there were also people who were walking towards a spatial rift. He remembered the matters that happened in the past 2 days. Lear felt that everything he saw was just a dream. When they entered the space with Zhao Hai, they saw how the goblins were currently living. And after seeing the place Zhao Hai had prepared for them, everything else became smoother. Nobody opposed entering the space. Lear and the others had seen the state of the goblins before. In their view, goblins couldn't even be considered as a member of the intelligent race. They're more like a group of walking dead, a group of unthinking magic beasts. They were emaciated, dirty. They would eat anything in order to live. It seems like as long as they could survive, then they're satisfied. But this time, when they saw the goblins in the space, Lear and the others were shocked. They simply didn't believe that they were seeing goblins. Now, the goblins were wearing very good clothes. Their bodies were also washed clean. At the same time, everyone had their own proper homes. Most importantly, the goblins had developed a temperament, a mild-mannered and cultured temperament. Although they were short and small, and their skin was still green, nobody could imagine that these were the goblins that were enslaved by the divine race. Perhaps this was what one who is filled with knowledge always behaved with elegance meant. The goblins now looked like scholars. They were completely different compared to what they were before. 1. And the most important thing was the goblin race's change in mentality. The goblins seemed to have gained a strong and persistent passion. It was a kind of appreciation for life as well as a dedication to researching magic formations. This fact really made Lear and the others surprised. It was because they saw the transformation of the goblins that Lear and the others decided to move their clansmen into the space. Moreover, the place that Zhao Hai had prepared left Lear and the others with no way to decline. In that place, there were rice bamboo and bread trees everywhere. And besides these, there were also iron spear trees present. And most importantly, there were plenty of mineral lodes inside. These mineral lodes were enough for the dwarves to work on for many years. Zhao Hai also showed the church to Lear's group. Upon seeing what can be exchanged, Lear and the others were left speechless. While looking at his migrating people, Lear couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although the divine dwarves and the Ark Continent's dwarves had been separated for many years and had developed their own cultures, they still share the same love for forging. And Libra Continent, with its abundance of ores, had become the place that the dwarves loved the most. However, after years upon years of mining, The divine dwarves had stockpiled an enormous amount of ores as well as processed goods such as weapons and metal tools. It would take some time to move all of these things. Fortunately, Zhao Hai promised to help them bring these items into the space. Overall, the relocation of the divine dwarves was going very smoothly. Although the dwarves had been migrating, there were no signs of this happening in the outside world. Dwarves lived inside caverns and weren't usually seen outside. Also, Zhao Hai didn't open only one spatial rift. This was so that the relocation would go faster. Meanwhile, Lear was currently paying attention to the war in the Taurus continent. Lear had already talked with Solomon and Yurd, although the two said that the war was doing good, and that they took a lot of wins. With how many years Lear had conversed with the two of them, he actually understood something different from the words that were said. Although they said that they had obtained wins, they didn't say that they had come in contact with the winged Pegasus. Moreover, they didn't raise the issue of casualty between their side and the enemies. All of these weren't normal. This made Lear speculate that the war wasn't going very smoothly for the foreign races. Even if they were migrating, Lear still wants to leave something for the beastmen and the elves. After all, the three races had been fighting side by side for tens of thousands of years. Although there had been some friction recently, their years of alliance couldn't just be forgotten. Because of this, the dwarves left their 4 ultimate weapons behind. Zhao Hai didn't have any objections to this choice. In any case, the dwarves wouldn't need to fight when they enter the space. It can be said that those ultimate weapons were already useless in their hands. The Winged Pegasus clan, Thunder clan, and the barbarians have already moved into the space. And now, the dwarves were in the process of migrating. One could say that almost all of Zhao Hai's relations in the divine realm had already moved to the space. At this point, there was nothing in the divine realm that needs Zhao Hai's worry. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's factory in the Atlanta continent has already been established. And along with the factory's establishment, Bluel also bought the things that Zhao Hai needed. At this time, those items had been sent to Wild Dragon Island for Karen and the others to study. After multiple discussions between Zhao Hai and Bluel, they finally named their factory Wolfang Factory due to its address being Wolfang Mountain. The factory has yet to start full production. Various equipments were still being shipped to the factory, and only after installing them would the factory be up and running. Zhao Hai didn't worry about a lot of matters anymore. He also wasn't worried about the dwarves' migration. What Zhao Hai cared about right now was the underworld's matter. Zhao Hai was prepared to immediately depart for the underworld once all of the dwarves had moved into the space. At this moment, Kampala and the others have already fully adapted to life inside the space. The dark mist in the Ark continent was still under Zhao Hai's monitoring. He was even able to penetrate his gaze into a small portion of the underworld. Currently, the undead roaming this region were no longer Kampala and the other subordinates. Instead, they have been substituted with Zhao Hai's undead. Once other undead arrives, Zhao Hai would immediately know. Zhao Hai already asked Kampala and was able to know that the underworld was a very large plane. Nobody knew how long the Lich has lived, but he hasn't been able to explore the entirety of the underworld. Because of this, although the spatial rift in the Ark continent would make subtle disturbances on the dark mist, the undead living in the underworld would still need some time before they were able to sense it. Discovering the change in the dark mist in a short time was virtually impossible, and most importantly, the underworld was producing dark mists all the time. Such a slight change wouldn't cause a reaction among the undead. This was the reason why the creatures of the underworld were yet to discover the spatial rift. However, Zhao Hai also knew that they didn't have unlimited time. So before someone discovers the spatial rift, Zhao Hai would first take the time to take a stroll in the underworld. He liked taking initiative in these matters. The fight between the foreign races and the O'Neill family was still going on. And just as what Lear thought, the foreign races weren't having a smooth time. Their 10 million soldiers had been attacking the defensive line and were suffering heavy losses. So far, the foreign races had lost several 100,000 troops while the losses of the enemy side could be said to be negligible. Although the foreign races had been changing their tactics with each attack, their enemies were still veterans with rich experience. Additionally, They had the appropriate weapons to face the foreign races. For the foreign races, this wasn't a good thing. At the same time, the O'Neill family's situation wasn't doing any better. Both magic cannons and magic armors consumed a lot of energy after each fierce fight. At this time, the cannons have used up all of their shells. Now they could only rely on their magic armors and war tanks in order to defend. Their casualties would begin to mount up after this. It was great that the O'Neill family had prepared themselves for this invasion. They had enough energy converters in stock. They also had a small energy charger. Because of this, they weren't worried about running out of energy. In the magic armor continent, almost every place used energy converters. It was just like an all-purpose battery that can be repeatedly used. And it also lasts a long time. An energy converter can be used up for up to 1,000 times. These referred to the energy converters used by civilians. But for the military, energy converters could only be used 500 times. This was a property of energy converters. After repeatedly using one 200 times, the energy that can be contained inside could no longer reach its maximum amount, and every time it was used, this maximum amount would become lower and lower. A completely new energy converter could support a magic armor for about 4 hours. Meanwhile, an energy converter that has been used 400 times could only support a magic armor for 1 hour. As for energy converters that were used 500 times, they can hardly support magic armors. This time, the O'Neill family had been wary. Not only did they prepare a lot of energy converters, they also brought a charging station. This charging station can charge 100 energy converters at the same time, as long as there was enough energy to supply. This charger could recharge 100 energy converters in half an hour. The material used to fuel energy converters were magic crystals. These magic crystals weren't only found in the magic armor continent, it can be found in other areas as well. Coincidentally, there was a spatial rift to the Wing Pegasus plane not too far away, and at that place, there was a magic crystal mine. Axe and the others were relying on this magic crystal mine right now. If there were no magic crystals present, then they could only rely on sunlight or water currents for energy. But when that time comes, they would be completely destroyed by the foreign races. Chapter 995. Dark Pharaoh. Although the battle was very lively, but for Zhao Hai, this kind of battle wasn't worthy of his attention. He had already seen through the tricks of both sides. Unless the O'Neill family shows something good, then only then would Zhao Hai take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any interest in what was happening. The migration of the divine dwarves was still going on. It's possibly because they didn't dispatch troops that the beastmen and the elves didn't try to contact them. This allowed the dwarves to move without the knowledge of the other two races. Because Zhao Hai opened a lot of spatial rifts, the migration of the dwarves went faster compared to the Wing Pegasus clan. Moreover, the important ores and products of the dwarves had already been moved by Zhao Hai. This allowed the dwarves to pack lightly, saving a lot of time in the process. Lear calculated that the migration wouldn't take 10 days. This result surprised him. The population of the dwarves was more than any divine race continent. If they didn't have this population advantage, then they wouldn't have dared to go against the divines, and continuing to do so for many years. For these many people to be moved in just 10 days was unexpected. In the past, Lear wouldn't even have dreamt for this to be possible. At this time, Lear didn't think too much about the migration. Inside the space, the responsibility of settling the dwarves has been handed over to Ryder. Ryder was the one with the most contact with Zhao Hai. Nobody was more qualified than him to take charge of the relocation. Meanwhile, Lear would be the one taking charge in directing the other dwarves in the Libra continent towards the spatial rifts. Days passed and the dwarves only used 7 days to completely move to the space. Moreover, everything was managed very well. The dwarves had all that they needed. Because of this, the dwarves felt that they were sent to heaven upon entering the space. Here, one could live in a bright room, eat grain every day, have bread, drink wine, and even hit iron. They can also mine all they want. Their situation here was much better compared to their previous living environment. What made the dwarves most happy about was the fact that they could eat fresh vegetables and fresh meat here. Moreover, when they go mining, They could buy special carts that could carry the ores. They can also take baths in their own house. In the past, they wouldn't even dare imagine such a lifestyle. There were dwarves who didn't understand why they needed to move and had some grievances in their hearts. But upon entering the space, they immediately fell in love with it. Although they would need gold coins in order to construct their house, all of them felt that it was worth it. It can be said that aside from being able to hammer iron all they want, everything else was solved by the space. This made the dwarves very satisfied with the move. The dwarves finished their migration in 7 days. Now, Zhao Hai was ready to head towards the underworld. Just 3 days ago, more reinforcements arrived from the O'Neill family. This time, the battle didn't just happen in the spatial rift but in the fields outside as well. The two sides clashed and it was a huge battle. This time, the foreign race suffered losses in the hands of the O'Neill family. Their total number of casualties had already surpassed 1 million. Facing this situation, the foreign race army had no choice but to make a temporary retreat. At the same time, Solomon and Yurd realized that the enemy wasn't going to be easily dealt with, but they still sent reinforcements, an additional 20 million troops as well as 2 supreme elders. After sending the reinforcements, Solomon and Yurd suddenly discovered that Lear had been perfectly silent in the past several days. The two were very puzzled, so they immediately went to contact Lear using his messenger fish. But no reply came. Solomon and Yurd couldn't understand why Lear would do this. It can be said that the suppression done to the dwarves wasn't that ruthless. With Lear's character, he shouldn't have been pushed too hard. In the current war, the damages to their weapons were very critical. They would need the dwarves to provide massive amounts of weapons. If Lear dared to break the weapon supply at this time, then this would certainly cause the two races to be enraged. From how the two understood of Lear, he wouldn't do this. After repeatedly calling Lear and coming up with no result, Solomon and Yurd began to be worried. They immediately sent 2 teams to the Libre continent to examine the situation. However, the result that they received made them greatly surprised. There were no longer any dwarves in the Libre continent. Everyone had moved out. In the dwarven territory, the only things that the scouts found were large quantities of weapons, 4 ultimate weapons, as well as a letter. This letter was written by Lear for Solomon and Yurd. Its contents were very simple. In essence, Lear didn't want to stay in the divine realm anymore. He also said that Solomon and Yurd had changed, and since the dwarves didn't want change, they decided to leave, and that these weapons as well as 4 ultimate weapons were the last help that the dwarves would give to the beastmen and the elves. Solomon and Yurd read the letter and were left with shock. Lear's letter said that the dwarves had followed Zhao Hai. Just like the winged Pegasus, the dwarves had moved to Zhao Hai's space. Solomon and Yurd didn't know where the winged Pegasus and the dwarves moved to, but they had made calculations from what Zhao Hai told them before. They believed that Zhao Hai used space magic in order to move them to another plane. It was just like what Zhao Hai did to the Ark continent. However, the two still couldn't accept this result. They couldn't understand what method Zhao Hai used to convince Lear and the others to allow the entire dwarven race to migrate. Moreover, when did Zhao Hai complete such a huge operation? Solomon and Yurd were startled. They even led their own teams and personally went to the Libre continent. They want to see whether the dwarves moved on their own or if they were seized by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai forcefully took them, then they would find Zhao Hai at all costs and rescue the dwarves. Although there were some contradictions between the 3 races, they still existed together for tens of thousands of years. The 3 races were like 3 brothers. Even if they had some small quarrels, they were still siblings. Now that one brother left them forever, the other 2 couldn't just easily accept it. But after seeing the situation in the Libre continent, Solomon and Yurd became silent. This was because there were no traces of fighting in the Libre continent. Moreover, one could see that the dwarves had calmly moved. They didn't bring any unwieldy things with them and only took important possessions. Moreover, they also left behind some weapons as well as the 4 ultimate weapons. When they heard this news before, Solomon and Yurd already knew that this was the case, but they still couldn't believe it at that time. But now, They had no choice but to accept it. The two were in a heavy mood, especially when they saw the letter that Lear had left behind. They began to think about themselves and recalled that they had really changed. Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about Solomon and Yurd's concerns. He was now preparing to enter the underworld, but before he went in, he would need to have an identity. Zhao Hai didn't want to enter the underworld as a human. This would only make the undead attack him, and he didn't want that. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed an identity to assume while in the underworld. After repeated discussions with Kampala finally remembered a profession that was almost forgotten by the whole underworld: a dark pharaoh. A dark pharaoh was a type of dark life form that belonged to the mage class. They wore clothes, but it was different to what other people wore. These clothes wrapped their whole bodies with no area uncovered. Most importantly, despite being a dark life form, they weren't considered as undead since they had heartbeats as well as an aura of life. However, their entire body was made out of dark energy. As for how a dark pharaoh was born, Kampala and the others had no idea. They only knew that there were very few dark pharaohs in the underworld, and it had been several thousand years since news about one was heard. It just so happens that being a dark pharaoh best suits Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has a heartbeat, has life aura, and can change his energy into the dark element. Most importantly, although these dark pharaohs were in the mage class, they also had certain close combat capabilities which meets Zhao Hai's exact description. Because of this, Kampala decided to have Zhao Hai act as a dark pharaoh. There was also another advantage in posing as a dark pharaoh. In the underworld, every dark pharaoh were powerful beings. Therefore, nobody in the underworld would suspect Zhao Hai no matter how much power he shows. Zhao Hai also thought that being a dark pharaoh was very suitable for him. With his status as a dark pharaoh, Zhao Hai can be open in taking over Kampala's territory. After all, in the underworld, the universal language was strength. Kampala and the others submitting to a powerful dark pharaoh was very normal. Now that his identity has been settled, Zhao Hai spent the remaining time learning the customs and etiquette of the underworld. These were matter that he would also need to pay attention to. Who would have imagined that there would be so many races in the underworld? Aside from the undead, there was also the dark creatures. These dark creatures were beings like the dark pharaoh. They were entities made and honed by dark energy. Such creatures can be seen all throughout the underworld. They were another major force aside from the three undead factions. Chapter 996. Entering the underworld. Ghazi, 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 Ghazi. The sound of bones clanking was heard inside the dark mist. If a dark mage from the Ark continent was present and was able to hear this, then he would immediately know that this was the sound of a large number of moving undead. However, it was a pity that this wasn't the